inside. Out.
Why would she? Surely she'd notice that. Thing is, like my blades were in on top.
Ask her before you make it different. But you're like, I'm again, Maddie.
That's shaking it now.
That's because the run's speeding up so much.
Flat, big shake. Now. Sharp, hit. Yes, like that. Quarterfinals. Next one. Ready. Go.
9:58.
Sit up. Sharp.
It's called, so if you look on the website, it's like
Right, Billy? Get away today?
Ready. Go.
enjoyed it.
I'll see if this could open. This thing? Do you have that opens? That there?
Yeah,
Do you open?
yeah. Do you want to try open it?
Do you want to open the gate?
Oh, you just open it, okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Silly.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh, and then just watch.
Yeah.
so.
That's okay.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, they just went up.
Yeah, just didn't go up. Yeah.
One of them could have ended up in the river there.
Oh, right, you've got holes.
I would step backward and push during the river.
Well, it's hurting your back.
No, I was actually going to walk up to like the end with those.
Yeah, they're all sort of
I was wondering why the pink flags weren't all the way there.
No, you got a while.
Yeah, by the house.
Yeah, like the house at the end.
Yeah. I'm just standing there waiting for them to you're right. Yeah.
Singles racing too, run alongside. If it's a close race, split the head. I might win. If it was chop head. Because they always ask if you're on the gym, but if you win Henley,
Yeah.
20 quid for your number, Henley winning number.
Yeah.
If you want to sit on that bed.
There's no time. Yeah, you need to help us put it up for making stuff like this. It has to go in the middle. We need help. I didn't even say my name with that.
I think for him it's more to his head.
Basically all the racing today. Time trials yesterday, so all knockout, all the knockout.
I love the girl with the I've got a year. They've got what?
38.
I like to go.
Have a good race, baby. You done?
Yeah.
We've been done for a little while.
This is our second day. Yeah.
No, it's like the art, not video.
On town. Where'd you park? How much? That is so worth it. I'd park for free. Yeah, fucking town. Yeah, got a coffee on the way. Walk back. Here in time. Not one. Half an hour?
Half an hour walk.
Yeah, but that's like taking our time.
That is.
Yeah, but 20 minutes of it is actually just to get to the top of the course.
Yeah, exactly.
It's this base camp.
This is where Puck's
Nearly completely slept through. I've got fun.
I slept through to like I didn't go to sleep until like 3:30.
Yeah. Yeah. I was wide. I was so tired but not sleepy because it's just all the caffeine and it's like
Really weird thing.
it's your legs.
I actually woke up before my alarm. Yeah, I tried to lie.
Oh.
But I woke up at 5:30 and I said at 6:30. I think it's 6. We had a morning session today. Yeah. This is my body on that.
Wow. Okay. Solid answer. What's your food though? So you didn't bring them.
Because it really felt, and like, just her general thing was kind of like Fran was like, oh, you know how Fran's always like, oh, she was talking about how like, that
You could walk into town and get an order.
Half an hour walk. There and back. I had to leave around lunchtime anyway, so I might just do it on the way back. I'll just get it. Just go straight to work.
So during their training, but once you're away, it's their coding.
have to get wristbands like that. Each crew that competes gets a wristband. Otherwise, the winter. Okay. You need one. Still like lag. What? It's still on the hand on the top. Yeah, there you go. Is there something that they all...
Excuse me, please. Thank you.
I don't really want to do that, and I think I'll have to go up on them.
Hello?
So, any of the other boys like that? I think so, yeah, but not for this race. Fair. They want some sleep. Yeah.
That is more than valid.
I think cows are shit. I took a shower like 4 days.
When like many of us around that table are on antidepressants. So I was like, I am
And me and Cora were like visibly getting like.
There was like at least 4 8. At least 2 8.
I think if we go through here, do you? And then...
yeah, which is fair enough. But
Progress. So what is progress? If you're watching, choose progress. Which crew would be winning? Like how much? If it's half a lane, then oh no, it'll be halfway down. So they're winning. Yeah, so there's basically one of those up there, and they like move them to the market when they get there.
Didn't look a day over like 12 years old. A day over.
But it obviously goes dark when it's doesn't it? I was just thinking that as I was walking down. Like there'll obviously be some trails.
the boat back on the trailer. And then we're done with it.
They won't be that.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of Henley Women's Regatta 2023. We've got a fantastic day of racing lined up for you this morning. I'm delighted to be joined by Sophie Payne for the first stint on the commentary shift here. You can just see on your feed the first 8s lining up for the Aspirational Academic 8s kicking off in just a couple of moments. Sophie, I was here on Friday. I know you were here yesterday. It's been a great weekend of racing so far.
It has been. We've seen crews battle it out on the course here. We've seen a lot of close races and just a lot of good spirit as well. There's been cheering crowds and you've just kind of seen the spirit of the regatta be brought to the Thames this weekend, which is really, really lovely to see.
is super, super exciting. And I think with fingers crossed the weather holds out for us. It's been great the last couple of days, so let's hope for Sunday to cap us off with some nice weather as well. Just to give you sort of a quick rundown of what's to come over the next few hours. First of all, we're going to kick off with some 8s before we move to some smaller boats, with some junior events cropping up around 9:30. All of these are quarterfinals coming in little 4 race blocks, so you can watch these crews progress through the rest of the day as they head towards the sharp end of racing with the finals later this afternoon. Sophie, just as these crews are getting lined up on the start, it's the first race today. It's a pretty tense moment. What's going to be going through the heads of these coxes, of these rowers, as they sort of prepare for their finals?
Yeah, I think so. This is key for them. So this is a quarterfinal, so they'll be approaching this strategically. They won't want to spend too much energy. They know that potentially they've got another few races ahead of them today. So this will be more of a strategic race. So they'll want to sort of get out early, evaluate where they are potentially a few minutes in. You know, you always want to keep your head in the boat for the first minute or so. You want to establish your rhythm, row your race. And I think that's exactly what you'll see these crews will do, and then they'll sort of take a look over and evaluate, do we need to push on, can we relax a bit, can we conserve the energy to make it into the semi-final and then the final later on.
And it's something we'll come back to, I'm sure, time and time again this morning. But the crews that are successful here, they've got potentially another 2 races after this, sort of before 5 o'clock this evening. So it becomes very much, like you say, that game of kind of managing the reserves of energy, managing sort of how much they can do. And the cox must play a role in that as well. Sort of, it's a bit of a privilege, I guess, being in the 8, being able to look around and say, okay, guys, we're actually okay. Let's take it down, let's try it out, and let's save ourselves for later.
I think that's exactly right. The cox is sort of the brain of the boat, so you have to think that, you know, the 8 rowers are giving over their brains and their control of their bodies to their cox and sort of responding as best as they can. And I think those are the most successful crews. If you can sort of trust in your cox, then you'll sort of for the benefit of the whole crew, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We can just see on one of our screens here, you can't quite see on the angle we've got here, we can just see the crews lining up for the first race today, which will be race 301 of Henley Women's Regatta. It will be Exeter University A versus University of London A crew in the Aspirational Academic 8s. Worth noting, of course, that all the athletes in these 2 crews and first many of the races that we're going to kick off this morning are full-time students alongside their time at the boathouse. Sophie, I know it's something you've experienced. It's quite a balancing act to manage sort of high-performance rowing and studies at the same time.
Certainly. I think that's, you know, not to be underrated at all. I think that's to do too well is really, really tricky. But personally, I found rowing was always a nice counterbalance to academics, and just when you've had enough of one, you can go and do the other, and actually the task shrinks to fit the time, doesn't it? So if you've got 2 hours to write an assignment, you tend to do it in 2, and look, we're off. So this is the first race of the day, the quarterfinal of the academic 8s. And you can see heads in the boat, they're charging down the course. It'll all be about establishing a strong rhythm in the first few moments of this race.
So Exeter University on the left-hand side of your picture here, the Berkshire station, and University of London A crew on the Buckinghamshire station, now on the left side of your screen. And Sophie, it looks to me as though it's a pretty even start for both crews, actually.
It is. Look, you can see stroke rate relatively similar. Coming down, perhaps a slight lead for the University of London, but we'll just have to wait and see the angle as they come through.
Yeah, always a little bit difficult with a commentator's curse trying to call who's in front from some slightly dodgy camera angles. But I think to me it looks like actually it's still pretty level pegging. University of London, of course, one of the premier rowing programs for student athletes in the UK, and Exeter, a program that's been massively on the rise in recent years. So I think these crews have both got a little bit of a point to prove.
They have, and look, you see straight lines, not much contact. The umpire's not having to do much work here. Got a very clean start. It's the first race of the day, so I imagine these guys will be happy to race before the heat and the rain potentially. They'll have loads of time to recover later on relative to other crews. So you can see there the bow woman in the Exeter 8 just looking over to her competition.
Again, I'm sure it's a point we're going to come back to over and over again today. But this style of racing is quite unique. It's quite unusual. You might be able to hear some of the support for these two crews in the background in front of our commentary position at the moment. But this sort of side-by-side racing is something we only get sort of at the Henley races. It's knockout, it's vicious, it's brutal, and these coxes and these crews can do everything they can to get ahead of the other.
That's right. Side-by-side racing is a completely different game to 6-lane racing, which some of these crews will have done. In fact, Exeter achieved a 3rd place in the Academic 8 category at Regatta recently, so they'll be used to that 6-lane racing, and they're now in a battle against the University of London. It's a very different ball game and a different mindset as well.
And I'm wondering, Sophie, I'm speculating a little bit here, but just sort of looking down to the vagaries of the crew list of the UL crew, we've got a lot of sort of international talent that's sort of been developing for quite a long time. And actually the Exeter crews comprise, I think sort of half that boat is people in their sort of novice or second novice year in the sport. And it looks to me as Exeter seem to have had the jump on the UL crew. Do you think that would have taken UL by surprise a little bit to be down at this stage?
I think, it will. Certainly, UL has been doing amazingly well this weekend, and so perhaps, there may have been a certain level of expectation that sort of the thing is rowing you can always be caught out, and you're never safe really, and it sort of all comes down to the line. And you can see this is a very tight race. There's not much in it.
Yeah, we're going to keep one eye on the right-hand side of your picture there with the battle between UL and Exeter. And on the left-hand side, we're going to turn our attention to race number 302. Newcastle University B versus Newcastle University A, an all-Newcastle affair. And again, Sophie, quite a unique position to be in, to be sort of not only racing with, but against those that you train with every single day.
I think that's really hard, and these guys will know who's expected to win, or they should at least. They'll have an idea of who are the athletes in the other boat, how do I stack up against them, and so they'll have a bit more information. It'll be less of an unknown going into the race. But again, you never know, there's always circumstances under which a team underperforms, overperforms, and you end up with a different result than the one you were expecting.
Absolutely. I think you've got a fantastic drone shot there, the two Newcastle crews side by side. So if you're looking a little bit carefully, you can see that these boats are sort of rigged in reverse. What might the coaches sort of have made that decision based on, to have rigged a crew in a sort of unconventional way?
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to sort of the stroke person, if they are naturally, if there's a bow sider that could make a good stroke person, you might put them in stroke. It sort of all depends really. You never really know, or just the way that the athletes move together. Sometimes it makes sense to mix things around, and as a coach, if you've had the same person in stroke, and lineups can sometimes get stale and you want to make a change. So we don't really know, but like you said, this is unconventional, but it seems to be working for that Newcastle crew out in front.
Absolutely. At Newcastle University A on the Buckinghamshire stations have taken a 3/4, if not a length lead against their opposition. But we just saw there at the conclusion of race number 301, Exeter University A beating the University of London A. We'll have confirmation of that result as soon as it comes through, but to me that was perhaps a little bit surprising, Sophie. I didn't expect that as our first race today.
I agree. I reckon Exeter will be absolutely buzzing about that result. They'll be really excited to progress into that semi-final later on. So it will now be about rest, recovery, hydration, eating, and getting back on that start line as soon as possible.
Yes, Exeter University will now race in race 355 just after midday this afternoon. So all the Exeter fans at home looking to tune in, do head back to the live stream then. Or equally, if you're in the area and a loose end this weekend, do come down to the Henley Women's Regatta course. We've got the two Newcastle crews on screen on the right hand side. On the left, we've got the third of our Aspirational Academic 8 races underway with Surrey University on the Berkshire Station and Oxford University Women's Boat Club B crew on the Buckinghamshire Station.
Again, a clean start. You can see there's not much problem steering when you have a cox. It's sort of when we tend to see the pairs and the singles come down that you see a lot more work from the umpire. So I think the umpire will be pleased to know that, you know, the coxes have this under control.
And again, I think we're going to be in for another close race here between Surrey and Oxford University Women's Boat Club. Two crews again that are sort of well known on the domestic circuit. Oxford, of course, this crew mostly comprised of their Osiris crew members from the reserve crew of the boat race earlier this year, and the University of Surrey, who've taken an early lead here of about 3/4 of a length. A crew, a program massively on the rise in recent years under the stewardship of their new head coach. Really fantastic results at Bucks Regatta earlier in the year, and looking to build on that success as we come forward. But again, Sophie, unfortunately, it looks like Oxford have been sort of knocked down a little bit off the start, and by quite a margin, having just come off Temple Island.
Yeah, exactly. That will be a function of just, you can see the sheer power from their opposition here. They've just absolutely gunned it out of the blocks. But, you know, as we say this, you know, Oxford is certainly hanging on. They're not letting them go. And the tricky thing is, once you break that elastic, as we used to call it, once you've lost contact, it becomes a really tricky race to get your head back in the game. But Oxford certainly isn't letting them go. And you can see, actually, in fact, they may have taken a seat in the last 10 seconds as I've been speaking. So they are absolutely hanging on. They're not letting the other team go.
We'll keep an eye on that battle unfolding there between Oxford and Surrey. But on the right hand side of your photo, you can see Newcastle University A crew coming across the line ahead of their competition from the same club, Newcastle University B crew. And there you go, the fantastic shot. And Sophie, I agree, it looks to me as though Oxford are clawing back, perhaps expected given sort of the style of racing their training program caters for through most of the year.
I think you've just nailed it exactly. So typically training for the boat race, that's a much longer race, and you don't tend to put so much focus on that sort of first minute and that power. It's much more about getting a good rhythm. Can we establish something that's going to carry us actually through the 6.8 kilometer course down in London? So they certainly will just be focusing on that base pace. That will be their strength, and you can see that really comes into their favor as we move further into this race.
Absolutely, absolutely. Despite, I think, being led by the University of Surrey at the minute, Oxford to me look like the slightly calmer crew. They look like they're in control of this race and perhaps starting to put Surrey under pressure. Again, we'll keep one eye on that race on the right hand side of your screen, but we'll also flick our attention now to the left for race 304 between Oxford Brookes A on the Berkshire Station and Radcliffe Harvard University from the States on the right hand side of your picture. Radcliffe had a fantastic regatta so far, and Brookes, Sophie, obviously home favourites. I think another race that's going to be a great one.
This is going to be a really good one. You see two very high caliber crews here, and wow, look at those blades go in from the Radcliffe crew, completely outstroking their Brookes counterparts. This is all about getting it in, getting it out, just being as clean and as sharp and as quick as possible. And you can see already very early on into the race, Brookes taking that more relaxed approach, really going for length per stroke here, striding out. You can see their stroke length is a little bit longer than their Radcliffe counterparts, and they look to have gained about a length in the first minute of this race.
Yeah, that's a huge margin. I think almost clear water there from Brookes before they even reached the commentary position, which is fairly early on the course. A very difficult thing, Sophie. They've already snapped the elastic. It's going to be very difficult for Radcliffe to come back from this.
It will, certainly. It will, you know, it'll be hard work for the Radcliffe Clocks, who will, you know, be doing everything to motivate her crew to get back into that position. You know, she'll be taking a strategic move now. She won't want to let that elastic break even further. Now is a really crucial point in the race, but that Brookes crew, look at how relaxed and long they are in the water. I mean, just really impressive high caliber stuff, and they just seem to be gliding down the course. Again, sort of taking that approach that they'll want to be conserving all of their energy for potentially more tight races later on.
Brooks looking very relaxed. I think less relaxed on the right-hand side of your photo as Surrey and Oxford University women battle it out to the line. Sophie, I think this is too close to call. This is a really exciting race.
This is going to be a good one. Look, you can see just as they come past the camera angle, there's really not much in it. It's going to be a good one.
It looks to me, though, as if Surrey did take the win there ahead of Oxford University women. Surrey will be delighted. Oxford, perhaps a little bit disappointed. But now we can turn our attention back to this race between Brooks and Ratcliffe Harvard. It's difficult, Sophie, to come over from the States. It's a long trip, bringing boats, hiring boats. It's a massive process. They've already made it through a few rounds of the regatta, but getting knocked out and sort of coming up against Brooks, who are perhaps one of the favourites for this event this early in the draw, is a difficult thing for them to face.
Absolutely. It is tricky. You know, you train all season, and these guys will have done, you know, a whole season ahead of them, so they'll have had, behind them, they will have done many races against other US crews. They'll have that experience, but transferring that to this course will be an unknown for them. They'll, you know, it'll all be really unfamiliar, and it'll, you know, be how they sort of adapt to this that sort of, you know, dictates how well they do. But you can see they're absolutely not giving up. Look at them, they're so together, and they are just absolutely gunning it. You know, they're not letting their counterparts get away lightly.
I think this speaks to the strength of the Brooks program. Obviously, I think one of the leading programs, not only in the UK but in Europe, and you can argue to the world over. And the lead they've managed to establish already, and the rate of striking they've got, just the relaxed composure they have in this race is quite intimidating, I imagine, for the Ratcliffe Cox looking on at the Brooks boat ahead of them, just to see how unfazed they are by what's coming up the river behind them.
Yeah, it is right. And you know, it's difficult to sort of relax too much. I think there's this racing mindset, and you don't want to sort of stray away from that. But then you can see them on your screen just started another race that's moving fast.
There's no slowing down here at Henley Women's Regatta. Keep an eye there on the Brooks-Ratcliffe battle. But I think the more exciting race here unfolding is race number 305 between Thames Rowing Club A and London Rowing Club A in the Aspirational Club coxed fours. And I believe, Sophie, that was London being won there by the umpire. And again, for some questionable steering, you were already saying sort of earlier on that the coxed boats have it easier. These coxed boats, Temple Island, can push people around, and it looks as though London might have fell foul to that this morning.
I think that's right, and it is especially tricky off the start, having raced the course myself. The booms sort of come out of nowhere, and then it's not quite a straight line, and it's just very confusing. And actually, if you're watching from home, it is a lot trickier than it looks. You know, you may look at this and go, well, how hard can it be? It really it is quite tricky, and especially, you know, getting into that rhythm is tricky. So you often tend to see lots of steering issues off the start, which we've seen, but now, you know, these crews look to have relaxed and have established sort of a straight line.
So just the conclusion there of the final of the Aspirational 8s, Oxford Brookes University beating Ratcliffe Harvard to go through to the semi-finals later on today. We'll focus all our attention now on the Aspirational Club 4s. In this race, in this picture, London Rowing Club, A crew on the left-hand side, and Thames Rowing Club on the right-hand side. London had a faster start, but warned by the umpire, and London now seem to be plodding back through the field and seem to be looking to wind their opposition in.
Yeah, having had some steering issues, look, they're back on track, and there's really not much in it now. So you can see similar rate of striking coming down the course. There's still a lot of water left to go in this race.
These two crews, of course, Sophie, will be used to racing each other on the home circuit. The likes of Metropolitan Regatta, Marlow Regatta, Wallingford Regatta. They've done fours head against one another. They're very used to sort of being in this position. But as we keep saying, so the booms, the Henley course adds that new dynamic to the proceedings, and it's something that these crews won't necessarily be used to in the aspirational category.
And there's no way to train for it. You know, it's sort of baptism by fire as well. It's only when you get out here that the booms are real. You know, you hear about them for months, and then suddenly you're having to steer within them. So it's all, and you know, added pressures, and again, sort of, it's difficult to sort of focus. You know, you've got your race plan, you've got your crew, and then the booms and steering down this course is just an added element not stress, but sort of things to manage really. So it's can be tricky, and it often sort of comes down to who handles that best.
It's always a difficult balance to strike, and we'll keep an eye on the battle there between Thames and London, though Thames seems to be coming back a little bit on the early lead that London established. But we'll move now our attention as well to race 306 between Worcester Rowing Club B crew on the Berkshire station and Vesta Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire station.
Much cleaner start from these crews. You can see that first minute is just about sheer power. Crews often tend to take a sort of high 30 strokes off the start, and then you can see them lengthen into a much more sustainable race pace. But look, we've seen we've seen a crash sort of hitting the booms here. That is just never what you want to see. That will be absolutely devastating.
That will be devastating for I believe the Vesta crew that fell foul to the booms on the Buckinghamshire station there. Just a little bit of steering coming off Temple Island, pushing them into the booms. And Sophie, we were saying a little bit earlier on that, there is no way to train for the Henley course. These crews will be used to racing on lakes that have buoyed lanes, where actually it's fairly forgiving if you mess up the line a little bit. But here there's no second chance.
There's no I know boom is not the same as a buoyed line, so it's I've also done that. I've gone into the booms, and they're unforgiving, certainly. But you can see they're back on track now, and they're doing everything they can. There's an element of dignity in this. You want to race your best race, and even if the competition is lengths ahead of you, there's something about proving to your crew that actually you had the best race despite a bad start. And I suspect that is exactly what this Vesta crew will be looking to do.
Absolutely, something you can't train for, but the tenacity that you develop within rowing as a sport sort of prepares you for these moments. But it will take quite a lot from Vesta to come back now on the Worcester crew that have established a hugely dominant lead. You can see there Worcester pushing out of the drone picture, and Vesta unfortunately not even in view. We'll update you when we can on the results of the previous race between London and Thames Rowing Club that disappeared from our picture. We had quite an exciting race unfolding there. But just to see now, you can see, Sophie, I think Worcester can rest a little bit easy knowing that this race is wrapped up for them.
Do you know what, Ed? I think you're right, but they're not resting easy. They're not. We saw earlier the Brooks crew taking it right down, almost into that sort of steady state rhythm. But this Worcester crew, they also, they seem to have something to prove, and I suspect, they may be practicing that base pace for later on in their heads. They've won this. They can sort of relax now, but they're not, and so I think it'll all be about just practicing later on. How can we improve that 1% between now and when we face the next boat in the semi-finals.
Vesta, of course, a hugely experienced crew. 3 of the members of that crew were pennant holders at Women's Head last year in 2022. So perhaps a surprise to see the Worcester crew out front, and perhaps that's why they're sort of maintaining the sort of ambition they have to stretch their lead out as far as they can. But Henley Racing is a different kettle of fish, and Worcester have capitalised on the mistake of their opposition perfectly, and are now sort of stretching home to what will be a fairly comfortable win for them. So just as we watch the conclusion of this race come through, just to run you down the results that we've had so far. We've had 4 Aspirational Academic 8 races this morning, 4 of which crews will be proceeding through to the semi-finals later on. There will be Exeter University A, Newcastle University A, Surrey University, and Oxford Brooks A. We'll keep one eye on Worcester finishing their race on the right-hand side of your photo, but we'll move over now, Sophie, to the 3rd race of this Aspirational Club 4s between Nottingham Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and Wallingford Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. A cleaner start for both crews there, Sophie.
Yeah, you can see they've got a clean start, as you say, still in that dominant sort of first minute, and look at that blade work. Looking clean, sharp, bit of a wobble, but absolutely gunning it down the course. It's so important to get this first minute right. That is, and especially on this course, it's just absolutely brutal and you don't want to mess it up. You don't want to go into the booms. You don't want to fall behind. It's really important in side-by-side racing to sort of show that you are the better crew. You know, in a 6-lane race, there's time to hang back and go later, but it's all about getting out in front and all about sort of establishing that lead. I think early on, that'll be the name of the game for these crews.
Both crews are, I think, a great shot here from the umpires launch. You can see exactly what our commentary team on the launch and the umpires and the coaches will be seeing as these crews head down the course. Both crews looking very strong, looking very confident. So if you touched on it just there, but obviously one of the women in this boat is responsible for steering the crew, for looking after the line, for making the calls. Off in the bow seat, that's a lot of pressure that they have to deal with over above everything else.
It is, absolutely, and you can see the bow woman there on the right hand side just looking over to see, can she come in a little bit closer to that other crew, can she avoid those booms? And it is, you know, it's a completely, you're responsible ultimately for the safety of your crew, not only, you know, for you know, pushing hard. So it's a huge added element to think about, and a real skill.
So just as we pass there through the barrier, the first mark for what will be Henley Regatta in just over 10 days' time. Wallingford seem to have stretched out a lead a little way over their opposition from Nottingham Rowing Club, but that race is far from over. We have one more Aspirational Club 4 for the Leicester Trophy coming up in just a second. All eyes now on this battle emerging between Nottingham and Wallingford.
Again, we talk about steering. You see that bow woman in the Wallingford crew just making sure she's not coming too close to the booms. But they, despite, you know, their lead, they don't seem to have taken it down much. You know, they're really, really absolutely charging. They'll be working very hard.
And you can see it there, a great shot of the crews coming past then. You can see a second ago the waves sort of on the side. I think we can see it on the Brooks crew earlier on as well. But this is still an open waterway, Sophie. There's still a lot of craft moving up and down. It's only going to get busier as the week goes on. That adds another dimension for you. Can see there the bows of the Wallingford boat sort of rising right up out of the water. It's another thing that they have to deal with, another challenge they have to have on top of just trying to beat their opposition.
It is, exactly. You know, there's so many added elements. You often think of rowing as sort of how hard can it be? You just have to get from A to B, you know, down a straight course. But there are so many factors that come into it. It's the steering, it's the coxing. You know, you don't have a cox in these coxless boats. So one of these women are playing the role of calling the race plan. You know, they're making sure that they're all together, and it's, yeah, just completely different game to having a cox. And you can see this is actually quite a close race.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on what's going on there between Wallingford and Nottingham. And then for the final race of the Aspirational Club 4, as we see there on the left-hand side of the photo, between Canterbury Rowing Club A crew on the left-hand side of your photo and Upper Thames Rowing Club on the right-hand side. Canterbury, of course, under the stewardship of Tom Copeland, have come on a long way in recent years to become sort of a dominant force in women's rowing in the Cambridge area outside of the university scene. And they seem to be putting in a good shift already, Sophie. I think another tight race we've got on our hands here.
Yeah, this is really good racing. I think it's just about level at this point. Not much in it.
No, both crews there trying to establish a lead, but none quite able to break away from the other. You can see there a fantastic shot from our drone there. The crews basically level. Perhaps Cantabs have lost a foot or two to their opposition. But just to watch the conclusion of the race there between Wallingford. As they come towards the line, Wallingford leading Nottingham Rowing Club will be glad of a race well fought as they head towards the semi-finals later on today.
Yeah, you said sort of Cantabs may have lost the race, but look, they're clawing it back in, and this is going to come down to the line, I reckon. I think these crews are getting absolutely stuck into this race, and that Cantabs crew is absolutely not letting Upper Thames go.
Yeah, a fierce competition going on here. Upper Thames look to have stretched an early lead, but I think it's going to be, let's say for later, I think it's going to come down to the wire. You can see there the bow woman of the Upper Thames crew taking a look. Once they've established a bit of a lead here, Sophie, they can move out to the middle of the water a little bit. The umpire will be more forgiving of that line, and then it becomes a little bit of a sort of sportsmanship of how much can we wash them down, can we sort of establish a lead here. But at the minute, Cantab's keeping them on their toes. They can't get free.
They can't get away. I think that will be frustrating as well for that Upper Thames crew. You know, they've established a little bit of a lead, and they'll be looking to push that on. And then they may have taken a move, saying, "Hey, can we get a bit more? And can we break that elastic?" And Cantabs is saying, "No, you can't. You know, we're sticking right with you, right down to the line." And so there'll be absolutely no holding back and no thinking, "Oh, we better conserve our energy." You know, it will all be about, can we make it to the next race? And I think that's a really exciting position for both crews to be in. Again, it's a lot of work steering, and you can see that Upper Thames bow woman just making sure she is not making a mistake now. Now, as you know, they're ahead. She does not want to. Oh, look at that wobble again. You know, we talk about those factors influencing the race. They've just been through wash, so that's another, you know, another added element. You may be on a really solid rhythm, and then you have a wave come through, and it completely offsets you, and you sort of have to reset. So it's tricky, and this race, look, you can see it is absolutely not over.
So we'll keep an eye on that as Cantabs try to come back on Wallingford. Sorry, let me correct myself there. As Cantabs try to come back on Upper Thames Rowing Club as they reach the conclusion of their race. But now we're going to move to some of the junior events, and you can see on the left-hand side of your picture there the first of our Junior 18 double sculls between Peterborough City Rowing Club on the left-hand side and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club on the right-hand side of your screen, or the left-hand side. Now the angles have changed. Wycliffe, of course, one of the favourite programmes as we head towards Henley Royal Regatta. A hugely dominant performance early this year at National Schools Regatta under the guidance of Greg Wycliffe. Sorry, under the guidance of Greg Flower at Wycliffe, with Peterborough City, another club that you can never quite underestimate, famed for their ability in small boats. And so far, Sophie, again, an impressive performance taken out from Temple Island without faff. And it looks as though Peterborough have stretched an early lead ahead of Wycliffe.
They have. So Emma Calver, Devon Pickaver from that Peterborough City Rowing Club just eking out a half a length to 3/4 of a length now lead against Mia Lowes and Violet Holbrook Brooksbank from Wycliffe. So again, this is exciting to be in this position. These women, you know, may not have raced much before. They're very early on into their careers, and this, you know, look at that Wycliffe club absolutely gunning it. You can see their stroke rate a little bit higher than their counterparts over at Peterborough, so they'll really be, you know, getting those legs. You can see they're getting those legs down as quickly as they can, and they're just trying to make sure that their nose stays out in front. But look, there's not much in it, and you know, having gone from 3/4 of a length lead, they seem to have lost potentially just about a seat or so, and Peterborough's absolutely pushing up into that position. You can see if they're just a bit more relaxed, they're a bit calmer in the water, and if they keep it up, you know, it could really come down to the line here.
And we just saw there the conclusion of the previous race. Upper Thames were able to hold off a late charge from Canterbury Rowing Club. Upper Thames will progress through to the semi-finals later today, whereas this is the end of the regatta for the Cantabs 4. But Sophie, you were saying there about the stroke rate of the Wycliffe crew being higher, but it's a very long, high rate, and they're not losing any water at all.
No,
you can see a great shot here.
I know, and having said that, you can see they've just taken it down a bit, so I suspect that will have been a move that they will have taken. You know, they'll realise they will have been in a position to capitalise on being ahead, and they will have tried to essentially break that bend. You can see they've settled back down into a more sustainable pace now, and that has allowed the Peterborough crew to come up right alongside them. And it looks to be almost level at this moment. I mean, there's really nothing in it. Incredible racing down here. Just really, really high caliber stuff, which is so exciting to see.
Yeah, fantastic way to start the day here at Henley Women's Regatta. Much more close racing to come, I can assure you, as we head through the day. You can just see there the Peterborough crew trying to come back, and the boats have only got smaller since we started this morning's over. We started with coxed 8s, where you've got someone there who can, like you said, you can sort of surrender your brain to your cox and say, you steer this race, you manage this race. The 4s, you've got the bow person, and in the doubles, it becomes a much more intimate battle. There's only 4 of you on the water, 2 of you in a crew. it's very, very difficult once you snap that elastic, once you've got away to try and come back on that crew.
It is, but I think, you know, no elastic has been broken in this race. You know, it's very much still a battle, and having started out in front, Wycliffe look like they've just fallen behind the pace a bit just from that camera angle. You can see potentially that Peterborough crew has stretched out into the lead, as you can see them looking a bit more relaxed. You know, they're not in that fighting position to get back into that first place. You know, they look relatively comfortable there, and they're thinking now, you know, it'll be a game of can we get out, stay out, and make it into the next race.
Wycliffe then currently leading that first race in the junior doubles. We'll come back towards the conclusion of that race in just a second, but now we turn our attention to race 310, the second of the junior 18 double sculls, between Sydney Rowing Club B crew on the Berkshire station and Exeter Rowing Club A crew on the Buckinghamshire station. Sydney, of course, over here looking ahead to Henley Royal Regatta later on this week with their entries in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. So we're looking to lay an impressive marker down here ahead of their race in a week's time.
Yeah, what a way to come from Australia, you know. I wonder how many days they will have had to adjust to the time change here. That's another added factor, you know, the racing against Exeter, who will have, you know, just had to sort of drive. You know, it'll have been a much longer journey for them, and a lot more strategy in making sure that they're in tip-top shape coming down this course now. And as you can see, they've sort of taken an early lead, so they have established about that half a length, 3/4 of a length. Look at those blades. Look at the length of their stroke as well. You can see that they're really getting out into the front, and they're putting those blades in a strong position with a lot of angle. So they're getting maximum length per stroke, which is really important. You know, you're taking a few hundred strokes down the course, and if you can get an extra 5 centimeters out of each one, it compounds and it makes a difference, and you can see exactly that as they're coming down the course now.
I think we'll come back to it in a second, but I think, so if we just missed there the conclusion of the previous race, and it looked to me, I just caught sort of a second shot, it looked to me as though Peterborough came back through Wycliffe to reclaim the lead. So I think a fantastic last effort from them. We'll wait for confirmation of that result and bring it to you as soon as we have it. But provisionally, I think Peterborough through to the next round of racing. Sydney, though, in your picture now, so we've already said it, they came a long way. I believe actually the Sydney crews landed just yesterday and have already won medals at Marlow Regatta. So pretty impressive for them to come over all the way, but you wouldn't bring a crew that way if they couldn't perform like they are now.
I think that's exactly right. You've got to be fairly confident that, you know, they can take that win, and you see that absolutely here on. But again, not relaxing too much. Look, they look strong and together, and they're just confident in the water there, and you can see they're just sort of, they have a race plan, they've executed it well, they're very together, and they're just absolutely charging down the race out in front. It's a really, really nice position to be in. You know, if you are a couple of lengths ahead of your competitor, there's no other sport like it, you know, to be able to watch your competitors when you're out in front. It's a beautiful thing about rowing, really.
It's the best view in the house, young lady, isn't it? It's the best view you could have.
Exactly.
Just then, as I look down some of our commentary notes here, looking at sort of the information we have for the Sydney Rowing Club crew, Sophie, doesn't actually fit on our page how many medals and awards this crew and these in various combinations have won. So perhaps there's no surprise that they're leading the way here. But yeah, just a really dominant performance so far from a Sydney crew that looks super comfortable, having just arrived in the UK.
Absolutely, and this will be a crew to watch as well. So again, you know, these are J18 women, and they will have really exciting careers ahead of them, especially, you know, having had so much success already under their belt. So just watch this space for these women. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Henley Women's, of course, sort of the launch pad for many a senior career as these women head towards bigger and greater things, perhaps at university later on. We'll just watch then Sydney finish their row as we turn our attention back to the left-hand side of our screen for the next race in the Regatta Cup. Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. Sorry, let me just confirm the crews racing there. Yes, my apologies. Yes. We have Sydney Rowing Club A crew on the left-hand side of your screen now, and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club A crew on the right-hand side. So Sydney with 2 doubles in this event, Wycliffe as well. Wycliffe 1 likely already knocked out. Sydney perhaps one with safely through to the next round of racing. And I think this is going to be a really, really exciting race, Sophie.
It is, exactly. Look, you can see that Sydney Rowing Club not following in the footsteps of their teammates earlier on. Look, they've fallen about a half length back. But it's not over yet. And again, you know, they'll still be in that part of the race where they'll want to sort of stay internal. They'll want to establish that race pace, and then they'll sort of look to reevaluate. But look on the left side of your screen there. Wycliffe just absolutely together. You can see the angles of their blades very consistent, and it sort of looks like one blade moving in motion, which is really the key. You know, if you can get 2 people doing the same thing, that's ultimately the secret to going fast.
Wycliffe, of course, perhaps the preeminent junior women's sculling program at the moment in the UK, picking up just about every medal they could at national schools 3 weeks ago, and looking to do exactly the same here at Henley Women's and later on at Henley Royal. Yeah, so like you said, it's just an absolute demonstration how to row double scull incredibly well.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And again, so encouraging that this caliber, this technique, this early on in their careers will carry them a long way. And you can see they've already, you know, they just look like they've broken. We've been talking about that elastic, and they're just about breaking it now. That will be hugely. They'll just be confident in their position in this race, and at the moment, and it'll be encouraging for them. You know, they'll probably take a few more strokes, just get into a bit more of a comfortable position, and then I suspect the bow woman will say, hey, let's relax a little bit, let's, you know, we're in a good spot, let's conserve our energy, and just make sure we stay clean, sharp, and I think there's no shortage of that from this crew here.
Yeah, sharp and clean, defining what Wycliffe are doing at the moment down on the Henley Women's course. This is, of course, the penultimate race of the Regatta Cup for junior women's double sculls. We have one more coming after this. They'll be followed by 4 races for the J18 single sculls and the J18 quads before we move back to some bigger boats racing with the Aspirational Club 8. But you can just see there, Sophie, Wycliffe looking super calm, super confident. I doubt much can go wrong for them at this point.
I think that's right. It's a sort of game of making sure that nothing does go wrong at this stage in the race. So they'll be just feeling confident, feeling calm, feeling happy. You know, what a day you can see. It's just gorgeous weather. It's not too windy, and you know, they will have done a lot of preparation, a lot of training, and there's no better feeling to sort of have that pay off in this moment. So it's really encouraging and really exciting as well.
A difficult place to be, of course, for the Sydney crew. Their teammates, I should say, in the previous race have gone through and secured their place in a semi-final later on this afternoon. But it looks to me as though it will be Wycliffe that knock out the other Sydney Rowing Club crew ahead of this afternoon's racing as we head towards the sharp end of these junior events. Worth noting, of course, that many of these athletes will be in the throngs of A-level GCSE exams, and I think some of them actually just finished a physics paper on Friday afternoon before coming down to do their time trials ahead of today's racing. So we were saying it with the academic crews earlier, but it's exactly the same for the juniors. It's that sort of balance of trying to perform as high as you possibly can whilst also managing exams and life as a young adult.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it takes away that element of being on a level playing field. You know, you may be racing against someone who's just had an exam yesterday or has one next week, and therefore, you know, they may have had to miss a session to, you know, study or travel or whatever it may be. So there's so many factors that come into this, and managing sleep and eating. And I think as a young athlete, it's all about understanding how to be an elite athlete, which, you know, many of these women are aspiring to be. It's a different game to sort of figure out, well, how do I fit in 8 hours of sleep plus enough nutrition to sustain me and get in all my training and my exams and do well. And it's a balancing act. So you're seeing the culmination of a lot of hard work here out on the course today.
Yeah, it really is the pinnacle of racing as we know it. in the junior world. And you can just see they're lining up on the start line. The next race, which appears to be a single sculls race between Bedford Modern School and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. We were due to have race 312, a junior 18 doubles race, the Rain Challenge Cup between Club Nautico Sevilla from Spain and Norwich School. Not totally sure where that race has gone to, and we'll let you know as soon as we do where that race is on the course at the moment. But now, Sophie, again, we had this exact conversation ahead of the first race of the day with the eights lining up on the start line. And for singles, perhaps even more nerve-wracking knowing you haven't got a cox covering your back off Temple Island.
It is, exactly, you know. You really want to make sure that you get your boat pointed straight, so you can see a few taps there. Just, you don't want to start in the wrong direction. That is really important in a single scull, you know. So it will be a game first about making sure that you're, you know, not on a crash course and getting in that rhythm, and then establishing where you are. And look, they're off already. You can see they don't quite start level just because of the angle of the course. So there is that sort of advantage that crew on the right hand of your screen has, and it's a bit of a mind game until you can get through those first few moments of the race, and then start strategizing around how you're going to execute it depending on where you are.
Absolutely, strategy will come in, but first they have to get clear of Temple Island and try to establish a lead. And you can see there, Eloise Etherington of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club has stretched out a slight lead in these early stages ahead of her opposition, Ellie Siller from Bedford Modern School. Wycliffe, of course, a name that we keep seeing. Bedford Modern, another stalwart of the junior rowing world, famous perhaps more on the boys' side of things for their success at Schools Head and Henley in recent years, but now in the small boats, challenging one another. And Sophie, you know, we often talk about the Brooks, the ULs, the Cambridges of the world that have the programs, have the depth, have the talent to be able to produce good 8s and 4s year after year after year. But for some of these small boats, we'll see some names over today's racing from clubs that perhaps we don't recognise, because it's that sort of unique talent that comes through the pipeline that the coaches nurture to then have some fantastic scullers out on the course.
Exactly, you know, yeah, and that's the sort of beautiful thing, is you can have one stellar athlete and put them in a single and they do really well and sort of make a name for the club, which is exciting. And that's how clubs, you know, move up and people sort of recognize them, and they gain that respect, I guess, or, you know, just make a name for themselves here. And you can see that's what's happening here. From Eloise from Wycliffe's, look, she is looking very comfortable there. She's got quite a big finish, so you can see she's putting a lot of work into the back end of that stroke, and that is you know, one way of rowing the stroke, and it's working really well for her. So just absolutely making sure she's getting a very strong, clean finish and pushing out the back end of that stroke, and she's doing really well.
Yeah, that's certainly paying dividends for her as she stretches out to perhaps 2 or 3 lengths lead ahead of Ellie Siller of Bedford Modern School. And a great shot there, Sophie, actually, from the umpire's launch. We can see the umpire's eye view, as it were, as the athletes head down the course. The course looks perhaps deceptively wide from that angle, but from above you can see the course they're having to negotiate and sort of the difficulties they're going to face in staying away from those booms. But with a little bit of separation, both scullers seem to have moved a little bit more centrally to give themselves some more space on the course.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing, you know. It's hard to be side by side. There's not always room for two. Well, there are room for two of you, but it's a bit trickier. But when you're spread out, you can sort of go where you want if you're not in danger of hitting each other or hitting the booms. So that's a nice position to be in. And you can see Eloise there in the Wycliffe scull, just taking it down a little bit. Again, it will be a game of preserving her energy for the semi-final later on.
We'll keep an eye then on the first of the Junior 18 single sculls races. I think we have in front of us now the final Junior 18 double sculls race 312 between Club Nautico Seville, Spain on the Berkshire station and Norwich School on the Buckinghamshire station.
Again, these athletes from Spain, so we've got Claudia and Lydia from Spain from Club Nautico, and Maisie and Florence from Norwich, so a bit further to come from Spain. And again, you know, there'll be an element of, you want to make sure that you travel all this way and you actually had a shot of winning. So you can see that's absolutely happening here. They've just a few moments into the race and they've, look at that high stroke rate, really punchy, these girls, and they've got about half a length lead already.
Yeah, Seville obviously sending over only their top crews and their top athletes to race here at Henley Women's Regatta, likely have an entry in the Royal later on next week. You can see that Sophie, like you say, already established a lead. Neve, that I believe in the bow seat of the boat, is only 16, so 2 years younger than is the maximum for this age category, which at a junior age can make quite a substantial difference. But despite that, quite a decorated career. She won head of the river single sculls by a margin of over 20 seconds, and I believe is the national champion in the single sculls as well.
Really impressive stuff. You can see, having taken that early lead, they're absolutely not comfortable yet, and this looks like it could be a really exciting race here from Norwich. Just looking a little bit more calm and relaxed, and you know, this will just be a bit more familiar to them, the external environment. You can see the bow woman there looking over, and I suspect, you know, she may say, hey, we're in striking distance, we're in reachable distance of really making an impact here, so let's go for it, let's take a move. And you can see, look, they're just taking the rating up slightly, just seeing if they can tap into that lead that Club Nautico from Spain has managed to establish.
Yeah, but for not letting Seville get away at all. I think actually, so like you say, creeping back on their opposition. And it's interesting, isn't it, that you can be in that perhaps disadvantageous position being behind, but you're able to maintain that calmness, that composure that allows you to plough back through the field, which is exactly what I'm sure Bedford are hoping to do. You can see that the Val Gold is looking around, just checking where they are on the course. But they will run out of time. This is only a 1500 metre race. It's not what they're used to racing at Dorney, at Nottingham. There is less time to make a move, but it looks to me as though Bedford are making that move now.
Absolutely, look at them coming through again, checking the booms, just making sure they're not in danger of crashing into them. Could be a catastrophic end to the race, but look, Seville just looking comfortable, and we'll check back in on the results of that race in a moment.
You can see on the screen then the second race of the Di Ellis Trophy for Junior 18 single sculls. Peterborough City Rowing Club's Era Darrington is on the Berkshire station, whilst on the Buckinghamshire station, Bedford Modern Schools, Sarah Haps steps up to take on Peterborough's competition. Sorry, a correction there from me. Sarah Haps from George Heriot's school.
Close race here. There's not much in it, you know. It's really exciting to have a close race. I think in single sculls it's sort of demotivating, obviously, for one crew if they've lost it within the first few strokes of the race, but there's absolutely nothing to be won or lost here yet. These crews are just still in attack mode, and it's anyone's race to call, I think.
It is, and I think it's the same situation at the minute for the double sculls race going on the right hand side of our picture. A really, really difficult angle to try and spot who's ahead at this stage of the race. So if you had to put money, have Bedford come back on Seville, or is Seville going to make it through to the next round?
Gosh, I think your guess is as good as mine, Ed, but I think, look, we can see that shot there, so Seville potentially looking still to be in that first place position ahead of their opposition, but I think, you know, there will have been no relaxing for them and no conserving. They will have really had to fight to make it into that next round. But you know, this is maybe one of those races that comes down to a photo finish. We'll have to see.
With that result when it comes in, and like you say, Zoe, this, you know, all the crews hope for easy races every race, but if you come up against an opposition that's been able just to scull at rate 24 down the course, whereas you've had to fight tooth and nail for your place in that semi-final, it is going to disadvantage you. You're going to have to work a little bit harder. You're going to have a little bit less left in the legs come that race.
Exactly. You know, we talk about that equal playing field not being equal, and that's one of those key things. You know, you don't know when you line up in the semi-final and the final what kind of races your opposition have had to race to get alongside you, and you know, you could be in a better position, you could be in a worse position, and so much of this comes down to the rest and recovery as well. But look, you can see on the left hand side of your screen this race really developing here. between these two single scullers. It's looking even, I think, in my opinion. Just a real display of excellence here, you know. There's really not much in it.
Yeah, a really tight race here between Ella and Sarah as they head down the course. Yeah, there really is nothing in it, Sophie. And it's really hard at this point to... You might have gone out hoping to have some certainty perhaps about how the race is going to pan out, but there is no certainty at all for these two athletes.
I think that's it. You know, there's no ensuring that, you know, there's no banking on being able to take it down, is there? And although just as I'm saying that, it does look like Ella may have sneaked a little bit of a lead over Sarah just from that camera angle, but again, we know so many times camera angles can be deceiving.
Just keep an eye there on the progress of Ella from Peterborough, but we switch one eye now over to the next quarterfinal of the Di Ella's Trophy. Claudia Kenny Roger of Marlow Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station lines up against Natasha Phillips from Hereford Cathedral School on the Buckinghamshire Station, and again, side by side from the very beginning, and nothing in it as we head off the end of Temple Island.
And this is just a mark of how impressive these athletes are. To have such close racing is almost unique. At, you know, you expect close racing at the Olympic level. You don't always expect it for younger athletes, and so it's really exciting, you know. Again, we talk about these athletes, you know, getting experience under their belt and having a really exciting career ahead of them, and I think that's exactly what you're seeing is some incredible female talent here coming down the course and really sort of getting those races under their belt, getting that experience, and that will take them so far. But just as we're talking here, it does look as if Natasha from Hereford is pushing out about half a length, quarters of a length maybe. She looks to be striking a little bit higher than Claudia, looking a bit more relaxed. That may play in her favor later on in the race, it may not. We'll see. You know, it's not too late for Claudia. It's absolutely not too late. And look, you can see Natasha just looking over. She's maybe thinking to herself, I'm in this position, can I push on? Can I make, you know, establish an early lead here?
Claudia of Marlow Rowing Club, resident normally in their senior championship women's quad that's been hugely successful over this season, finishing as the top ranked junior women's quad, I should say, at Schools Head earlier in the year, a silver at Force Head, and finishing fourth at the GB Under-19 Early ID Trials in February. So a hugely talented athlete on the far side of your picture there. But on the close side, we have Natasha Phillips, who's only been rowing for 10 months. Now, to come to this place already after only 10 months on the water, Sophie, is hugely impressive.
Absolutely, and I'm just sort of looking at our notes here. So Natasha has raced a 2K of 7 minutes flat, 0.8 should I add, on the ergo after one season of rowing, which, if you know anything about 2K ergo tests, is hugely impressive. I mean, that 7-minute marker is absolutely one to gun for, and, you know, having, you know, she says she's been rowing for 10 months, that is a really incredible feat. And I think, again, going back to that sort of future athlete development, that's really promising and really exciting for her. So regardless of the result of this race, you know, I think Natasha certainly has a bright future ahead of her.
Yeah, two names certainly to watch here in the GB talent pool as they progress through their junior career, and later on, of course, into the university scene and perhaps even the senior GB teams. But I think the Marlow sculler here, Claudia Kenny Roger, is going to try and use all of her racecraft, all of her experience to try and come back on her opposition, though I think it's a tall ask at this point.
I think it is a tall ask, and just so impressed with Natasha having rowed for 10 months to be in the position she's in. I mean, look, you spend the first few months actually trying to figure out how to get the blade in the water, and then, you know, it's a sharp learning curve, it's a steep learning curve, but to be where she is just testament to how strong of an athlete she is. But look, you can just see coming past the screen now, this is going to be a really, really close race.
definitely will keep one eye on that side of our screen and the second on the next of our quarterfinals for the Di Ellis Trophy. This time, Heidi Taylor of Derby Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Jessica Weir of Shiplake College on the Buckinghamshire Station. All these single sculls races so far, Sophie, have been neck and neck all the way. Really, really exciting stuff. It looks to me as though Shiplake may be about to buck that trend with what appears to be an early lead there, but I won't speak too soon. Commentator's curse is a very real thing.
It is exactly, but just from our angle you can see the very dominant yellow banana boat charging ahead, so she looks like she's established about a length and a half at this point. Real power in that stroke there. We talk about the back end being strong, and you can see that as well. She's using her hips really effectively, which is important in a single scull. You know, you want to make sure that your body movements are essentially contributing as much as possible to propelling the boat forward, and you can see a really good display of that here from Jessica on the right hand side of your screen.
Shiplake College, of course, a very well-known name on the junior scene. Perhaps most of you listening in will know them from the junior men's 8 scene or from their rapid success in 2021 in the women's categories with a clean sweep at National Schools Regatta, followed by a win at Henley Royal Regatta later on in the year. So women's program under the command of Dan Safdari there that's doing great things to improve women's sculling, and that's absolutely bearing its fruits out here on the Henley women's course this morning. You can see there just stretching her lead there.
What a beautiful drone shot there, and yeah, just a testament to I think the beauty of rowing. It just looks stunning. You know, the sun is shining, and she's just looking very comfortable there. And yeah, what a beautiful sport. I'm biased, but this is definitely picture worthy.
It is. I think I can see some photographers there on the bank with their lenses poking out towards the river. This is about as picturesque as the Thames Valley gets, nestled here in Oxford countryside. And you can see, I'm not sure, I think the Jessica Weir there of Shiplake paused briefly in that drone shot, so I'm not sure if something has happened with the race because her ratings come right down. We'll let you know as soon as we know. But at the minute, Jessica looking very comfortable indeed, not racing at all.
No, exactly. And we talk about not knowing what's going to happen. And you can't see on your screen here, but we've just seen actually that unfortunately Heidi looks to have capsized, poor thing. So the umpire boat is attending to her and just making sure she's okay. But that is just, it's always a traumatic experience to end up in the water during a race. But I have to say, it does happen to the best of us. I think many very successful rowers will have had that experience once or twice.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable at the time, but I'm sure we want to look back on and smile on in years to come. Not sure there whether it was a collision with the booms or just a slightly rogue stroke that left Heidi Taylor of Derby Rowing Club in the water, giving, of course, Jessica Weir of Shiplake College basically a free ride through to the semi-finals. And Sophie, like we've been saying all morning, that will definitely give her a little bit of an advantage later on, having not had to scull quite as hard all the way down the course.
Definitely. Yeah, she'll be in recovery mode now, so, you know, UT2 making sure that whatever, lactate she built up in her legs earlier on in those first, testing moments of the race, she'll be flushing out now, and the recovery will have started for her already, going into that, going into her next race. So she'll be making sure that she's doing everything she can to put herself in the absolute best position for her races ahead of her later on for this Di Ellis Trophy.
So we're just watching the conclusion of the quarterfinal of the Di Ellis Trophy. We're watching on one of our other screens here the recovery effort just to get the boat clear of the water ahead of the next round of racing here at Henley Women's Regatta. Sophie, you've got far more experience in this than I have, but we were discussing there sort of recovery between races, how athletes are going to go off the water and sort of manage that process. What does that look like? Once you've got 3 races back to back in a day, what are the coaches telling their athletes? What are the athletes doing to make sure that whatever's happened, whether it's an easy scull like this or a fight all the way down, that they can enter the next round in the best possible position?
Yeah, I think there's so many elements to this, and it depends on the weather, it depends on the crew, it depends on the timing of the races. So just looking at today, you know, it's warming up, so it'll be important to stay hydrated. You want to make sure you're getting lots of fluids, not only water but electrolytes. You'll need to refuel, so you will have had a good breakfast before this, and you'll need to eat again, just making sure that you can keep those energy levels up. You know, it's also about flushing out the lactate from the legs and making sure that your body's in a strong position and can function for the rest of the races. So whether you go for a walk down the towpath or perhaps sit on the erg or spin it out, you know, that will be important too. And I think as well, just making sure that you have time to switch off between races is also really important. So whether that's listening to music or reading a book, or actually for many of these athletes, you know, whether they'll have to put their heads in their books and do a bit of studying as well. That's you know, one thing that could be on the cards. So a lot to manage here. But you know, some of these athletes are racing 3 times today, so there may not be a lot of time for that rest and recovery, and you know, they often may find that they jump from one race to the next without much time to sort of relax. So it's a real balancing act.
Jessica Weir then rounds off the Di Ellis Trophy for the single sculls, securing her place in the semi-final later on this afternoon. Just as we wait for the course to be cleared after that capsize, just to give you an update on what's to come over the next few races or so at Henley Women's Regatta. We have 4 races for the Junior 18 quadruple sculls, the B Langridge Trophy, coming up for you. They'll be followed by Aspirational Club 8s, Academic Quads, and then back into the junior events with the J18 coxed 4s and the J18 Championship 8s later on. We'll follow that with some lightweight racing in the lightweight singles, doubles and pairs before we move over to the championship pairs as we head towards midday. So if we can see they're just lining up on the start line then. Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club A and Kingston Grammar School, both big names. We've seen Wycliffe over and over again this morning, a program with great ambition for the rest of the season. So they'll be looking to their very best as they head into this race.
Absolutely, I think they'll be looking to follow on in the successes of some of their teammates. So on the right hand of your screen here, you see that Wycliffe crew of Lily, Yasmin, Elizabeth and Ella, and on the far side of your screen, Kingston Grammar School, comprised of Audrey, Natasha, Lola and Matilda, and look, they're off. It's those few short, sharp strokes, that starting 10 sequence. Everyone approaches it slightly differently, but already some steering issues, as you can see. Gosh, kind of awfully close to the left-hand side there.
Yeah, a difficult start there for both crews. Wycliffe steering into the middle of the course, pushing Kingston across, just hoping that by the time the booms come into play, yeah, I think they'll just both about be okay, but Wycliffe seem to be steering back across. Wycliffe have a little bit of a history here with some unfortunate collisions with the booms a couple of years ago, snapping a blade in one of their early rounds, ending their dreams of winning Henley Women's Regatta. They'll be doing everything they can to avoid a repeat of that this year. But I think, Sophie, both crews have recovered, and Wycliffe looking incredibly strong as they head out of Temple Island.
Absolutely, that is sheer power you're seeing there, and you know the quad is. We've just watched some singles, and you can see just an immense change in speed. So these boats are moving really quickly, and ultimately they'll be more sensitive as well to the steering. So just a bit of steering, you know, sends them left to right. When you've got so much power underneath you, that tends to be something you see. And again, from that drone shot, there is a little bit of steering going on here, but nothing too dangerous, and already in these early stages of the race, Wycliffe pushing out into that full-length lead ahead of Kingston Grammar School. Yeah,
perhaps no surprise then to see Wycliffe out ahead. Home favourites, having just come off a win at National Schools Regatta 3 weeks ago, and domestic favourites for Henley Royal Regatta in a week's time. We keep mentioning steering, of course, it's a problem when you go collide with another crew, but every time there's a twitch of that rudder, Sophie, it's a bit of a break on the boat. It slows the boat down a little bit, and it's more work those athletes have to do. So I'm sure they'll be trying to avoid steering as much as they can.
Exactly, and it also makes the course longer. So, you know, the shortest course is from A to B, not from A to, you know, B to C to D. So it's a real challenge to make sure you take the shortest line down the course, especially when it's a really tight race. But you can see both boats moving into the middle of the river now, making sure that they're in no danger of any mess ups or coming close to those booms. But it does look, as we've been sitting here, just that Wycliffe has pushed about a length and a half out in front, and I suspect they'll want to push their lead out a bit further before they can start relaxing a little bit. I mean, they're certainly not out of danger here, and you can see Kingston really pushing them on.
Yeah, the umpire looking very calm there. No indication that he's moving towards his flag to move these crews apart. Once they've got enough space between them, there's no real need for the stations to be too strictly enforced, and the crews can move around within what's safe for them as they head down the course. You can see they're on board, Sophie. You can see it actually there with Lily Martin's seat in the bow of the Wycliffe crew. You can see there are a couple of screens that she had, I think a stroke coach, and then some telemetry data coming in as well. It's a lot of data for an athlete to process. Can it be helpful to see exactly what your blade's doing through the water, or can it be a little bit of a distraction on the course?
Yeah, it depends. Typically, you tend to see telemetry used much more in training, just to give you data as to what's going on, and not so much in racing. But it comes down to each individual crew, so that will certainly be an individual choice that you're seeing there.
Absolutely. So just moving into the second round then of the B Langridge Trophy, the second quarter-final. Sir William Perkins School on the Berkshire Station and St Edward's School A crew, Teddies as they're affectionately known, on the Buckinghamshire Station, both in the shadows of Templar. Now looks to be a slightly cleaner start for the steering from both crews. Teddies a crew on the rise, and of course William Perkins School, a big name on the junior scene, always are. So I think another exciting race to watch unfold here as we keep an eye on Shiplake's dominant row down the course here at Henley Women's on the right hand side of your screen.
Yeah, and an early lead here on the left-hand side from St Edward's. It'll be a good place to be where they are. You know, they're close to the booms, but they have pushed out a few seats, and that's always a really exciting position to be. You know, you have the confidence that you're just that little bit faster than your opponent in the first minute of the race, and that should give you, you know, all you need to really keep on pushing. But as I'm saying that, look, Sir William's Perkins School pushing back and absolutely not letting them go. You can see they're a little bit lower on their stroke rate, and but coming dangerously close to the booms here.
Yeah, I'd be starting to sweat if I was in the bow of that
gosh.
Perkins crew. I think they may have just rescued it at the very last second.
That was, yeah, a very close call, and it would have ended their racing very early on. But look, they're absolutely back into it, pushing and knocking at the door here. What a great drone shot.
Yeah, the drone shots of the quads are fantastic. You can just see, there we go. It's almost as if our producer's listening to us as we commentate on these shots. But the drone shots, you can see they're fantastic. There's the synchronicity between those crews. The Teddy's crew, I think, looking excellent, looking very calm, looking poised, looking long, looking happy, even though they are under pressure from Perkins.
You know, that's a really impressive thing, to be relaxed and calm and as you say, sort of happy when you are down, because, you know, there's often this feeling, oh gosh, you know, this is, you know, the feeling of scrambling. What can we do? How can we get back in front? And ultimately, you know, it's those crews that are able to maintain that composure that go on to do really well.
One eye then on the battle unfolding there between Teddies and Perkins as they head towards the end of their race. Another on the next round of the B Langridge Trophy. Shiplake College on the right hand side of your photo there, and Tadway Scholars School on the left. Shiplake, of course, who've been commentating on earlier today. A junior women's program on the rise, having had huge success in the quads over the last few years. Scull is a name that everyone, whether or not you're at the junior or the senior end of your rowing career, will be familiar with. A hugely impressive program down on the tidal Thames. But Sophie, looks to me as though Shiplake had a slightly better start here.
It is. This is you know, they'll be familiar with this area of the world, so that'll be making them feel confident. So we see Anna, Maya, Emily, and Sophia here from Shiplake just pushing out, and it's often the case, you know, if you can establish that early lead, if you can get a few seats up on your competitor from Tideway here, that sort of carries you through the rest of the race. Not always, and especially, you know, in head-to-head racing here, it's never guaranteed, but it is a good position to be in. You see there Alice, Tess, Amalka, and Orla from Tideway. Scullers just saying, hang on a minute, don't get too comfortable, we are right beside you.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, and you can see perhaps the drone shots from sort of high above later on, that the course at this point is very much close to the towpath, almost in touching distance of the competitors, but it's going to wind out, it's going to move away from the towpaths as they head down, and that kind of silent, unspoken conversation between the two crews is only going to grow more intense. They're going to be talking to each other with their words and saying, look, we're still here, we're not going away. You can see neck and neck between the two crews.
Absolutely neck and neck, yeah. So that lead that Ship Lakes once had has been diminished here, and Tideway look like, again, sort of just showing, hey, don't get too comfortable, we're right here. And look, you can just see in the last 10 strokes whether they've taken a move or they've just been a bit more successful in their base rhythm. They've looked to, they've taken 2 or 3 seats already, and they are absolutely in that first place position in this quarterfinal.
I think we just called that at the end of the previous quarterfinal there. Sir William Perkins beating St Edward's School to a place in the semi-finals later on today. But just flicking back then to the battle between Scullers and Shiplake. Scullers, Sophie, like you say, just eroding stroke by stroke the lead that Shiplake had from the start, and looking super calm and super relaxed as they do it.
Looking super calm indeed. Look, you can see it's a lot of hard work. You see a shot of their faces there, huffing and puffing along and just making sure that, they're together and they're just maintaining that strong position, and you can absolutely see that they are absolutely charging down the course, and it'll be intimidating here for Shiplake, and they'll be absolutely doing all that they can to try to get out in front again. We see this real battle, and it was one of those cases where that we could have called that race early on, but it wasn't over, and it's still not over until it's over.
Yeah, Shiplake looking confident, having taken back a lead from... Sorry, let me correct myself. Scullers looking confident, having taken back a lead from Shiplake early on in this race. Moving our eyes then down to the final quarterfinal of the B Language Trophy. Henley Rowing Club A crew on the Berkshire Station and Hartpury College A crew on the Buckinghamshire Station. Henley, of course, under Leon Redman, a hugely successful program on the junior scene in the quads and the eights. And Sophie, they're doing justice to that name now with a fantastic early lead as they leave the shadows of Temple Island.
Fantastic indeed. Look at that. Just a few strokes into the race, and they've already gotten about a length and a half potentially lead here over Hartpury. That will be a hugely confident position for them, and look at those blades. They're so together. They're looking so powerful and long, but again, you look over at Hartpury, and they're looking equally powerful and equally long. So it just goes to show it's marginal gains, and when you're operating at this level, there's really not much in it, and small changes can result in big outcomes, and that's sort of exactly what you're seeing here.
And it's difficult, Sophie, when you're sort of training for these races in a little bit of a vacuum, to know exactly what the speed of your opposition is. You know how fast you are, you can sort of compare your times to previous crews on the same pieces on the same course that you do, but it's not until you get to competition that you see the strategy, the understanding, the speed that each crew has. And Henley here demonstrating that, experts on home water, a hugely powerful program behind them, and just look super confident in the backing they have.
Exactly, and you forget as well that these athletes are rowing against the stream here, so this will be a little bit slower typically than if it was flat water, or if you were going the other way. So there's that element as well of your speed isn't necessarily indicative on this body of water as another body of water. So it's all relative, and I think there's no entering these races in a comfortable position, because there's just so many factors that come into play and so many unknowns. But again, that's what makes this so exciting. And Shiplake still looking, Henley Rowing Club looking confident, looking calm. You can see they've taken down their rate of striking just slightly from earlier on in the race, again in that effort to try to conserve energy in this quarterfinal. They've got another 2 races ahead of them if they cross the finish line in first, and it will all be a game of saving those beans for later on.
Certainly all a game of strategy with lots to play for later in the rounds. Henley Rowing Club, if they're successful here in the quarterfinal, will come up against some incredibly competitive crews as they head towards the final of the B. Langridge Trophy. Wycliffe Rowing Club, of course, we saw just a moment ago, tied with Sculler's School, also likely through to the next round. So it's going to be a really tough competition for these women to get through later on. But so far, not a chink in the armour here of the Henley Rowing Club crew. So we'll just watch the conclusion then of the semi-final of the B. Langridge Trophy. But just flicking our eyes then over to the left-hand side is an all-Thames affair in the first of the Aspirational Club 8s, with Thames Rowing Club A on the Berkshire station and Thames Rowing Club B on the Buckinghamshire station. And I think, Sophie, as expected, Thames A out to a little bit of a lead already.
Yeah, exactly. So these athletes, they train with each other, you know, they'll be friends. And this is really tough, you know, to race against your friends, and especially in this race format where it is knockout, and one crew will progress and one won't. So there'll be, you know, 9 happy athletes here at the end of this race, and 9 athletes who could have been happier. So it's tough, and it's hard not to sort of take things personally. But again, wow, you see just a few strokes into this race that Thames A crew has really pushed out in front, and they look to have about a length at this point, which is just really, really impressive.
Super impressive from Thames there. Clear water already from their A crew ahead of their B crew. A huge program that just seems to churn out success story after success story, Sophie, based on the Tideway. They have the expertise, they have the knowledge, they have the size, frankly, just to produce volume of fantastic crews.
They do indeed. Yeah, you say the size. You know, there's loads of people, all different ages at Thames, and I think that makes for a really great program. Bit of a fun fact about the B crew here: there's 4 Sophies in this boat. So we've got a British Sophie, an Irish Sophie, a French Sophie, and a German Sophie. So.
And a Sophie commentating on their race as well.
We're a team of 5. Yeah, the Sophies.
There you are then, a fantastic shot of the 2 Thames crews battling out in this, the first quarter-final of the Copus Cup for the Aspirational Club 8s at Henley Women's Regatta. Just a quick rundown of the racing we've had so far this morning. We've just wrapped up the last quarter-final of the J18 quads and the B. Langridge Trophy. Henley Rowing Club competing the quartet that will proceed through to the semi-finals later on. Also tune in after lunchtime for the semi-finals of the Aspirational Academic 8s, the Aspirational Club 4s, and all of the junior events that we've had so far, the doubles, the singles, and the quads. But now turning back our attention to the Aspirational Club 8s. We've got 3 more semi-finals, quarterfinals to come after this, with a plethora of domestic favourites all vying for their place in the semi-finals later on today. We'll be here all afternoon through to the conclusion of racing at Henley Women's Regatta. Do keep an eye on the YouTube feed and have a look at our social page as well to keep up with what's going on at the regatta throughout the day. And of course, if you're in the area and at a loose end this weekend, do pop down and enjoy some of the fantastic atmosphere we've got down here at Henley Women's Regatta that's sure only to heat up as the day progresses and we get closer towards those all-important finals later on this afternoon. Thames A there, Sophie, looking as confident and as comfortable as I'd expect any crew to be here at the regatta.
Yeah, exactly. They look like they are in a fantastic position, and some experienced athletes here. So we have the average age of this crew is 24, so slightly older than some of the other competitors that we've just been commentating on, and a lot of experience under their belts, and many of these women have raced down this course before, so they'll be familiar with where they are in the race, how much they can afford to take this down, and how to put themselves in the best position for the races later on today.
And of course, we've mentioned it for the junior and the student athletes as well. There will be a smattering of sort of full-time athletes in some of these crews, especially later on in the championship events. But for many of these crews, Sophie, these athletes balancing full-time jobs and rowing on the side as well. We'll come back to the All-Thames Affair then, but just turning our attention to the second of the Aspirational Club 8, Vesta Rowing Club B crew on the Berkshire Station and Agecroft Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Both looking to get ahead as soon as they can. In what really is a sprint for 8, there is no time to hang around.
There's absolutely no time to hang around. It's a real battle. And it's just, you kind of have to shoot out of that, the starting blocks like a rocket, as it were, heading for the finish here. It's a game of power. It's a game of togetherness. It's a game of surrendering your brain, as we talked about earlier, over to the cox and sort of letting them guide you. And you can see just that stunning drone shot here. Again, not much in it, in these first few moments of this race.
Yeah, very close racing so far between Vesta and Agecroft Rowing Club. A difficult thing to try and break your opposition early in a late race. The speed takes a little bit more time to get up, and once it does, it's very, very hard to break away from your opposition at the early stages, though it does seem that Vesta is having the more favourable luck in this early round of racing as they come past our camera position here. Just looking to be stretching out lead.
Exactly. They look to have, I don't know if they've taken a move in the last 30 seconds, and but look, you see coming into the middle of the screen, look, both boats vying for that middle spot down the river. But they will have, again, taken that move. They will have decided it's now, we're gonna end this early, and that will be, exactly what they look to do as they head closer into this race here.
We heard the noise there, Sophie, as the 8s came past us from the commentators from the spectators on the bank even. In the singles, it can feel quite lonely, it can feel quite quiet out there on the water. But 8s racing, even with only 2 girls on the water, is loud, it's exciting, it sort of attacks all the senses of these athletes, and tuning into what's important is going to be a challenge and going to be important in winning this race.
It is, and you absolutely, you talk about that loudness and that excitement. I think a lot of that comes to the banks as well, and especially in 8s racing, the crowds cheering tend to be, the noise levels tend to be louder from them as well. So that is, another thing to push them on. But look, you can see here, they'll be moving into a bit of a dead zone, so not much commentary or cheering from the crowd, and then they'll pick that back up towards the end of the race and sort of be spurred on by that second wave of cheers that will no doubt be waiting through them.
Another Vesta crew then in the next round of racing here at Henley Women's Regatta in the Aspirational Club 8. Vesta Rowing Club A on the Berkshire Station, Tyne Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Vesta, of course, a hugely successful programme, very, very much dominant on the women's scene on the Tideway. Tyne have made the journey down from Newcastle today to be at Henley Women's Regatta, and with a successful weekend so far under their belts, they're going to want to do everything they can in this race to try and make their way through to the semi-finals after lunch. But Sophie, I think the dominance of Vesta is going to take quite a lot to overcome.
I think it is. So we saw Vesta ahead in the previous race. They've established a lead again in this race, so a successful club, showing that success, into 2 races, one after the other. And look, they've pushed out even further and are just about to break contact with Tyne, and that's a very dangerous position for Tyne to be in. They'll be wanting to hang on to that contact for as long as possible. It's such a mental game, and once you let that go, it's really difficult to get back into the game.
And we were saying just a second ago about sort of the noise that you have in 8s racing, but once your opposition disappears, it becomes perhaps deafeningly quiet, a little bit too quiet.
It does indeed. You can hear the sound of your blades and your blades only, and there's something comforting almost about being able to hear the other cocks, you know, that sort of tells you they're in striking distance. But when that goes away, you really are left sort of on your own, and the pain levels that they'll be experiencing just become all the more painful when the reward of that first place position isn't dangling right in front of their noses, which, unless they can turn things around significantly here, they will find themselves in exactly that position.
A great shot there then of Vesta Rowing Club leading this quarterfinal of the Aspirational Club 8. So you can see there the rolling hills of the Oxford countryside framing the picture perfectly as the crews pass through the barrier, moving down towards the finish. You can see the cox there motivating her crew to do everything they can just to hold on to this lead. And now Sophie, my mind, if I was in that cox's seat, would start to take over to, okay, how can we manage the energy source of the athletes? How can we manage their sort of next race, even though we're only halfway through this one?
Exactly. You know, this is a quarterfinal, and so these athletes have another 2 races today, and it's, you know, it's 10 o'clock, and the racing finishes by the end of the day. So they've really got to make sure that they put themselves in the best possible position, and that will involve potentially taking it down slightly and just making sure that not too much energy is expended. You often tend to see sometimes when crews do take it down, you know, into that UT1 state, that they'll bring it up again at the finish, because there'll be an element of practicing a sprint or just making sure, you know, they can get that extra 1% and practicing those moves. So you tend to see different strategies here from crews that are ahead. You know, some of them take it right down, some of them want to practice that race pace, and here it looks like Vesta's really, they're just comfortable. And I think that's exactly what this cox is trying to do. She's saying, just let's stay internal, let's stay comfortable, we're in a good position, let's make sure that we maintain that focus heading into the rest of this finals day.
It's something that you often hear coaches shouting at novices for, and perhaps even more experienced crews, is the idea of sort of keeping eyes in the boat, Sophie. It's super critical. Just now, heading back up to the start for the next round of the Aspirational Club 8 City of Bristol Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, up against Molesey Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Molesey, of course, big name on the domestic circuit. City of Bristol, known to throw out some really impressive crews from time to time, and so far seems to be giving Molesey a bit of a run for their money.
Absolutely. Look at that, those blades. A little bit of a wobble there. The crew on the left hand of your screen, but it's just all about power at this moment. And you can see an interesting rig there from Molesey. So they've got a bucket rig in their seats 5 and 6. Again, that'll be a tactical choice from the coach, just looking at the way that the athletes are moving together. So much of eights racing is about combination and figuring out who moves the best together. You know, you want everyone to row the same and, you know, as similarly as possible, and it's often about being creative in those strategies and just trying different things that you know, to gain you that extra inch, which it often comes down to in this type of racing.
Absolutely, that sort of strategy coming in more and more as the boat classes increase in size. And so if you touched on it there, but the bucket rig, what is the coach trying to achieve with that, other than just trying to optimize the crew? Why would they think a bucket rig is the best fit for this Molesey crew?
I think sometimes, you know, if you have 2 athletes that move really well together, you kind of want to have them sit in a position where they can synchronize their movement and transfer that to other areas of the boat. So you see that those athletes moving really well together in those 4 and 5, you know, in that bucket rig. So that'll be beneficial to those behind them, and that'll kind of make sure that they set the bows up really well and put themselves in a strong cohesive rhythm, really. So it's all about rhythm, I think, is the name of the game.
And that bucket rig serving well so far. Molesey Rowing Club, as they pass through the barrier, well clear so far of their opposition from the City of Bristol Rowing Club.
Yeah, look, getting further into the race now. Still striking quite high. Not yet in that relaxed position and absolutely not backing down. I think, you know, this is one of those instances where they may sort of be spending more energy relative to the other boats in this category that they'll face later on today, but again, still out in front and an absolutely dominant position for Molesey, dominant race for Molesey in this quarterfinal.
Moving on then to our next race here at Henley Women's Regatta, the first of the Aspirational quad sculls here with HWR Scull of the Netherlands against USR Triton of the Netherlands. So an all-Dutch affair here in the first round of the quads. Both crews travelling over from Europe to compete here, so both crews are very, very confident in their ability, but a difficult draw to come up against one another this early in the race, Sophie.
It is indeed. You know, you often come abroad to race those abroad, and then you're stuck in a draw with another crew who you may have raced against. But that's, you know, that's how it happens here at Henley Women's, and indeed in many regattas. So it will, I suspect, there'll be nothing in it for these crews apart from just making sure that they cross that finish line first. And you can see the crew on the left hand side, so Triton pushing out ahead, and they're in that process here of breaking that elastic and really just shutting the door for their other Dutch counterparts.
Triton, of course, perhaps one of the better known European crews here down in Henley, always a big name at the Royal and here at Henley Women's every year. This crew in particular won the lightweight coxed quadruple sculls at the Heineken Regatta Regatta earlier in March this year. So a lightweight crew aiming to use their dynamism and ability to get a boat moving as quickly as possible to give them an early lead that they can try and hang on to later in the race. And you can see here, Sophie, them doing just that, not quite letting the crew from Scull come back in.
Exactly, but you know, having said that, they haven't extended that lead much more. I mean, they've broken that elastic, but it's not a walkover, and I think Scull will need to do quite a lot to get back into this race, but you know, never say never.
Never say never. We're already seeing a couple of upsets today on the course here at Henley Women's Regatta, so yeah, never say never. You never know what's going to happen in this style of racing side by side. Quads, I think, Sophie, are always, for me, perhaps the best boat to watch. They're quick, but they're still small enough that you sort of have that real tight-knit feel within the crew, and I'm sure we'll get some drone shots in a second. They just look fantastic when they're rowed right from above.
They do indeed. That drone shot, I agree, if the quad is one of the most impressive ones. It's quads are nimble, they're sharp, you know, as you say, you have that intimacy of being in a four and going really quickly as well. They're absolutely rapid, so you can see that. The Triton crew still out in front, not taking it down too much, but again, a good line from their steering as well, so not coming too close to the boom, so looking very seasoned as they make their way down this course today.
Yeah, looking very, very in control of this race. They've developed a commanding lead from the drop of the umpire's flag, and we're looking to hold on to that for as long as they possibly can. It's interesting. I always think you see it very much sort of on the international scene in different countries with their own style. But each club, of course, has their own sort of preferred strategy for what they want to do in a race. Some will aim to go out very hard and hold on to that lead. Others, as we've seen already today, will also aim to plough back through the field and have a very consistent rate of striking all the way through their race. But so far, the strategy that Triton have chosen have served them well, and they look to be on their way to a comfortable win in the quarterfinal.
You can see they're sort of getting close to the finish now, getting more comfortable, taking things down just a little bit and conserving that energy for later on. Great race here from these two crews.
And I think so it's often sort of the small things that make it more challenging for international crews coming over. I'm not sure in this exact case, but often crews are renting boats and blades from clubs here in the UK, so they'll be trying to get their hands around onto and sort of their heads around the setup of that equipment, that we're trying to manage the logistics, and it just makes it a little bit more complicated than it would be for, say, a Henley rowing club down the road to come and compete at Henley Women's.
That's exactly right. You talk about the equipment, and I think that's really key. You know, you get used to rowing every day in the same boat, and you know the angle of your oars, and you know how your seat feels, and you know the shoes, exactly how they tie and how they feel on your feet. And then you come abroad, and it's not only, you know, the unknowns of the travel and of the accommodation and of the new environment, but also a new boat. And I think that poses significant challenges to some of these foreign crews. So another added factor here, and not always easy to manage.
Just about to see then the start there of the second of our aspirational quad sculls at HWR Rowing Club, Hartbury College and Leeds Composite on the Berkshire Station against the Thames Rowing Club crew on the Buckinghamshire Station.
It's always interesting to see a composite crew. You never know how long these athletes have been rowing for. So, you know, if you take a crew like Vesta, for example, you know that a lot of the athletes have been rowing for a long time together and have had, you know, a few months together potentially, and then you take a composite and they may have been together for a few days even. So it's another added unknown, and always really impressive to see those crews succeed. But you can see an early lead here from the right hand side of your screen. Loving those pink tops.
Again, steering looking just a little bit difficult there for the two crews. Thames, of course, well drilled, spent a lot of time together, and I think have sort of made a move towards the quads in recent years. We've seen some great training videos coming out of Thames of their quads out on the tideway, looking fantastic. The composite there at the top of your screen, 3 of those 4 athletes are on the GB Start program pathway, so all names in that crew to watch out for later on in their careers as they head towards the under-23 and the senior GB rowing team. But for now, it is Thames Rowing Club that lead the Strathclyde Park composite as they come towards our commentary position here. You can see the banks hotting up a little bit as we head towards the centre of the day here at Henley Women's. And Sophie, I think the Strathclyde composite are coming back on Thames.
I think that's right. Look, there's no getting away here. This is a fantastic race, and Thames having established that early lead and you know, thinking to themselves, hey, we might have this, or really having to question themselves here as we see that composite crew just knocking at the door and with every stroke pushing their boat further and further out in front. They're not quite there yet, but let's see how this unfolds.
We've been talking over and over again about the mindset and the psychology of this side-by-side format, and it's very difficult, of course, to come back on another crew, but for the crew being sort of reeled back in by our opposition, when you can see them taking just an extra inch every stroke, Sophie, it's a difficult position when you know you're giving everything you can already give, and that other crew are winding you back in.
Exactly. I think it's a dangerous position to be in. It's really uncomfortable. You know, you think you have that lead, and then you're being challenged and you're being questioned, and you're thinking, how can we do more to make sure that we stay ahead? And it's really exciting on the other hand for the composite crew to go, hey, we were 3/4 of a length down, but look, with every seat we're coming back, and it's really encouraging, and you can't quite see the angle here, but I suspect as they come closer to the camera, we'll see that it is indeed a nail-biting race, and it will really come down to the final 500 meters as to who will take that spot in the semi-final.
Sarah Richards then in the bow seat of the Thames Club crew, doing everything she can to keep her crew on the straight and narrow, giving them every chance they can to squeeze every last bit of speed out of their shell. But it looks to me as though Strathclyde is coming back. I think Thames are going to struggle to hold them off.
I think that's right. You know, it's not necessarily that Thames have run out of energy, but you see these star athletes just looking confident and having a lot more to give. And I think, you know, it's not a 200-meter race. It's really about making sure that you can maintain not only the power but also the technique and the composure and the rhythm into well, all the way down the course. So we'll keep an eye on that race.
We certainly will. A race to watch there between the Strathclyde Park Composite and Thames Rowing Club. We'll turn our attention though to the Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club battle with Reading University A Crew on the Buckinghamshire station. You can see there the view from the umpire's launch, and it looks to me as though Mortlake have had a slightly nicer start. Reading, of course, famous for being the only rowing program, university rowing program in the UK to focus exclusively on sculling, which has traditionally given them a huge advantage in these races. But so far, Mortlake having the better of the two starts, even if their steering has left the umpire with a little bit of work to do.
Exactly. You see them taking that early lead on, and again, we talk about being excited and being confident, and I suspect that's exactly how they'll be feeling. And it'll really all be about staying internal in these first few moments of the race. They'll kind of want to just make sure that they set themselves up for a really good race, and so much of that rhythm is established in the first minute. So you can see here a great shot from the umpire's launch. It's the best seat in the house, and you can see just there the Mortlake crew out in front. Look at those blades entering the water together, and again that drone shot that we love from above. Such a stunning shot of the quads. They're gaining a few centimeters with every stroke here, and just putting themselves in a really strong position.
Yeah, Reading perhaps a little bit surprised to be this far down on their opposition this early in the race. Well drilled in the quad scull, an expert in what it takes to row that boat to its absolute limit, but so far just being outclassed by the sheer power and determination of the Mortlake crew. Sophie, Reading look very relaxed and composed. Mortlake look hungry, and they're not going to let go anytime soon.
They do look hungry, and you know, even being in that position out in front, they're not relaxing. They're, like you said, they're hungry is exactly the right word to describe them, and you can see just a little bit of a higher rate of striking from Reading. They really want to make sure that they can push back into this race, and you can't see it, but we have a drone shot where it looks as if they may have just taken a few seats, and as we've been speaking, and that may have been the result of a push that they've taken, and they're just not letting go. They are so hungry for this win.
Yeah, Reading certainly not letting Mortlake go anytime soon. It's really difficult, Sophie, when you can't see your opposition to try and come back on them. And a really impressive feat that Reading are managing to reel them in.
It is, and especially when you don't have a cox as well. You know, I think a cox can say, hey, we have taken 4 seats in the last minute or whatever it is, and if we keep on doing this, we'll come in contact. But you just don't know in a coxless boat, you know, how much you've had to let go, and how impossible or within reach that other crew is. So there's just so many unknowns, and it's all about, you know, how hard can you push yourself, how much pain are you willing to put yourself in, but again, how composed can you be, and how can you do this strategically? I mean, there's so much that comes into this race, and you can kind of see that unfold here.
The Mortlake crew is certainly willing to put themselves through quite a bit of pain to secure themselves a spot in the semi-final later on this afternoon. We'll check back in with that race in just a moment though, and on your screen now you can see the last of these aspirational quad sculls quarterfinals. This time DSRV Laha of the Netherlands against Bath University's A Crew on the right hand side of your photo. Another international entrant then over from the Netherlands, here to prove what they can do against the finest the Brits have to offer. And even though they've lost their photo, we'll come back to that in just a second, as we can see there them just moving out the end of Temple Island.
Stunning day here on the course. No rain yet, hoping that holds off for later in the day, but look, a great drone shot here, and actually you can see that Netherlands crew in second place position. So Bath University pushing on, and it's going to be a good race. I think, you know, you get a few minutes into the race, and when it's still this tight, and when there's and these crews are sort of still in that racing mode and vying for that spot. You know it's going to be a great race and one to get excited about. So you can see exactly that. Not much movement. These crews, Bath now look to have about almost a length out of the crew from the Netherlands, but equally that crew from the Netherlands, you can see they just look strong. They look confident, and I don't think we can write this one off quite yet.
Two very experienced crews here in front of you on the water at Henley Women's Regatta. The stroke seat of the Laha boat. CG raced at Henley Women's last year in this event, reaching the final, unable to take the win home in the end. Whereas many of the athletes in the Bath crew learned to row on coastal waters, in fact, so making the transition from coastal rowing to river rowing and using that experience that they've gained there under the guidance of Dan Harris at Bath University to just eke out a lead over the Laha crew and trying to hang on for what it's worth.
So all of these athletes in the Bath crew are studying sport and exercise science, so they will have a real leg up in the game of recovery, as we say. So if they do cross the finish line first, and if they do have another 2 races ahead of them, they'll be able to put themselves in a good position.
So if you think having an understanding of the pain your body goes through makes it easier to push or harder?
That's a good question. It's, yeah, how much do you want to know? I think, it's sometimes a game of, well, what can I do independent of how much I know, and how much can I switch my brain off from giving me those pain signals. And I think the thing about rowing, and the amazing thing is it's so much pain, but also so much beauty. I mean, you look at these crews coming down, and it looks stunning. It looks really calm. It looks relaxed. And I think as a spectator on the bank, you're enjoying the day, and there's just such a disconnect between what you're feeling watching, and what these athletes are feeling rowing down the course. So, but that's kind of half the fun of it, really. And you can see just this Bath crew looking incredibly confident here, looking together and looking happy. You can see their legs going down all at the same time, which is it's a good position to be in. They are.
So we're going to keep an eye then on Bath University A as they try to secure their place in the semi-final ahead of Laha from the Netherlands. But on the left-hand side of your screen now, we return to the junior events with the J18 coxed forwards. In this race, Glasgow Academy on the right-hand side of your photo, facing off against Henley Rowing Club's B crew on the left-hand side. Henley Rowing Club, of course, quite a few crews enter across the regatta, a huge program based here in Henley. Will be looking to the very best they can. Glasgow, a good history in this boat class, medals previously at National Schools Regatta. They'll be looking to build on that experience and make their way into the semi-final later on today.
Again, camera angles deceiving, but as we come past there, crews look to still be battling it out. Again, it's early stages of this race, and it's far too close to call, but it should be a good race.
We can see there, Sophie, the coxes sat in the bows of the boat, unlike they are in the 8s, set up in the sterns. They can't see the athletes, but they have got a slightly better view of the course. I don't know how many coxes you've spoken to about it, but it's a slightly different experience than to be down in the bows where they can't see their athletes, having to rely on feedback from the bow seat perhaps as to what's going on around them. So it's sort of a difficult balancing act, a lot of communication that needs to go on between those two seats.
Absolutely, but for the athletes in the boat, it's one less thing to think about steering down this course, and they can sort of surrender their brains, as we've talked about before, to the cox, who will absolutely be telling them what to think, how to push, how to move on, when to move on, and an incredibly close race you see there from that drone shot between Glasgow and Henley, and it looks as if Glasgow's just put their nose out in front, but not by much. Looking quite upright, that Glasgow cox. You tend to sometimes see coxes sitting as far down as possible in the boat, just in terms of weight distribution and being aerodynamic, but just looking quite quite upright, but I suppose, you know, that's one way to make sure that you really do have sight of everything going on around you. You know, there's a lot to navigate down this course, and so, you know, wider field of view is often better. And so you can see close race as they come through the barrier there.
Worth noting, of course, these are the J18 events, but many of these athletes won't be in their final year at school. Bryony Wood, for example, at J15 this year, won the National Schools Regatta Championship Single Sculls earlier in the year, and now making the move into the sweep boats to try and make her mark on yet another category. But Sophie, impressive to have such young talent in these boats already.
It is, yeah. It's really impressive, and we've seen this time again at this regatta. There's just so much athlete. It's exciting to see so much talent so early on, and actually so much talent across the board. You know, I think it's absolutely fantastic for women's sports, and exciting for these athletes as well. You know, they've got many of them some very long careers ahead of them if they do progress up to the senior team and then ultimately to the Olympics. So an exciting time to be in the sport.
Yeah, a bright future ahead for all these athletes, no doubt. The second round then of the Gordon School Challenge Cup is underway for J18 coxed fours. St Edward's School B crew on the Berkshire Station faced off against Henley Rowing Club's A crew on the Buckinghamshire Station. Henley Rowing Club not faring quite so well in their battle against Glasgow on the left hand side of your photo. Maybe their A crew can do better against Teddy's.
Yeah, so both crews got off the start relatively well. Again, as to be expected with a cox in the driver's position. You can see, if you've watched some of the earlier races, the rate of striking tends to be a bit higher, but in these cox crews, you're carrying an extra person, so you can't always, you know, shoot off the line at rate 40 or, you know, whatever it may be. And there's an extra weight in the boat, and so naturally the stroke rates tend to be a little bit lower. But again, St Edward's here on the left, closer to the towpath, look to have established about a length now and looking long and strong in the water there.
Yeah, not the best race for Henley at all so far in these two races, struggling both against Teddy's and Glasgow Academy. They'll be looking to do their very best to come back from there. But Teddy's looking fantastically strong in their King Racing shell as they pass the quarter-mile mark and try to stride out into that sort of race rhythm. So if you said just a second ago that they often struggle to get the rate up a little bit higher at the start than perhaps a cox's boat of the equivalent size. But once they're into the race and you sort of got up that momentum, surely having a cox on board is more of an asset than it is a drawback.
Absolutely, yeah. There's an element of motivation, right? And I think every athlete is different, and personally I always loved having someone kind of tell me what to do and not to have to use my brain and just think about using my body. And I think that's definitely an asset when you get into the later stage of the races, especially around that race strategy. So these crews will all have a plan. You know, they'll have something written down that they're looking to achieve. Just because when four people work together, it's, you know, they're able to produce a result that's greater than the sum of their counterparts. So I think that cox is really the driving force behind that, and really, really important. I think there's often a misconception about coxes as to, you know, well, they're just along for the ride, but I think that is certainly untrue.
I'm sure most coxes would disagree with that at least.
I think they would.
So just in screen now, if you've just joined us for the live feed of Henley Women's Regatta 2023. You join us midway through race number 330 around of the Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior 18 coxed fours. Glasgow Academy lead Henley Rowing Club's B crew. Glasgow Academy lead Henley Rowing Club's B crew, and St Edward's School lead Henley Rowing Club's A crew in these two quarterfinals. St Edward's School in shot now as they head their way down the course towards the finish line. You can see there Sophie the Cox doing lots of talking, trying to motivate her crew in the Teddy's boat, trying to will them to hold on to that position as they head towards the line.
I think you're right. She's doing a lot of talking, a lot of motivation. And you know, we talked about rowing being one of those sports that's great to see your opposition losing, but it's not possible for these coxes in these cox boats. But look, turn our attention now to the top of the race.
Race at 331 then has just joined our screens. Another round of the Groton Challenge Cup for scores. The J18 coxed fours. Moncton Coombs School faced off against Marlow Rowing Club's A crew on the Buckinghamshire station. Both crews looked to have had a fairly even start, although if I was a betting man, I'd say Marlow have had a slightly stronger start and will look to edge out that lead towards the end of the island.
Agreed, though. We're just looking at a drone shot that you can't see, and it does look like Moncton is in that first place position with about a couple of seats over Marlow, but again, far too close to call. These athletes are very much in the early stage of this race, which can be so deceiving. You know, there's a real marked difference between, you know, the first minute and how crews go about executing that versus carrying that rhythm through to the rest of the race. And I think it's not always indicative, you know, who comes off the line first as to who's going to retain that position, and you can see exactly that. So Moncton, having had an early lead, is now being challenged by Marlow, who's just with every stroke coming back into this race. And if I was a spectator on the bank, I would just be absolutely taken aback by how close this race is. What a fantastic battle here we're seeing.
Yeah, fantastic battle there. Marlow managing to claw their way back. Marlow, of course, Sophie, much like the Thames and the Henleys that we've seen so far today, huge programs with a lot of infrastructure behind them that allow them to create just crew after crew that manages to come through the regatta stage and be incredibly successful. And you can just see, I think, there the confidence in that Marlow crew. They're a little bit more composed, a little bit more relaxed than their opposition, and that might just be the difference that helps them secure a victory here.
I think that's it. You know, composure is so important. Keeping relaxed is so important. You can see the crews look relatively, their strokes are relatively similar. The rate at striking, the way that they're rowing the stroke is similar. So I think it will just come down to a matter of not only composure, but just power, experience. Again, the cox plays a role. You know, has the cox called the moves at the right time? You know, it looks like, having been behind, that Marlow cox has made a really sensible decision to call a move, take advantage of, you know, the Moncton crew potentially settling into a rhythm and being at a more vulnerable point in their race plan. And I think we can see that really playing out in front of our eyes.
And that is, of course, the benefit of having someone in the boat who's dedicated to your strategy and your line and your steering and your motivation, is they have a little bit more headspace to look around and see what the other crew's doing and weigh up those calls and decide what the best strategy is going to be for their crew. And so far for Marlow, that is working an absolute treat.
It is indeed. You can see the sun has come out. It was a bit cloudier earlier on in the day, but things are certainly heating up here. So hydration, all the more important for these athletes who, if they maintain their lead, Marlow Rowing Club will have another 2 races ahead of them today. So all to play for today out at Henley Women's Regatta.
And if you just joined us, you're watching on screen Marlow Rowing Club's entry into the Junior 18 coxed fours. Over the next hour or so, we're going to continue the level of junior racing to begin with. We're going to have the quarterfinals of the Junior 18 Championship 8s, the Peabody Cup, before we move to some lightweight events and some small boat championship events just as we head towards midday. But now you can see on screen the final round of the quarterfinals of the Junior 18 coxed fours. Shiplake College A on the Berkshire station and Shandon Boat Club Island on the Buckinghamshire station. Shiplake College, of course, as we've mentioned several times already, very much a well-known institution on the junior rowing circuit, and I believe at National Schools 2022, so National Schools last year, this crew, the equivalent crew, was the only crew to win a medal at National Schools in a Euro rigger, so a non-wing rigger style boat, which I always think is testament to the fact that it's not just the boat that makes you go fast.
Absolutely. I think there's often a misconception that, you know, you put your athletes in the latest technology and they'll automatically win. You know, it's like having a motor, but in reality, rowing isn't quite like that. There's so much that comes into it, and I think you can absolutely see that here from Shiplake on the left-hand side, really already establishing about a lead over Shandon Boat Club in Ireland, established in 1877. So really long-standing history here, but Shiplake looking calm, looking relaxed. Look at the cox really taking a consistent line. I'd say that's an ideal position to be in, so not too close to the buoy, to the boom, sorry, but just making sure that, you know, the line is as straight as possible, and that's important for these athletes as well. You know, when you're wiggling from right to left, the boat can be on set and it can throw you off your rhythm, but if you keep as many things consistent and you know, the same, then it allows the athletes to do what they do best, which is exactly what you're seeing here.
Absolutely. Shiplake leading this round of the Groton Challenge Cup for schools as they pass through the barrier mark. A hugely impressive junior program that just seems to produce an absolute conveyor belt of talent that propels the club up through the ranks, not only domestically but also internationally. Many athletes going on to represent GB and the likes of GB France and at Junior World Championships. So all the girls rowing here and in many other clubs as well are names to keep an eye on over the coming years. But so far, Shiplake just looking the more comfortable crew, looking more in control of this race, looking a little bit more powerful as they look to extend their lead.
Exactly, yeah, extending their lead is exactly what you're doing, and you can see just the cox and the Shiplake boat having a little look behind to see their opposition, making sure they're not in danger of losing their lead. I think that's, you know, another tough thing as a cox in these cox fours is you can't see the boat behind you. So again, we talked about that communication and really relying on solid communication between the bow person and the cox to make sure that the boat is executing the right strategy. And again, in Shiplake case, it will be about maintaining a lead, maintaining composure, not expending too much energy, and just being as comfortable as possible.
It's a funny thing to say, but we are looking to be comfortable in the boat. It might not look comfortable from the outside, but these athletes are trying their very best to be comfortable and to be in control of everything that's going on, which is a balance that's not always struck, but so far Shiplake delivering what seems to be an absolute masterclass in that control and confidence.
Yeah, you can see just coming into the final stretch of this race here, these athletes are doing all they can to enjoy it, I think, as much as possible. I think that's the thing we don't often talk about too, is, you know, we put all this pressure on winning and you know, and making it to the next race, but it is, just watching it now, it is all about, we do this for fun, so hopefully these athletes will be having as good a time too.
Heading back up to the start then on the left-hand side of your screen for the first semi-final of the Peabody Challenge Cup for junior women's eights. In this first round, Surbiton High School A crew on the left-hand side of your screen and Godolphin Latimer A crew on the right-hand side. Surbiton, I feel like I want to repeat this morning, Sophie, but Surbiton, another crew that's massively on the rise on the junior scene in recent years, has produced a huge number of very, very successful athletes at the top end. Many of the crew members in this crew returning from the World Championships, and of course have gone on to produce talent for the GB team such as Lola Anderson, who's currently competing in the single sculls.
And you can see that very much taking place here in front of you. So that Surbiton crew really pushing ahead, moving out in front. Don't exactly know how much they've taken, but at least half a length here, may even be more. And again, you see that just sheer power. That's one of the great things about eights racing, is it just allows you to put it all out there on the water, and that is exactly what these athletes are doing. We can see a drone shot that you're not seeing on your screen, and it looks as if Surbiton has extended their lead now. Look, you can see it there into about a length, so and still moving. So with every stroke, you know, you can see them charging ahead, and they will be absolutely gunning to break that elastic and put themselves in the best position possible as early on in this race as they can.
Surbiton High School then leading this quarter-final of the Peabody Challenge Cup. Silver medalists earlier on this year at the National Schools Regatta. They'll be looking to better that result as they head towards Henley Royal, with Henley Women's being the most valuable stepping stone on the route through to that ambition. And yeah, Sophie, like you say, they look like an absolutely class crew. They look relaxed, they look composed, they look powerful. Although having said that, Godolphin and Latimer aren't letting them get away.
They're absolutely not, and we saw that drone shot there. You can see Godolphin and Latimer just pushing potentially a seat or two up, and you can see just by looking them on the screen, striking slightly higher than a Surbiton. So I suspect they'll be in the middle of a move here, and their cox will have called this. Their cox will have said, look, we are, you know, a length behind. We need to make this up. We need to go now, and they will have put the gas on. They'll be seeing how much of lead they can eat into from Surbiton, and trying to crawl their way back into the race. But let's see if that's worked out for them. I think potentially not as much as they had hoped. They're sort of still sitting a length back.
And it's a difficult position for the cogs to be in. So if you call for a push, you say, you know, we're gonna break them now. We're gonna go for them now. And they deliver. Your athletes give you that push, and that break doesn't come. It's very, very difficult then to motivate your athletes to continue to push and say, it could come again. We have to stay on. They can make a mistake. But it's a very, very difficult position to be in.
It is, and I think that's so much of where the skill of being a cox really comes in, is to being in tune with your athletes and how much can they give, and when can you push them, what do you need to say to them to motivate them and make sure that they move in, you know, together and strongly and in, you know, the most efficient way possible. So it's tough to be in that position, as you say, where, you know, you may have called something and it may not have resulted in what you had expected, and how do you make sure you stay in that race. But ultimately these coxes and these athletes will have hopefully had time together to figure that out and to discuss, you know, what motivates them and how best to approach this race. So I think it won't all be new for them, and they'll be resound in their efforts to sort of stay together and really challenge Surbiton crew is exactly what we're seeing.
So Surbiton currently leading Godolphin and Latimer in the first quarterfinal of the Peabody Challenge Cup. Flick your attention now though over to the left hand side of your screen for the second quarterfinal. St Paul's Girls' School on the Berkshire Station and Henley Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire Station. Again, Henley Rowing Club and St Paul's, both big well-known programs that have produced some fantastic crews over the years. Both will have lofty ambitions for the remainder of this season, and this quarterfinal will decide who gets to realise those ambitions over the course of today's racing.
Too close to call here, so coming towards the end of the island, and you can see that lovely shot there of Henley Rowing Club just looking together, and again heads in the boat looking, oh look what a lovely drone shot we're seeing there. Not much to call at this moment, but Henley Rowing Club again potentially 3-4 seats up at this stage, though that is certainly not a lead they'll be comfortable with. And you can see, just as we're saying this, with every stroke, St Paul Girls' School clawing back in, and you know, this is real side-by-side racing. This is just, you know, absolutely guns a-blazing, and you'll have the energy to feed on the other crew as well. You know, these crews will be pushing each other. You can hear them. It's close, it's intimate. You can see the crowds there on the banks. There'll be loads of noise, and it'll be really, really exciting, I think, for these athletes to be in this moment right now.
Yeah, incredibly exciting, and it comes back to that balance that we've discussed time and time again, Sophie, of being able to use that motivation the right way, that excitement, that adrenaline rush you get at the start, being able to channel that in the right direction. So that by the time you get on the water and you're in this race, you're focusing on your cox, you're focused on your race, and you're able to execute in the way that you know you can.
Yeah, exactly, and again, you know, when you have overlap, there's really no telling who could go on to win, and you see Henley Rowing Club still pushing out, still, you know, half a length, but St. Paul's looking equally strong here and just not letting them go. So I think, you know, we're coming into the middle of the race. This is a bit of a dead zone. You can see you're at a point in the race where you're not always close to the bank, and you don't have that noise, so that's when it becomes all the more important to sort of surrender yourself to your cox and to really tune into what they're saying and tune into the race and the plan. And then you'll see in just a moment these athletes will come into the competitor zone, and so then they'll be spurred on by all the crowds on the side of the bank. But this is an important point in the race here, where it's all about staying internal and executing exactly what they set out to do.
Henley Rowing Club perhaps a little bit disappointed not to be able to shake off St. Paul's earlier on in the race. Henley, traditionally one of the strongest junior women's programs in the country. St. Paul was known for boating crews from time to time that really challenge at the top level, and this could be one of them. Speaking of, just flicking over then to the left-hand side of your screen for the third semi-final of the Peabody Challenge Cup, Lady Eleanor Hollis on the Berkshire Station, Headington School Oxford Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Headington School Oxford, fresh off of a win at the National Schools Regatta, home favourites by quite some margin for the Prince Philip Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, and therefore favourites for this race here at Henley Women's, although being put under pressure immediately by a strong showing from Lady Eleanor Hollis.
A strong showing indeed. You can see those girls are just chomping at the bit. They're striking slightly higher, so they're trying to keep themselves in this race. You can see Headington taking perhaps a bit more of a relaxed approach to this first section of the race, but the Lady Eleanor crew not letting them go at all, and really pushing them on and challenging them there. They're absolutely still in a position where they can eat into the early lead established by Headington. And I think it will all now be about looking across. You know, they've come across that initial point of the race, and they'll be looking to strategize now. You know, the cox will be saying, don't let them get away, and what can we do to get back up into that first place position.
Just seeing there then, Henley Rowing Club A completing their race to beat Godolphin and Latimer and to secure their place in the semi-final of the Peabody Challenge Cup later on this afternoon. Switching back to the battle emerging between Headington School and Lady Eleanor Hollis. Headington seemed to be extending their lead away from Lady Eleanor Hollis. And Sophie, I was sat on the bank at National Schools Regatta for the final of the Championship Women's Eights, and to me the Headington crew just looked a class above the rest. I think the way they're rowing today just signifies complete confidence in their ability to win races.
Yeah, I think it's so special when you have a crew that does stand out from the rest, and I think these athletes will be so confident in that. You know, past successful performances really, really help to build that confidence, and I think these athletes will absolutely be feeling that confidence as they enter this race, and it's really special when you find something that works really well. As you can see, it's just absolutely working well for them. So I think confidence is really key, and you can see that here.
Yeah, Ryan Domain's program at Headington School producing boat after boat of incredibly able athletes that will no doubt go on to have sparkling careers further beyond the realms of the Thames Valley. But for now, it is Headington School that leads Lady Eleanor Hollis in this, the penultimate semi-quarterfinal of the Peabody Challenge Cup.
So coming into the second half of this race here, you see the camera angle there on that Headington crew having taken it down a little bit, looking really together, so you can see their bodies moving in synchrony. It's really important that you drive the first part of the stroke there, so that the legs go down and the bodies move together. You know, sometimes get athletes doing different things, but if you can stick together and do that leg drive the same, you can put yourself in a really good position.
Back up to the start we go then for this, the last quarterfinal of the Peabody Challenge Cup. Tideway Sculling School on the left hand side of your photo, and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association ASRA on the right hand side, now the left hand side on the Buckinghamshire station. Both these crews well known, of course, on the domestic circuit. Tideway Scullers up and down the country, known for producing fast, capable, potent eights. ASRA, a history of great success, especially in the small boats, with technical finesse, medaling multiple times this year at National Schools Regatta, looking to carry over some of that technical brilliance into the eight and challenge some of the big names at the top of the sport.
Technical brilliance indeed is what you're seeing here as they establish almost a length's lead over Aberdeen Schools. Just dominant again, you know, and confident. You know, these athletes are, you know, a few minutes into this race and should be feeling all the more confident for getting this far up. And it's really a game of how much can you establish early on. I think in this style of racing, you know, you forget that a normal 2K race is a lot longer. You know, the full Henley course is not what they're racing today. They're racing a slightly shorter version of the course, so about 1,500 meters. So, you know, the race strategy is different. It's because it's shorter, you can afford to put more power into it, and sometimes that comes into it comes to favor, you know, certain crews or disadvantage others. And you can see, regardless of the, you know, strategy and of the race length here, that Tideway crew is absolutely showing their prowess.
Tideway Scullers then leading this quarterfinal of the Peabody Challenge Cup by a length ahead of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. If you didn't quite catch it, the result of the last race was Headington School beat Lady Eleanor Hollis to secure their place in the semi-final of this event later on today. You can just see there a great shot of the crews lining up, queuing up to get back across the course so they can get back up to their start for their race, as Scullers continue their charge ahead of ASRA down the course.
Again, not looking too comfortable, so Tideway have definitely established a lead, but they're not yet in that position where the cox can say, hey, let's take it down, let's relax, let's start this recovery early on. You know, you can see the stroke really there, good shot, just going for it, absolutely leading her crew, taking charge, posting a good time, I think, is what they're looking to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially with the risk of lightning storms later on today in Henley, the Control Commission has issued a very clear statement about what would happen in that situation, and all crews are out there trying to give their very best shot to lay down the best time, so that should the worst happen, they can maximise their chances of success in the regatta and give themselves the confidence as they go forward to the likes of Henley Royal Regatta next week in their ability to compete at the very highest level on this course. Of course, Henley Women's Regatta is a 1,500 metre race, much like the LA Olympics will be in 2028. Henley Royal in a couple of weeks' time, a little bit longer than the standard 2K course. So, variability, Sophie, in what these athletes are being asked to do and the strategy they're going to have to use. But I think especially in 8, 2K is already a sprint, 1,500 has to be all out.
Oh, absolutely, and especially in an 8, you know, this is a quick race, and you think about executing a 2K on an erg, and it's, you know, 7 minutes or, you know, thereabouts, and this is much shorter. You know, this is, so you have to, whether you condense your race plan or you cut out a portion of your race plan or you change it altogether, this will be unfamiliar for a lot of the athletes who are so conditioned to racing that full 2-kilometer distance.
Yeah, very different from the type of racing that scullers might be used to on the tidal Thames. Longer 6 or 7 kilometer courses typically used for their races there. As we come to the sharp end, shorter, punchier racing, and a demand that tidal so far are living up to. Azra not letting them get away though. Sophie, you said that scullers weren't looking comfortable, and I can see why. They've still got Azra just on their tail, not quite letting go of the boat.
You know, I completely agree with you. I mean, you can see just crossing the line there, but yes, they absolutely did not let them get away. That was a really impressive push, as you say, from Azra.
So then back up to the start. We're moving now into the aspirational lightweight singles. The first race here, right of Marlow Rowing Club takes on New York Rowing Club's Bates.
It's our first semi-final of the day, so the athlete who wins this race will go on to the final later on. So again, the stakes were slightly higher than the quarterfinals when, you know, it was a few races ahead of them, but this is going to be a really important race for both Amy Wright and Laura Bates. And as we're looking at the screen now, you can see Laura Bates on the left-hand side of your screen, just looking like she's taken the lead there, though again, don't want to put a curse on it, but Wright absolutely just gunning for it and not letting her go. You can see Wright's rate of striking when she comes back into the picture is potentially a little bit higher than Bates, and she is just making sure that she does everything in these early stages to keep herself in the race.
Laura Bates then on the right hand side of your image. The keen-eyed amongst you may have noticed she's using blades emblazoned with the Leeds University colours. As a sculler at the high performance end of her job, she splits her time between the New York programme and the Yorkshire Start programme with Matt Moles. It has several allegiances, all culminating to give her the best possible start she can, and a lot of confidence which will take away from that variety of coaching and that variety of centre of expertise that she's had access to over the recent years. And so far, Sophie, although she appears to be being warned by the umpire, she's having a strong race.
She is indeed. You can see her just coming into the middle of the river, as you say, Ed, having to be warned to move over a little bit and make room. But you do see that relaxed composure. You see that calm confidence, and a really clean race as well that we're seeing here from Laura.
Yes, her race is clean, it's well executed. She is under pressure from the Marlow sculler. Don't for a moment think this race is over. But Laura just seems to be taking it in her stride. She doesn't seem to be fazed by what's going on the water beside her. You could see there the Marlow sculler looking around. I think putting in a push there, Sophie, just to try and get some ground back. But Laura looks unfazed.
Putting in a push, she is. I think she realizes, you know, she's the cox of this boat. She's the brains of this boat, and she's looking around and she's seeing Laura eat into that lead, and she's saying, not too fast, you know, I'm not letting you get away. And she's making this difficult for Laura, potentially. And look, you can see just a little bit of a wobble there from the waves, which makes it difficult in a single scull to sort of to row in choppy water. You know, that those wobbles do affect you, and they affect your rhythm and your stride, and so that will, you know, is all to play for as well. But again, look at that beautiful shot of Laura as she rows very confidently down the course.
We'll keep one eye then on the charge of Amy Wright as she looks to put Laura under pressure. But heading back up to the start for the second semi-final of the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. Birmingham University's Meredith on the Berkshire Station faces off against Kennedy of Surrey University.
Erin Burns, the current senior women's captain for the University of Birmingham, and has seen great success this year in the senior women's quad. She's earned both a gold and a bronze at Bucks, so a lot of pedigree coming into this event. And Kennedy learned to row at Headington School Boat Club. She started when she was 16, and she's currently completing a placement year as a software engineer.
You can see there just how turbulent the water is, that boat almost being swallowed up by the water. The drone gives a very picturesque view of the water at Henley, but down in the water, especially in these small boats, just a small wave, a small bit of wash from the boats coming up and down the Thames can throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Just looking back then to the competition that was unfolding between Amy Wright of Marlow Rowing Club and Laura Bates of Newark Rowing Club on the right hand side of your photo. Sophie, I think I'm right in saying that Laura managed to hold off that late charge from Amy.
I think you're right, but I think, you know, she isn't in that recovery position. She's racing still, absolutely. You can see that, you know, even with the camera angle the way it is, you can see she is still gunning for that spot in the final, and she's being challenged. So absolutely kudos to Amy Wright, who is just making her life a little bit more difficult than she would have liked it to be.
Both the semi-finals then you see on the screen now for the aspirational lightweight single sculls. The lightweight factor, of course, Sophie, adding another dimension to what these athletes are being asked to do on race day. They're having to make a certain weight, 57.5 kilograms, I believe, for lightweight women at the regatta. So they have that additional stress on top. But the upside for us as spectators, of course, is it produces this very close racing. The competitors are matched in weight, which means the boats are typically of a very similar weight class. And we get this kind of racing where actually there isn't a huge amount in it.
That's exactly right. You know, you take away those variables and the athletes are the same way, and it does produce a close result, and it comes down really to technical prowess. It comes down to experience, confidence, exposure. It's often a mental game. You know, rowing a single scull is a real mental challenge. You know, you haven't got teammates to spur you on, to sort of give a high five at the start, and you haven't got a cox to tell you what to do. It's just you and you alone. It's kind of the purest form of racing. So definitely a challenge for these single scull racers.
I believe then we're rapidly making our way through these semi-finals. We're moving then to the championship lightweight single sculls. Race number 339. Dart Totnes Rowing Club, Laura Macro faces Upper Thames Rowing Club sculler Naomi Holland. And so far, Sophie, it looks to me as though Laura has established quite a significant lead at this point in the race.
Yeah, you can see that very clearly. She is a few boat lengths ahead. Again, just looking comfortable and calm, and conserving that energy for the final later on.
Naomi Holland of Upper Thames Rowing Club on the right hand side of your picture there finished 4th in the Sculler's Head and won the championship lightweight double scull at Pear's Head early in the year. So a very, very competitive athlete there, but just at the minute being outclassed by Laura Macro, who looks to extend her lead hugely as she comes through the competitors' enclosure at the moment. Just then casting our eyes back to the previous race between Kennedy and Meredith of Surrey University and Birmingham University respectively. As they head towards the latter stages of the race, it is the sculler from Birmingham University that I think is likely to walk away with the win and secure their place in the final later on today.
That's right. A dominant performance there from Meredith at the University of Birmingham. Again, retaining that 3-length lead. I think once you have about 3 lengths, that's sort of the point at which you say, okay, I can relax, I can conserve some energy, and you see exactly that. So on the right hand side, just taking a little bit more of a leisurely approach, but look on the left hand side, Naomi Holland from Upper Thames just doing everything she can to stay in that race and putting a bit of pressure on Laura. And then we turn our attention to the right hand side of the screen, who, sorry, have just finished. I think I may have pulled that race slightly wrong. So the race you're seeing in front of you now is between Laura and Naomi, so Laura slightly out in front.
Laura leading so far, and I think, Sophie, like you said, once you've got sort of 3 lengths of clear water, that's probably the point at which you start to go, okay, we can sort of turn the dial down a little bit, we can give ourselves a bit more time. But the danger, of course, especially in lightweight singles, is that boat speed changes very, very quickly, and actually your competitor turning the screw at the last minute and coming back on you, if you're not in the best position to respond, can be quite a dangerous place to be.
I think that's it. You know, single sculls, they're lighter by nature, which means that they're more reactive, and you know, 10% more power from a single person makes a huge difference, and if that power is dropping off in the other boat, then that gap can close incredibly quickly. But we are looking here, and it looks as if Laura does maintain that comfortable lead. We'll have to wait to see how that develops, though.
We'll certainly keep one eye on that race, but for now let's just flip our attention to the second semi-final of the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. Lee Rowing Club, Burley on the Berkshire Station, and Twickenham Rowing Club, Brunette on the Buckinghamshire Station. My apologies. It looks to me, Sophie, as though there's been a quite decisive move very early in this race, actually, with Twickenham having a substantial lead already.
Yeah, this is sort of one of the most impressive leads we've seen early on. So Annabelle out of Twickenham, really showing her dominance here. So we've just passed, you can see on the drone shot there on the left, just past the end of the island, and Annabelle having extended that lead already to about 2 or 3 lengths. So I suspect, you know, she'll be feeling good about this start, and I don't think she'll want to back off quite yet. You know, it's kind of a strange feeling to row for 2 minutes and then back down. So I think she'll maintain the lead. She'll just see if Claire has anything in here, if she poses a threat, and if she gets a few more strokes into this race and can start feeling comfortable, she may start to conserve her energy for the final later on.
It's a slightly strange position to be in, because you're sat on that start and you're waiting for the umpire to drop their flag. There's adrenaline surging through your body. At this stage in the race, it's still that adrenaline that's driving you. You've still got that sort of initial kick from the start, so you've got no motivation to really wind down. So perhaps when that changes, that's when we'll see a move.
I think that's exactly right. You know, it almost seems impossible when you do have that adrenaline surging through your veins to sort of row comfortably. I think those two things almost seem, you know, they don't go hand in hand. So you're just propelled by that adrenaline, and you saw that start from Annabelle, just such a high stroke rate, absolutely shooting out of those starting blocks, and that has worked really well for her. So you see here, she is just getting further into this race, and again you can see that comfort creeping in, just looking a little bit more relaxed, looking a little bit calmer, and potentially, you know, turning her eyes and her focus now towards the final.
Yes, all eyes on the finals later on here at Henley Women's Regatta. The racing will continue as it is at the minute, with semi-finals through the middle of the afternoon before we turn our attention to the finals as we close out the day. We can see there, though, on the start line, the two crews, University of Wisconsin and Durham University, for the start of the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls, about to kick off in just a moment. And just to give you a quick heads up of what's to come over the next few races, we have 2 championship lightweight double sculls semi-finals, followed by the semi-finals for the championship lightweight pairs, the championship pairs, the development fours, the championship double sculls, the J16 fours, and the J16 quadruple sculls. That's all to come up until midday here at Henley Women's Regatta. Do keep an eye on the YouTube feed. Me and Sophie will be with you for a little bit longer before we hand over to some other commentators to take you through the rest of the day. And of course, all the results are available live up on the website, and I believe over on our Twitter feed as well. So we're off then for this, the semi-final of the championship lightweight double sculls. University of Wisconsin from the USA on the Berkshire station, and Durham University on the Buckinghamshire station. Again, Sophie, a long way to come, so the University of Wisconsin must have a lot of confidence in this group.
Absolutely. So US versus UK. The athletes out of the University of Wisconsin, Evelyn and Alicia, have been in the varsity 8 stern pair during the season. So for those of you not familiar, that will be the university's top boat. They'll be sitting in seats 7 and 8 of that boat, and placed 3rd at the 2022 Head of the Charles in the lightweight 4 this year. So experience under their belts. They've made the trip over to the UK, and they're seeing what they can do to challenge their British counterparts from Durham, and Durham is showing a dominant display here, as in the first few moments of the race they've just eked out an early lead, so they're sitting about a length up over University of Wisconsin.
Absolutely. So far, Durham looking unfazed by the challenge that Wisconsin have thrown their way, with almost a length of clear water between the two boats. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Wisconsin to find the motivation to dig deep enough to come back from this, but anything can happen. We're only about 400 meters into the race so far, and all eyes will be on Wisconsin to see how they can respond to, yes, if like you say, a really quite formidable challenge laid down by Durham in the early stages of this race.
Absolutely, and perhaps we were to expect this performance from Durham. So we have Isabel Sellers was the fastest under 23 lightweight at April trials this year, with Caroline also competing in November and February trials. So both dominant on the British circuit and really vying to make their mark on the international stage potentially. So this is one step towards that career, and they're just showing that that is absolutely possible now, with about a 3-4 length lead over Wisconsin.
Yeah, hugely impressive showing there from the Durham double. Both those names ones to watch as they accelerate through the ranks of the British rowing circuit. A super exciting combination, and it looks like it will be a short-lived regatta for Wisconsin as they get knocked out in all likelihood in the semi-final of the championship lightweight double sculls. You can just see there, Sophie, in that shot, the side profile of Durham, just how powerful both those women look as they move through the water.
They do look powerful, and having won gold at Bucks earlier this year, you know, I think we've talked so many times today about that confidence and building a bank of confidence to go into each race with. You know, you don't know who you're lining up against, and you can't control that, but you can control your boat, and you can control how you feel and how you approach the race. And I think these athletes you can see in that Durham boat have all the reason to be confident, and you can see them moving really well here together. So the blades are going in together, their bodies look really in sync, and it's almost meditative when you get a double that just kind of looks like it moves as one. You know, it's kind of, it's special to see. And you see they're approaching, coming into the second half of this race, and absolutely have taken the rate down, looking calm, confident, and looking towards that final. So what can they do now to recover? What can they do to make sure that they stay in a good position, but also make sure they conserve energy, because they'll be wanting to have a repeat of their gold at Bucks later on today.
Durham University, perhaps the favourites for the Haslam Trophy in the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls, but being challenged eagerly by both crews in the next semi-final of the event. Reading University on the Berkshire Station against Nottingham University on the Buckinghamshire Station. Both crews, Sophie, seem to have had a nice, clean start to this. Durham, of course, famed for their sculling expertise, but Nottingham program on the rise and always formidable to come up against at a regatta like this.
Yep, all to play for here, ahead of them in this 1500 meter race, and as the camera angle shows us, not much in it for these two crews of Reading and Nottingham, though as they come past, it does look to be Reading that have just taken a slight lead, and we're just seeing that drone shot here, so maybe about a length's lead over Nottingham.
Yeah, not much Nottingham seems to be able to do at the moment to match what Reading are putting down on the course. Of course, in these lightweight events as well, it's not only about the power these athletes have, but it's the efficiency with which they can move the boat. They haven't got muscle mass to spare, as it were. They have to be super, super efficient with every stroke. And to me, maybe I spoke too soon, but to me, the Reading crew looking incredibly efficient and actually recovering from a small crab there of the bow goal really, really quite well.
I think it's especially in the lightweight double boat class, that you tend to see the best example of technical prowess, because it is, as you say, Ed, it does come down to how efficiently can you row the boat, how technically sharp are you, and that really makes a big difference, because as you say, these athletes are all roughly the same weight, they have a boat that's roughly the same weight, so it does come down. And just what a beautiful shot there, as you can see the Reading University crew go by, just looking together again. Crab didn't phase them, moving out slightly into the middle of the river. They are just taking charge of this race now. They know they're in a good position, and they've claimed this race. It's their race.
Reading University, of course, have a strong history in the lightweight double sculls at this event, winning the event previously, and yeah, from this perspective, you can see why they're such a successful sculling program. They look disciplined. They look like an absolute class act in the lightweight double sculls. Technically brilliant, as we were saying earlier on.
So Laura Britton in this Reading double won this event at Henley Women's Regatta in 2021 and made it to the final last year, so she'll be looking to have a repeat performance of a few years ago, and she is putting herself in a good position to do that.
So Reading comfortably leading Nottingham University in the second semi-final of the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. Reading looking to book their ticket to the final this afternoon, where they'll be hoping to carry on their success and finish the regatta with a successful weekend, winning the event. Back up to the start now then for the first semi-final of the Parkside Trophy, the Championship Lightweight pairs between Cambridge University A crew on the Berkshire Station and Radcliffe Harvard University crew from the US on the Buckinghamshire Station.
Again, we have UK versus US, and you see on the left-hand side of your screen that crew from Radcliffe taking a much, just more aggressive approach to the start here. So they have really shot out the blocks and almost treating this like a 100-meter race. I mean, they have just seen how fast can we go off the start, how much of a lead can we establish, and you see that exactly taking place here as they come past, looking very together. They have just, they've made this trip worth it, or they're at least trying to make this trip worth it, and you see there that the Cambridge crew slightly lagging. We don't know by how much yet, but it is certainly Radcliffe out in front.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long Radcliffe can hold on to their lead. Sophie, as you say, went out of the blocks, absolutely flying. But the Cambridge girls, both these girls won the lightweight boat races earlier this year, the stroke and 3C of that cruise, so very, very well used to a slightly longer race, maybe a slightly slower start coming through, but have got absolute tenacity to come through and break their opposition if they need to. Maddie there in the Cambridge pair has been rowing for a long time, rowed to start with as a junior. Liv Elliott, having transferred from Edinburgh University, now takes her seat in the Cambridge pair. But I think for now, Sophie, it's all eyes on that Radcliffe-Harvard pair. They seem to be hanging on to the early lead that they managed to establish.
That's exactly right. So Ava and Elsa from Radcliffe certainly out in front with a couple lengths lead. But as you say, Ed, you know, that at Cambridge, it's all about that longer race and establishing that rhythm and letting that rhythm carry you through that race. So Liv and Madeline certainly are more used to that and will be relying on that to eat into the lead that Ava and Elsa have established. But we're coming now further into the race, and this Radcliffe crew are certainly making their mark, and they're saying our first minute of the race and the way that we approached the start was the right way to do it.
Absolutely. I'm sure Radcliffe having a huge amount of confidence now in their ability to finish this race in front of the Cambridge crew after a flying start. But as we keep saying, don't discount this Cambridge pair just yet. We're not quite halfway down the course, and a lot can change, especially in these lightweight boats as we head through the remainder of the race. But a great shot there, Sophie, of the Henley course. Two crews looking fantastic as they head towards the finish line.
I think that's right. You know, so we saw the drone shot earlier, and actually, in my opinion, I think that Cambridge crew was potentially gaining a few seats up on this Radcliffe crew just as it panned to the shot that we're seeing now. And I think that will be hugely exciting for them if they've seen that. You know, they may not have seen that, and that's one of the things of being behind is you don't know when you're, you know, eating into that lead, and especially when you're 3 lengths back, you know, it's you can't get that sense of momentum. And I think if they do continue to close the gap, and if they do move close to Radcliffe, they'll be wishing that they had more, you know, they'll be wishing they had the full 2,000 meter course to eat into that lead, because as you can see, you know, their base pace potentially is a bit stronger.
Yeah, I really hope the Cambridge crew are having a look over their shoulders and seeing that they are starting to edge back on the Radcliffe crew, because, yeah, like you say, Sophie, it's sort of a horrible irony that we can sit here and see where they're gaining, whereas perhaps in the boat they haven't quite got that same visibility. But to me, Radcliffe had that incredibly impressive start, but they're looking a little bit more tired, so this might be the time for the Cambridge crew to act and capitalise on that use of their energy. But moving now back up to the start for the second of the championship lightweight pairs. Semi-finals, Moseley Boat Club and Surrey University on the Berkshire Station take on Princeton lightweight women from the US on the Buckinghamshire Station. Both crews coming together a little bit, and I think Princeton being won there in the early stages of this race. The blades coming very close together, Sophie.
They are indeed, and again, one of the challenges of the pairs racing is maintaining that straight line, and you don't have the cocks to steer you, so it's a challenge of getting off cleanly, and you often see so many steering problems at the start of the race. That's typically when you can't see the booms, they don't exist, you're trying to put yourself in the firing line and down the right one. But look, they have moved apart and both crews have gotten off cleanly, so they are just charging down the line. Oof, that crew from Princeton looking very, very close to the booms there, just missing it by a couple of inches, but actually they've moved back over now, potentially being warned by the umpire, and they're pushing up. So Moseley, we saw taking that early lead, but now being challenged by Princeton, and as I'm saying this, look, they're drawing level.
I think there we just saw the conclusion there of the race between Radcliffe-Harvard and Cambridge University. Radcliffe capitalised on a really strong start there to beat out the Cambridge crew, who were edging back but didn't quite have the water space to come back and win the race. All eyes now, though, on the battle between the Princeton lightweight women and the Moseley Surrey University composite as they head neck and neck down the course, trying to break one another after a little bit of a scrappy start. And Sophie, this to me is one of the best races that we've had in the semi-finals so far. This is neck and neck all the way.
Neck and neck all the way it is. I think a fantastic show of power here and prowess. I think that Princeton crew, having had a slightly rocky start and having trailed the Molesey crew, is really challenging them and pushing up into first even. We saw that drone shot earlier and they look to have their nose just out in front, but only by a hair. And I think, look, they're going stroke for stroke here. This is a fantastic race.
This is a fantastic race. Princeton might have hoped to break the Molesey composite a little bit sooner in today's race, but it's bow ball for bow ball, and I think... Sophie, I was going to start guessing a distance. I've been told off for that before. I'm not even going to try. But I think Princeton may be starting to struggle against the British crew.
I think that's right. You know, this could be one of those photo finish scenarios, but as we move into the second half of this race, it does become about stamina. It becomes about how long can you hold on, how solid is your race plan, how together are you, how much energy have you spent to this point, and how much do you have left to give. And we're about to see that all unfold as we move into the second half of this incredibly exciting race.
I think, again, camera angles often deceptive, but these crews still very close together on the water. There is a huge amount in it at all. But I think Princeton have managed just about to maintain their lead ahead of the Molesey Surrey composite.
And that'll be exciting for Princeton. You know, they started down and then they went through a period potentially where they were questioning themselves and saying, can we move up? Can we challenge this crew from Molesey? Do we have it? And, you know, there would have been a point where they would have been questioning themselves, but now they have taken that lead and they have moved out in front, and they'll be thinking, what can we do now to hang on to it?
We'll shift a little bit of our attention then over to the start of the next race, the semi-final of the championship pairs between Leander Club and the University of London A crew versus Oxford University Women's Boat Club A crew on the Buckinghamshire station. But just keep an eye then on the right-hand side as Princeton look to hold on to their lead ahead of the Molesey Surrey University composite. I think will come home to secure their place in the final later on this afternoon. But a great view here, Sophie, of the next semi-final that we have taking place. Nothing much in it at the minute between Leander and Oxford.
Yeah, what a great series of races here. Some really exciting races, especially to be watching from the banks. There's nothing better than having a close race come by. And I think, yeah, what a showing of experience here. So you see Leander on the left-hand side of your screen there against Oxford University on the right-hand side. Again, not much in it. So they're going stroke for stroke. Oxford potentially having just pushed up. You see that drone shot there. Oxford having established 3/4 of a length of lead, and this will be an absolutely crucial point for them in the race where they'll be saying to themselves, hey, we got a good start. You know, we are faster at this point. What can we do right now to move ourselves out into a point where we can start to get comfortable that we're going to make it into this final? And Leander will be doing everything they can to challenge that thought.
We'll keep an eye then on whether Oxford can continue to mount their charge over Leander Club. And I think we just saw there Princeton being warned by the umpire in the closing stages of their race to give the University of Surrey and Molesey composite a little bit of space. But I think, bar any protest from the crews, it will be a win for Princeton in their semi-final. And I think for these two boat race athletes, it's looking fairly good for Oxford in the minute, Sophie, but Leander have a habit of coming back on you in the last minute, so I think they can rest easy out.
Exactly, and you're seeing out of that Leander crew the bow pair of last year's under-23 8 that won silver at the U23 World Championships, so definitely strong pedigree here in that event. And we'll see what they can do. As you say, you know, Leander does have that habit of making a charge in the second half of the race, and particularly in the last minute. So we'll see if they can do exactly that as we move further into this semi-final.
It's an interesting dynamic though, Kate. We just saw a Cambridge lightweight pair as well, and now we've got the Oxford pair out here. They train all year in big boats. They train for the 8s, and I think it's fantastic that we see the clubs now continuing through some of the regattas at Dorney, through Henley Women's, through to Henley Royal. But it's a very different ballgame for them actually competing in small boats. It's a very different sort of kettle of fish, and to see them beating a club that sort of specialises, but is more famed for their small boats than perhaps Oxford is a real testament to the strength of the programme that Oxford have going at the moment.
It certainly is. I mean, it's a challenge, as you say. You know, you have your eyes on the boat race, and that is the only thing in front of you for 7 months, as it were. You know, as you train for that, and then you know, a lot of athletes take time off after, and they focus on their degree, or they, you know, just have a bit of time to themselves. But as you can see, a bit of a wobble there in that Oxford crew. But again, it's the wake and it's the water that's doing that. It is incredibly impressive to see these athletes having shifted from those bigger boats into a pair, and again, just a testament of their technical prowess and their ability to just row really well, because that's kind of what it comes down to in a pair is how well do you row.
It is the Henley course is unforgiving for racecraft, and the pair is unforgiving for rowcraft. There is nowhere to hide in these boats on this course. And as we watch whether Oxford can hold on to their lead over Leander Club and the University of London, we have another University of London composite in race 346, the other semi-final of the championship pairs, with an Imperial College University of London composite on the Berkshire station, with Upper Thames Rowing Club taking them on the Buckinghamshire station. And it looks to me, Sophie, to be an early lead for Imperial and the University of London.
I agree. You know, you saw just on that shot before, that crew from University of London, the composite, just really getting onto the front of their catches there, and really just getting in and on, which is something I know they talk about. But you can see on the right hand of your screen from the previous race, is that a wobble? Oh no, sorry, I think that may be a crew crossing in front. I'm not entirely sure what's happened there, but we may have had a crew go into the side of the booms, which is that will be.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake from. I didn't see it, but I can see the colours of the blades in the background. I think the Oxford University women's pair managed to sit themselves into the booms and gave the Leander UL pair an easy ride home. I'll wait for confirmation that is the case, but yeah, a bit of a dramatic turn of events there, Sophie.
Wow.
From what it was
And gosh, that devastating if that is true for the Oxford crew, who are leading out in front and really proving themselves. But you're right, you know, we see coming through the finish line there.
We can confirm there is a wonderful looking dog on the course. But back to the racing, and in this one it looks like, through no fault of their opposition, it is the Imperial College UL crew that is leading Upper Thames Rowing Club at this stage in the semi-final of the Redgrave Challenge Vase.
And Emily Lindberg, Elizabeth Witt, with a wealth of experience underneath their belt on the GB circuit and representing multiple times, so they will be confident. You know, they've rowed this course before, they know what they're doing, and you can see there the boat looking very stable, so they've created a good platform for themselves to put the power on, which is really, really important in a pair.
Yeah, that platform giving them the ability just to stretch out their lead over Upper Thames as they come into the latter stages of their race. Yeah, still striking a little bit higher than you might expect, but looking very comfortable as you'd expect from a UL Imperial composite. And as we watch this race draw to a close, Sophie and I are going to sign off and hand over to another pair of our commentators for racing this afternoon. Do keep online for the live stream throughout the rest of the day, and check up on the Henley Women's website and Twitter for the latest race results.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the brief intermission, but you now join myself, Tom Morgan, and delighted to be accompanied by Grace Prendergast for the next couple of hours. We'll be covering the Henley Women's Regatta, the Sunday afternoon, although we're still in the morning at the moment, but moving rapidly into the afternoon. And on screen, as it stands, is race number 347, a semi-final of the development coxed fours, an all Edinburgh University affair. The B crew on the Berkshire station and the A crew, unsurprisingly, leading on the Buckinghamshire station. And Grace, delighted to have you here today to talk all things rowing. Not much of a contest on screen at the moment. Edinburgh doing the business in the A crew and the B crew just unable to live with the pace.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Very excited to be here at Henley Women's. I know it's always tough when you're racing from the same university. I'm sure they would have got the draw and been a little bit gutted that they both couldn't progress through to the final. But as far as a and B crew go, it's a pretty good competition. And as the A crew, you've always got that sort of pressure on you that you technically should win it. But they seem to be coping well with the pressure so far, and I'm sure pleased with how the first part of the race has gone.
Absolutely. You can see there the barrier marker flanked against the backdrop of Henley countryside, and it is going to be Edinburgh A. Having two boats in the semi-finals, of course, is a remarkable achievement. Development coxed fours for probably crews who may not have raced at Henley before or are relatively new to their rowing career. And Edinburgh with, let me think about this, 10 athletes in this round, so guaranteed a spot in the final. It does look like Edinburgh A are not going to be unseated by their colleagues in the B boat. A reminder of what we've got to come this afternoon and into the finals. We've got semi-finals for basically all the events, a few quarterfinals thrown in there too, and then we move into finals from around 3 o'clock this afternoon, praying that the weather stays clear, we don't get any thunderstorms, because that would be a little bit damaging to the regatta's pretty relentless schedule. But watching on screen here, Edinburgh A and B going down the course. So we'll keep one eye just to make sure nothing calamitous happens to Edinburgh A. But 348 is now underway. Lancaster University on the Berkshire station, closest to your screen on the left-hand side, and Birmingham University on the Buckinghamshire station. Clean starts for both crews by the looks of things. And at Henley, I suppose, the start is I think the critical component of racing here.
It is. I think the start, you sort of line up, you can't be complacent regardless of who you're racing, and I think these crews having coxswains takes a little bit of pressure off the actual rowers of having to steer themselves out of the start, but it's potentially the most exciting part when you don't know what's going to happen. There's often a few little issues with steering and things coming out of the blocks, and you're really on your toes, but both of these crews seem to be coping pretty well, and I guess this is where they'll be starting to push down into their rhythm and making sure they come on a good race pace, because it is a shorter race, but then also something that is maintainable, and they're not going to sort of go out and do a fly and die, which is never a lot of fun to be a part of.
Yeah, well, Lancaster looking like they've got a little bit more control, a little bit more poise in their boat at the moment, and settling, as you say, Grace, onto that race pace with a little more effect, about half a length up on Birmingham University. But talk to me a little bit as we watch the two Edinburgh crews coming up towards the line on the right-hand side. Edinburgh A will be progressing, but talk to me a little bit about how difficult it is actually to settle in a race environment, because it's so frantic off the start, and then you're expected to sort of basically calm down and get onto your rhythm in the context of what is a fairly intense battle side by side on the Henley course.
Yeah, I think regardless of the racing, it's always difficult, but in like a head-to-head, one-on-one race, it's more difficult, because these races, you're obviously trying to get from A to B as fast as you can, but it's a little bit more tactical. I would say when you're lining up against 5-6 other boats, you can kind of stay in your boat and sort of be a little bit more internally focused. But in Henley, you've always got that temptation to be like, well, if we can sort of hold it up a little bit longer, maybe we can break the other crew early. But then you run the risk of then being like, oh, we've gone too hard for too long. So it's a lot. It takes a lot of self-control to have the confidence to be like, okay, we're going to push out. It's gonna, like, we might still be side by side, but we back our own rhythm. And that's where, in these crews, the coxswains will be playing a huge part when the rowers can just like tune in, listen, and sort of have them as their eyes and ears, not having to make the decision themselves. And the coxswains will be assessing what's going on and giving their crews that sort of notice. But yeah, it's a tough part of the race as well, because it's almost, I've personally found, one of the hardest sections, because you're like, oh, I've almost sprinted for about a minute or so. Now I need to push out, and you're like, I've still got a long way to the finish line. But you do go through a patch where you're like, okay, now I feel a little bit better, and you're like, thank God I'm onto my race rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lancaster certainly managing to do that. We had Lancaster Bombers overhead yesterday and Lancaster University on the course today doing something similarly spectacular, putting the screws to Birmingham University. And attritionally, it seems like an attritional thing, this. They were half a length, and they were a length and a half, and they're just continuing piece by piece, stroke by stroke, to move away from Birmingham University and building what I would consider at this stage, Grace, an unassailable lead, provided that nothing calamitous happens in the final 500 metres.
Yeah, I'd agree. This is a pretty big margin to make back up, and I imagine the winning crew is also sitting out there aware that they're going to have another race and sort of just controlling it. So I would say they've got another gear in case they started to sort of get chased down, but they've also got the advantage of being able to see their competition, which is always very relieving as a rower.
Absolutely, and conservation is the name of the game here on a hot day at Henley Women's Regatta. So we'll keep one eye on that race between Lancaster and Birmingham, the development Cox fours, but the championship double scull semi-final has started. Race 3, 4, 9, Strathclyde Park and Twickenham Rowing Club on the Berkshire station on screen there, up against Edinburgh University and Newcastle University. Northern powerhouses coming together to form what they hope will be a winning combination on the left of your left-hand side screen. And at the moment, Grace, it looks to me like this is a bit of a one-horse race. Strathclyde and Twickenham closest to the camera, doing all of the early running coming out of the island.
Yeah, they've really shot out. They've had a great start, and I think now that they know they've got that, it sort of takes the pressure off. They're in a small boat, they don't have a coxswain, so they're having to do their steering themselves, but they've sort of got themselves out of danger. Nothing's going to go wrong with crashing into the other crew or anything like that. So, I mean, this far into the race, you'd be pretty stoked with that lead, but I guess this is when, as a crew that has come out behind, you've got to make a call now. Like, what do you do? Do you sort of hold it up and try and push back straight away, or do you have the confidence that maybe they've gone out too hard? But yeah, they've had a pretty impressive start, and maybe they just wanted to control it from the start and be able to sit there and hopefully turn up this afternoon and have a little bit more energy because of this tactic.
Well, Linda McCluskey of Strathclyde Park and Twickenham, a relatively new combination, and have spent plenty of time in their singles this year, but coming together to try and form an assault on the W Peer Cup for Championship double sculls. And they're certainly doing a good job so far in their semi-final, and in this sort of format where it's one-on-one and you are the crew who are being led, it becomes really difficult to sort of reconcile this margin when you not only cannot see your opposition. I know you talked earlier about rowing being oddly unique in the sense that you're always facing the wrong way, but you can't hear them either. You've got no sense really without a cox of where they are on the course. It's impossible almost to motivate yourself because all you're doing is sort of constantly looking over your shoulder, hoping to see them and then realising they're 3 lengths up.
Yeah, it is very difficult, and without, yeah, as you say, without a coxswain, you've got no one saying, yes, we are gaining. So you might call a push in the crew, and you're like, did it work? I'm not sure. And you can't hear them. Like in a small boat, it's relatively quiet. Although I did once hear of a rower that he was quite a loud breather, and he said as soon as he would get in front of someone, even if it was just by a little bit, he would start breathing a little bit quieter to make the other crew feel like, oh, he's very far in front. So I guess you can look out for those little things, but yeah, it's a pretty tough mental game when you can't see how you're going. I think you've got to embrace, maybe if you're like, I'm starting to get a little bit more wash, you could be moving up a little bit, but it's not an easy way to race.
Well, Strathclyde Park and Twickenham in race 3, 4, 9. sculling away for what they hope to be a berth in the final up against one of Reading University, who actually beat this Strathclyde Twickenham crew at the Metropolitan Regatta a few weeks ago, or Leander Club and Twickenham, another composite who look to be promising under-23 athletes. And it doesn't look to me, having gone for broke early doors, it doesn't look to me like this combination from Strathclyde and Twickenham are going to be caught. And so we will move back to the start. And it is the aforementioned Reading University Leander Twickenham grudge match. And it's Reading, actually, who I think are the form crew and certainly getting the cleaner of the two starts there. Of course, with composites, Grace, you've got two athletes who may not have spent that much time together. They've formed this crew in the hope of winning silverware, but in all likelihood, they hail from different clubs and potentially different regions. This Reading Boat Club crew will have rowed with each other all year. They may well have spent a lot of time in this double, and it's showing here because they are having a fantastic opening exchange.
Yeah, you can see they look quite in sync, so I think they have had a bit more time in the crew together. And I think when, especially in a small boat, you spend more time, you start to learn what the other person is going to naturally do. You don't have to communicate as much, and when it comes down to racing, it's potentially a little bit more instinctual. I think in saying that, it's interesting when you do jump in a boat with people that you've never rowed with before, you can sometimes get a nice little honeymoon phase. You haven't figured out what annoys you, what goes wrong. So there is that benefit of sort of a fresh crew, but when it comes to pressure, when it comes to racing, the more time in the boat tends to pay off, and you can even see it in the way they're sort of in sync. They look like they've done a good amount of training together, but in saying that, I think it's sort of potentially halted. They're not moving out too much more. They sort of seem to jump out and then kind of sit there. So it'll be interesting to see this phase of the race whether they can sort of put a stop to that, and if one of the crews can make sort of a decisive move here.
Well, that's exactly it. Reading did do a lot of the early running, and then they just seem to have been checked by Leander Club and Twickenham Rowing Club. Twickenham, of course, one of the under-23 start hotbeds in the south of London, and Reading not having it all their own way at all. I think they would have liked to have broken clear of Leander and Twickenham, and actually just looking at those drone shots, which illustrate to us so beautifully exactly what's going on the river. Reading do seem to be turning the screw a little bit now. They seem to be just trying to break the sort of string of this race and ensure that they can control the narrative moving forward, and doing that pretty effectively at the moment against the Leander Twickenham composite, George and Abakowu, who just don't look quite as fluid, don't look quite as dynamic. The boat just looks a little bit heavier in the water. It seems to be less springy, less of a positive movement, and Reading just making the best of what they've got at the moment. Two girls who know how to scull together, and two women who look like they're on course for what would be a very interesting final up against Strathclyde Park and Twickenham, who did successfully navigate the other semi-final of the championship doubles.
Yeah, the Reading crew does look very upbeat. They look pretty agile, and they're just sort of ticking it over, and we all know sort of the Henley water can be a bit bouncy, so if you let yourself get bogged down, it can feel like you're rowing in mud a little bit, whereas these two women on top of the boat, they're on top of the water, and it looks like if they get sort of hit with a bit of wash, they'll just sort of almost just like fly on over it. So I think that's a pretty important thing to note here. There has been a flag out there. There might be a few little steering issues, which is not going to bode well being behind. You might be the difficult angle, but it looks like they're actually coming back together.
Yeah, I think Leander Club and Twickenham not doing themselves any favours there, but I think you're right, Grace. This one does look like a race that did not necessarily run. Maybe I got a bit excited watching Reading sculling so beautifully, but Leander Club and Twickenham having a really strong second half of this semi-final. And as I say, the Reading double went out really, really hard and have maintained their rate of striking all the way down. They are the Bucks Regatta champions, so technically the best student double in the country, but just being shown that maybe going out as strong in the first half and hoping to break the back of this race may not have paid dividends, because as you rightly point out, Leander Club and Twickenham just moving back into contention. We'll keep one eye on that as we move back to the start for the Junior 16 Coxed 4 semi-finals. Glasgow Academy closest to screen there, up against Marlow Rowing Club A, so two junior programmes that need little to no introduction given the pedigree and provenance of both of them and their ability to churn out talent. So one eye on the rapidly concluding semi-final in the championship doubles, Grace, and then another eye on the junior 16 coxed fours. What do you want to talk about?
Well, the doubles have had a huge change in leaders, and I think that move was so decisive for quite a short amount of time. I'm not sure if it was the steering that threw that Reading crew off or what, but like they just almost have seemed to power through that. And as we said, it's so hard to race from behind, so the confidence that this composite crew has is really paid off for them. It's an incredibly impressive row.
Yeah, Reading just seemed to run out of gas, didn't they?
Yeah, maybe they did sort of attack it hard, and it's interesting. You don't know what the game plan is, and maybe they sort of went out slightly harder than and they could hold on and hoped that would sort of put the other crew in a place where they thought they couldn't win. But yeah, confident. They've just very impressive row for them. Very impressive cool heads they kept.
Well, absolutely, and delighted crossing the line there. George, fresh from her bronze medal at the NCAAs for Princeton University, and she will have the chance to come up against the Strathclyde Park Twickenham composite later in the final of championship doubles. So a fantastic move there by the Leander Club Twickenham, which we just didn't see, or I certainly didn't see coming, which is not surprising this weekend. If anyone out there's been listening to me this weekend, they'll know that if I call a race to be one way, it's almost certainly going to go the other. So an impressive row there from the composite. But we refocus on the junior 16 coxed fours. So this is young ladies who are 16 years old and younger, so this may well be their first turn down the Henley stretch. And at the moment, a pretty evenly balanced race between Marlow on the left and Glasgow Academy on the right, just coming past our static commentary point there, just about 100 metres above the barrier marker, which indicates 600 or so metres gone on the course. So at the moment, well balanced, well poised. If you're the cox at this stage, in either boat, I guess, because it's so well balanced, what are you saying to your crew? Are you just telling them keep calm, keep focused, this is where we do our thing? Or are you saying let's move, let's try and break this race?
I think it's a really fine balance. I know when I was rowing in coxed boats, it's very important to find the balance. If I was sitting there sort of wanting to keep moving, and your coxswain wasn't calling it, you can feel the sort of like a bit like antsy in the boat. People are like, come on, let's go. Like the coxswain sort of needs to read the crew and know what they want. Because if they're sitting there being like, no, this is good, we'll sit here, and everyone wants to do sort of a move, it can sort of break that flow. People can start going by themselves, especially these young women. They'll be pretty new in their rowing journey. The coxswain's going to play a big part, but yeah, it's finding that balance of giving them confidence, but also sort of towing the hard line of being like, this is an important stage of the race. We need to go. But these crews are sort of tracking each other very well. And I love watching people in this sort of age racing, because they've probably only been rowing for a year, maybe two at most, and it's so exciting. It's that sort of, you're getting into racing, you're learning what it's about, you're learning how hard you can go, finding your feet in it. So it's quite exciting to watch them all sort of go through this stage and sort of start their rowing journey. But it's impressive that both crews have had the mental ability to stick with it. No one's been broken yet.
Well, Henley Women's Regatta a few years ago rebranded a number of their events to Aspirational Club and Aspirational Academic, and I think aspirational is the operative word here. These young girls will be relishing this opportunity to race on the Henley course, and I'm sure, or we hope, that they'll stay in the sport and think that this has been such a formative, fantastic experience they're keen to repeat. So we'll keep an eye on that evolving contest between Marlow and Glasgow Academy as we move back for the second semi-final of the junior 16 coxed fours, racing coming thick and fast here on the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta. And this one is a contest between Wallingford Rowing Club A, who were the 8 winners at the National Schools Regatta a few weeks ago. So the form crew probably in this event up against Surbiton High School, and actually, Grace, for once I think my predictions are looking fairly accurate, because it is Wallingford who have gone out strong and have about a length's lead at the end of the island.
Yeah, they've had a great start. They'll be pleased with that. Sort of shot out, managed to get a length pretty early on. I guess from our doubles we watched, we can't judge too early, but I think you couldn't be unhappy with that, and especially for people that potentially first time this regatta rowing on Henley, you'd be pretty stoked. It's an amazing place to race, but there's a lot going on, so anytime you sort of have a great race, it's a real achievement.
Well, you can only do what you set out to in your race plan, and I'm sure when the Wallingford coach let his girls row up to the start, he would have been thinking, or she would have been thinking, I'd love it if we were a length up at the end of the island, and that's exactly what's transpiring here. Wallingford doing the business on the Henley stretch up against the Surbiton crew, who are brimming with the fresh energy of insurgency on the junior rowing circuit. They're a club who are seemingly on an unstoppable rise up as we watch the Marlow and Glasgow crews cross the line there, and it was Marlow actually. That race didn't really change at all, did it, Marlow and Glasgow? It was a half a length basically all the way down, so really impressive from both crews. Marlow to withstand that pressure, and for Glasgow to keep maintaining their sort of focus and energy to try and overhaul Marlow. But it is Marlow who placed first in this category at the National Schools Regatta and will be trying to retain their title today in the final later on this afternoon. And will it be Wallingford joining them? It looks like they have control of their semi-final.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting come final, because obviously the semi-final just before this, it was a tough battle. I'm sure they would have expended a lot of energy, so they'll have to make sure they go and sort of rest and recover really well, because the other semi-final might not be as taxing for the crew that wins. But very impressive to come down to a race that close, and obviously Glasgow didn't want to be on the losing side, but the amount you learn from losing a race in that sort of fashion is often invaluable. And when it comes to Henley, close racing is exciting. It's exciting for the spectators, it's exciting. It is exciting for the rowers. I know when you're in it, you're like, oh, I wish we could have a little bit more distance, but it's the kind of racing you want to do. And there's been so much close racing at this regatta. It's been incredibly impressive, and as you said before, it's coming down thick and fast. And as a spectator on the bank, I couldn't think of many better regattas to sit there watching, parking up in the sun all day and watching these crews come down.
Of course, Henley Women's Regatta marking the start of a 3-week festival of rowing, a celebration of the sport here in the Thames Valley, as we watch Wallingford looking like they're going to dispatch the opposition from Surbiton High School. So we move back to the start. We will, of course, keep an eye on that race, but we're moving back to watch the Junior 16 Quads Henley Rowing Club, who need no introduction in this category. They are always a strong contender at Junior 16 level, and on home water, facing up against Kingston Grammar School on the Buckinghamshire station. And Grace, it does look to me like Henley probably have had the better of the two starts, but not a great deal to choose between the two crews.
No, yeah, pretty even. Henley's got a slight advantage, and I'm sure they've also got the home advantage. These rowers will know this course well. But then, in saying that, it's anyone's game. But I think when the regatta is on your home course, you have a little bit of pride on the line. You really want to win. You want to almost show the crews that you've not invited, but a little bit invited to your course, that you're like, yes, this is what we do.
This is our turf.
This is our turf. But a pretty even start across both, and I think this will be a really important stage of the race, where they've got to be confident. One crew's got to push out first and hope your race sort of base pace is faster than the others. And I guess there's nothing more satisfying as a rower that when you come onto your race rhythm, and that's the moment where you're like, are we faster? And if you are, you're like, oh yes, this is going to be a good race.
Race-based pace. Say that 3 times
really
fast.
Like, once was hard enough.
Henley on what I would describe as a crescendo into the apex of the racing season, though. They were second at the Junior Sculling Head back in March before winning both the Junior Sculling Regatta and the National Schools Regatta by over 6 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. So they are a crew in form, and showing that here as they just attritionally move away from Kingston Grammar as they approach the barrier marker. But Kingston Grammar still very much in this, not allowing Henley to have it all their own way on their home turf. They will want to be the insurgents, the upsets, the ones who provide us all with a shock in the second half of this contest, as we watch on the right hand side of our screen Wallingford coming up towards the line. They will be moving through to the final of the Junior 16 Coxed Forward for the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy. They'll be racing against Marlow Rowing Club in that final, and Henley here trying to put down a marker and show everyone that they are the crew to beat in the Junior 16 Quads. But Kingston Grammar, who raced really well yesterday in the same event, the Nina Padwick Trophy, not allowing them to go away at all. Tenacious from Kingston here.
It is very tenacious, and I think as a crew, if you shoot out and the other crew doesn't end up dropping off, you can slowly sort of get worn down, and I know for me it was a lot about mindset. You sort of want to make sure if you're sitting out in front, you're not constantly thinking, oh, go for more, like push, like keep going, because that's tiring. Whereas if you sit out in front and you're like, okay, this is our pace, we're setting the rhythm, it gives you so much more energy. So this crew's doing well to kind of track them down the course, and even when they came past where we're set up, you heard the crowd out there cheering. So I'm sure they've got a bit of home crowd support as well. But it's a pretty good battle for these crews.
Henley under Leon Redmond and his staff of coaching, or coaching staff I should say, have come on leaps and bounds in the last decade to become probably the dominant women's rowing programme for juniors in the country, and showing that here as they continue to scull away. Incredibly mature racing here from these junior 16 women. They are, as I say, 16 years and under, so relatively new to their rowing journey, but putting on a good show here on the Henley course and trying their best, the girls in the white and blue kit, to just stave off the keen interests of Kingston Grammar, who just won't go away. They just won't go away. And like you say, Grace, that must be so frustrating. You're throwing the proverbial kitchen sink at them, and you keep looking over and thinking, will you just leave us alone?
It does get to that point. You're just like, are you going to stop? And obviously, as the second crew, you're like, well, no, I'm definitely not going to stop. I'm going to, if you want to sit out in front of me, I'm going to make it as hard as I possibly can for you. And I think especially in semi-finals, obviously the finals are where you get the silverware. That's the biggest event. But in semi-finals, it's a do or die race. If you want the chance of winning, that's where you've got to perform. And often crews can have their best race in those sort of situations, and everyone wants to be in that final. So it's a do or die, and both, they're really, really hanging on. They're not making it easy for Henley if they do want to cross the line first.
Speaking of slots in the final, the second semi-final underway. 2 races on the course. If you are joining us for the first time here at Henley Women's Regatta, welcome. You're watching both of the Junior 16 quad scull finals at the same time, and it's Henley currently leading Kingston Grammar on the right of your screen, and the contest between Putney High School and Headington has also started, and Putney just shooting out ahead of Headington. I think Headington had a little bit of trouble with their steering. You can see there the bow girl on the far side having a little look over her shoulder, just trying to make sure that she stays straight, and Putney out in the middle of the course, and there we can see Henley eventually dispatching Kingston Grammar. It took a lot of effort, a lot of willpower, but they have seen off the interests of Kingston Grammar and will be progressing through to the final of this event. Not sure Henley expected to be pushed as hard as that. As I say, they are the national champions, and by a dominant margin as well, so they did well in the end to hold Henley up for so long, but Kingston Grammar no more, and Putney High trying to do something similar to Headington here.
Yeah, I think it shows the pressure of one-on-one racing. It's different. It's different than racing 4 or 5 other crews. One-on-one, you can often, it sort of brings the results a bit closer together. Sometimes you row to the level of your competition. It's harder to win by significant amounts. So it's a different ball game. We didn't actually do it that often. Like I did most of my school rowing in New Zealand, and we were always 6-lane races, and it wasn't until I came over to the UK and did some rowing here that we did a lot of so many head regattas and Henley and things, and I loved it. Like, it was so exciting, but it's slightly terrifying. Like, it's just you and one other crew out there. They want to beat you, you want to beat them. It's a completely different mindset than your 6-boat, 8-boat racing.
Well, Putney High at the moment doing the business in the first third of their semi-final of the Nina Padwick Trophy for Junior 16 quad sculls. Headington with no answers at the moment. Putney High haven't necessarily moved away any further though. They jumped out to a length around the end of the island and have just sort of sat on top of Headington, which sometimes is all you need if you're a crew of maturity, if you're a crew who are confident in your ability to execute your race plan. Sometimes all you need is a length and you're happy, you're comfortable there. It's okay for you to sit in close proximity to your opposition. You don't need that 3 lengths to feel like you can really perform at the top of your ability, and Putney showing that here. They're just sculling really nicely together, looking like a crew that's been well drilled.
Yeah, they're looking well and in sync, and they do look confident. They look confident in their race pace. They look confident that they can sit there with this margin, and I suppose also this race being slightly shorter, you know, there is less river for a crew to come back on as well. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but it's not your 2K racing. You've got that bit less time that you can sort of just sit there and maintain and manage, and hopefully conserve a little bit of energy for the final. But then in saying that, you've got to get to the final, so you really do want to make sure of it and don't want to leave it down to that dreaded sprint at the end if it's going to have to come down to that. But yeah, sculling both really, really well. I think they'll be happy with what it's looking like. But you can see how bumpy it is. It's such a bumpy course that you've always got that in the back of your mind. Don't want to mess up. Don't want to sort of, get too complacent and be a bit stuck in it.
Well, speaking of sprints, it does look like Henley are mounting one in their semi-final. As you rightly point out, Grace, it is do or die. This is your chance to get a seat at the top table, and Henley do not want to miss out on that opportunity. They look like they have taken the rate up and are trying to overhaul a Putney High crew who have led them from stroke one. And it doesn't matter where you lead them, you can lead them from the first stroke, but if you're not leading them at the last stroke, all of what happened before that is irrelevant. So Headington trying to mount a last-ditch assault on the summit, so we'll keep one eye on the right-hand side of your screen, because Aspirational Academic 8 has begun the semi-final from between Exeter University on the Berkshire station and in shot there on the left of your screen, Newcastle University, one of the Northern Rowing powerhouses, who are once again showing their class against Exeter.
Yeah, the start of 8's racing is so exciting. I think when it's side by side, it's loud, it's noisy, it's full on. So I think it definitely is an exciting race to watch. And when you're so close by in the Henley course, it feels quite intimidating to be that close to your competition. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, look, we will keep an eye on the 8s, but Newcastle doing the early running here as Headington sprints up towards the line in the Junior 16 semi-finals. The angle is a little bit deceptive. It's not completely clear what's going on the course, but the fact that the camera's focused on them there, we can see the bow of the Putney crew. Have they done enough to ensure that they're going to be moving through? And you saw there, Grace, Headington did close the gap in the end.
They did well. It was a good last-minute push, but they just did run out of course, unfortunately. But they didn't make it easy for the winning crew. So obviously they'll be gutted, but there was a pretty solid performance to pull back that much in the last little bit, and they did have a good change of speed in the end.
Well, you know the 8s are on the course because you can hear them on the water from our static commentary position just behind the double-decker. You can hear the launch, you can hear the cheers of the crowd, lots of support for both of these programmes on the bank. And Newcastle just been checked there by Exeter, and there's nothing like 8s racing on the Henley course with the drone illuminating the river, and it's just the picture that I would want to be watching on my Sunday afternoon. Phenomenal racing.
Yeah, and these they're big boats, so it takes a lot to put the other boat behind you. It's fast, it's intense, no one's going to give in. But Newcastle has had a good start. They've started to edge out, and I think they'll be confident that all 8 rowers now can look back at the other crew and see them. They know they're in front, they know they're winning. But 8s, I think you can't rule them out, and you've always got to be aware. And it's not a boat you can ever really take your foot off the gas, because if you do, it's very hard to get it back up to speed. So these women will be wanting to keep this pace up, make sure of it, don't leave anything to chance to make sure they're in this final this afternoon.
Well, they take a long time, as you say, Grace, to get up to speed, and they take a long time to generally slow down. And it means that in an 8, a length can be a lot more decisive than a length in a single, where the boat speed changes a lot more unpredictably. But Newcastle just trying to ensure that they retain control of this race. They do not want to fall into the trap of hand-to-hand combat in the final third of this academic aspirational 8 semi-final. Newcastle needing no introduction in this category. They are one of the foremost programs in student rowing in the country, and on the other side of the draw, in the other semi-final that we will be succeeding this race, number 356, will be Oxford Brookes University, the out-and-out favourites, who did win the time trial by several clear seconds over everybody else. So they are the favourites for this event, and these two crews, without any meaning disrespect to Surrey University, who will be racing Brookes in just a few moments' time, but I think both of these crews will know that Brookes are the boat waiting for them in the final, and they'll be keen to put their best foot forward. Send a message out to all the Oxford Brookes supporters on the bank that we are not to be trifled with, that we're here and we mean business. And Newcastle trying their hardest to just keep Exeter at bay as we watch The second semi-final, 3-5-6, lead the state boats. It's Brooks on the far side, and it is Surrey University on the near side, left and right as the camera pans round. Both crews getting nice clean starts. So we've got 4 8s on the course now, competing for aspirational academic 8s and the right to lift that trophy later on this afternoon. I think you're doing a bit of prize giving, aren't you, Grace? Is that right?
I am. I'm very excited to do that this afternoon. So hopefully we don't have any issues with thunderstorms or anything like that. But no. So whoever makes it through this final and then through the semi-final and then through the final, I will see them at the prize giving.
It's the benefits of winning an Olympic gold medal. I think they didn't ask me to do the prize giving, so
you've got the real knowledge. I'm just coming with the end game.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Newcastle crossing the line. They eventually did dispatch Exeter University, and they've secured their slot and hoping to renew rivalries and the grudge match that Brooks and Newcastle have developed and evolved over the last 10 years. That narrative is fascinating. As I say, 2 of the strongest programmes in the country. And Brooks, well, the superlatives run dry. They really have, under Hugo Gulliver, taken over women's student rowing in this country. They've always been strong on the men's side, or certainly in the last 12 years. Temple wins are galore, but on the women's side they were a little bit weaker historically, but now right up alongside their men as the strongest university rowing program, arguably, in the world.
Yeah, well, I was really impressed. I did the Cambridge-Oxford boat race, not the most recent one, but the one before, 2022, and we did one of our fixtures against Brooks, and they were impressive. I think almost just the professionalism, they even, like, it felt like they were just like a very well organised program. It was, and you can see how they've managed to take it down so much in their semi-final. This is that they're in a league of their own, and it's I don't think it's because the other crews aren't impressive. I think it's just these women are seriously good, and once you start breeding success in a program, everyone sort of buys into it. You get this sort of sense of belief that you are unbeatable, and it becomes sort of drilled into your psyche, your mindset, and someone that thinks they can win, and it's very hard to beat. And the confidence that these women are rowing with is super impressive. Like, this is a semi-final day, and it looks like they're down on like U2 sort of rowing. I don't think many crews have the luxury of enjoying this sort of semi-final, so hope they're taking it in. I hope they're enjoying getting through to the final in this sort of pace, because they look like they're rowing incredibly well.
Well, unbeatable is the word, isn't it, Grace? You said it. I think it applies perfectly to this Brooks crew. They are almost taking the mickey. I mean, I will say that, because they did this yesterday, and I watched them come past, and I was on the bank, and I thought, are they doing pause rowing? Because they were spending so long at the finish. But they just do this to crews, Brooks. They go out hard, they get their length, and it's like I was talking about earlier, they're happy to just sit a length up on you and just basically work out exactly what's needed to maintain that distance, and that's what they'll do. And they found that limit here. They found that threshold, and that's what we're seeing here. Brooks, in you said it perfectly, in a league of their own. They are doing the business, not going to be caught. And the thing is here, they're nowhere near full intensity. So if, for whatever reason, Surrey do mount a charge, do mount a comeback, do find some extra speed, Brooks will just go a gear up.
Yeah, and obviously this looks like amazing rowing, but it would be incredible to see them at their full potential do a full race. So hopefully we get that in the final, because I mean, this is what they can do after they've probably raced this race a few hundred metres at max capacity and then slowly started taking it down, and you can see the difference in the blades. Like it's like chalk and cheese, and I think Surrey have obviously come up against incredibly tough competition in their semi-final and are still doing an amazing job. But this crew that can cruise along at 20 is very impressive, and they've obviously got a good training system. They've got a good base. They've obviously got good depth through the whole entire program. And I mean, you'd want to be out on that crew sitting there doing that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's amazing. Must be an incredible feeling to do this in a semi-final. So we will continue to watch the battle unfold between Brooks and Surrey, but it does look to me like Brooks have won the battle and potentially the war in aspirational academic 8s. We'll see what Newcastle have to say about that later on this afternoon. But the next semi-final has started. This is Aspirational Club Coxless Fours, Thames Rowing Club A, another club where the hyperbole is never feels overstated. They have done some fantastic things on club rowing. They're up against Worcester Rowing Club B, having a little bit of trouble with their steering there, Thames, just fraternising perhaps a little bit too much with the buoy, and now being warned back onto their station as we watch Brooks cross the line. That was as comfortable as I've ever seen a semi-final, Grace. Really was impressive.
I know, it's a different looking semi-final, but I can't wait to see the final, to see what that brings, and to see what sort of level they're going to have to row at to win that. It'll be cool to see them at their full potential. But this has been a pretty full-on start for these two crews, with bouncing out into the buoy line and then having to recorrect. But it kind of looks like they've teams have straightened up now, and it's tough though. Like, once you have to do all that steering, I think it affects you as a rower more than it might visually look from the outside. Like when the rudder's on in a coxless boat or a coxed boat, it's hard. You can feel it. You can feel the boat slow down. You can feel it in the way the boat sits.
It tips the shell, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does tip the shell. And if you're turning a corner, I think it's really hard to see from the outside how difficult it is, but it just feels like you sort of have this little, like, well, it is a bit washy as well. So they've had everything in the first 500 metres.
Yeah, the occupational hazard of rowing at Henley is that you do get this water that suddenly becomes almost sort of sea-like as you're making your way down the river. But look, it's easy as a commentator to fall into the trap of just waxing lyrical about Thames. They've done so much fantastic stuff on the men and the women's side. They tend to win everything they enter. But Worcester are having none of that here. They are sitting around a length up on Thames. They have gone out like the clappers. And as we approach the barrier marker, which is around 600 or so metres into this race, Worcester looking like the form crew to me.
Yeah, they're looking good, and I think they took advantage. It's really useful when you see another crew might be having a few steering issues or anything. That's a time where if someone in the boat can see that and say, let's go now, let's make sure we can capitalise on it, I think they've done that well. It's always really interesting, I think, especially from this view, seeing crews rowing with the tandem in the middle. It's a different sight. It's intriguing. It's a different way to rig a boat, and obviously they found that these two women in the middle are better suited there. But it's always, I do love kind of seeing that, and when two oars are so close together, you can really see the timing and everything. I found it personally like a tough thing to sit in a tandem. But yeah, they're doing well, and I think they're sort of, it looks like Thames kind of does a push, and then they seem to hold it pretty well. Like, I think they're holding the nerve so far.
Well, there's many different ways to judge a crew in rowing. It's sort of same in football. We talk about stats and, you know, the goals that are scored and the assists that are made. But there's also something called the eye test. And if I look and apply the eye test here to Worcester and Thames, Worcester just look a bit livelier. So we'll keep one eye on Worcester and their attempts to see off the Thames crew in their semi-final of the Aspirational Club Coxers Fours as we move back to the start. We are running two races on the course at once, and that's why we have the split screen. And the next race is Wallingford Rowing Club on the Berkshire station in their distinctive red kit, up against Upper Thames, home favourites. They boat from around 1,000 metres downstream of our position, and they are on the left-hand side of that shot. And both crews looking to get away nice and cleanly, as they have done. No steering issues, which is great to see. Of course, you would not expect it from Upper Thames. This is their home water.
Yeah, I imagine if they go out there and have steering issues, the coaches would be like, we've practiced this, we should be good. Yeah, it's because as a visiting crew to Henley, I know I found you'd have a few days on the course, and then it would be like, okay, it's time to race. And I was always like, I'm not personally ready to tackle the booms yet, but you don't get a lot of time to do it, and you just hope it goes well. As a rower, I almost kind of enjoyed it. There's more to concentrate on than just the pain you're sitting in. You've got to really be on your ball. Yeah, you've got some distractions. So, and that's the same with the wash. Like, it's enough to kind of distract you a little bit, take a little bit of the emphasis off just doing the hard work. But it's pretty nerve-wracking. I think you hit the booms, it's very hard to come out unscathed.
Well, yeah, you've got to be physically and mentally dexterous, which is a difficult challenge when you think about the levels of exhaustion that you're pushing yourself to physically. To match that mentally on the Henley Straights is a tough thing. But we're watching here Worcester coming down towards the line against Thames. They look to have done enough to secure a berth in the final of the Aspirational Club Coxers Fours. A more even contest here unfolding between Upper Thames on the left in their yellow boat with their dark blue kit, and Wallingford Rowing Club closest to the camera, coming up towards us, rowing in Empacker and Felipe Shells respectively by the looks of things. Nothing much to choose between these two crews at this stage. I mean, you'll know this, Grace, from your many years of rowing for New Zealand and on an international stage. Mpacker and Felipe, two of the leading boat brands in the world. What's there to choose between the two? And I know you're a Felipe girl, but
I am a Felipe girl. I think New Zealand is a Felipe supporter. I assume I haven't actually spent much time in Mpackers, so I can't judge them through personal experience. But I think once you become confident in a boat shell, you stick with it. I imagine it's two sides of a coin. It's both obviously amazing boat builders, but countries definitely do tend to favour one or the other.
Yeah.
As I said, you get confident in it and you build a relationship with that boat. And you know, like when I was leaving New Zealand and coming over and racing here, I was like, I want to know what my boat feels like. I want it to be the same. I want it to, even though it's a different boat, I want it to feel the same. So yeah, because there's many other little ones to choose from as well. Like we've got a few New Zealand ones that I really rate as well. Obviously they don't really make it over to the side of the world, but yeah, it's equipment is a hard one in rowing. You can get a bit obsessive over it, but I think it's more how you use it.
How you apply it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, on that note, both crews applying themselves to their equipment very well, and I think Upper Thames were just warned there by the umpire to get back on their station. It doesn't look like there's much to choose still between those two boats. Upper Thames on the far side of the screen and Wallingford closest. It looks to me like Upper Thames maybe made a bit of a decisive move there in the middle portion of the race, and they've stretched out a lead of around a length over Wallingford, who at the moment are not picking up whatever Upper Thames are throwing down. As we watch that one unfold, we'll keep an eye on it. But it's Junior 18 double sculling on the course, and on our docket next, race number 359, Peterborough City Rowing Club, who I think were 5th at the National Schools Regatta, and they're racing Sydney Rowing Club, Australia, who have come all the way from the other side of the world. You're not quite your neck of the woods, but not a million miles away. Certainly closer to you than it is to us.
Yeah.
And if Sydney have come here to race, as you can see here on the screen, they mean business.
They do. It's a trek. It's not a quick journey from that side of the world. I guess Sydney's a bit closer than New Zealand, but not by much. But yeah, you make the effort, so you're going to turn up and you want to make it through to that final, and you do mean business. And it's really cool to have international entries, and it sort of shows the how valued this regatta is, that people will literally come from the other side of the world to race at it. And as I said, we don't really get racing like this. Like maybe a little bit more in Australia, but I don't know, the atmosphere around Henley, and you can see how many people are sitting on the banks watching. It's a very cool environment, and especially for these young women under 18, I'll say. That's my New Zealand term. They're sort of in that last year of school. It would be a real treat to come over here and race some international competition.
Absolutely. And Upper Thames there, rowing up towards the line. They moved away from Wallingford in the second half to establish a clear water advantage and never were pulled back. They moved forward to face Worcester Rowing Club in the final of Aspirational Club Coxed Fours. And as you point out, Grace, Sydney doing all of the early work here. And I'm sure, having spoken to Don Check, the head coach at Sydney Rowing Club, I know that this double comprises one half of their Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup entry at Henley Royal Regatta. So I feel sure that the coaches of the British interest in that event will be watching this race with keen eyes, I would imagine, because what Sydney are doing to a very, very competent double from Peterborough, it's scary times, I think, for the girls and coaches at the various institutions here in England.
Yeah, they will be watching with interest, and what a cool trip for these young rowers to come over here and do Henley Women's and then roll on to Henley Royal Regatta. I'm very jealous that they've get this experience, and big rowing club, and just school rowing in New Zealand and Australia is similar to here. Like, it's so large, people just like in awe of it. You really sort of live and breathe it at high school, and you make your best friends from it. You're part of such a cool club. So, I mean, for them to travel over to this side of the world and put on such an amazing performance. And I think they've got a real Australian technique about them. Like, when I think of the Australian rowers that I've come across, it's quite aggressive around the finish. It's like they really pull it in, but they give it a good send. And you know that they can work hard, and these rowers sort of have that same look about them.
Well, I did speak, as I say, to Don, and he told me that they were only off the plane a few days ago, and he was expecting, and I quote, quite a lot of jet lag. And Sydney Cruz, I was watching at the Marlow International Regatta yesterday. Sydney Cruz performing very well there, and it should be an extremely interesting turn of events in the Thames, the Brit, and the Forley, the other three events they've entered at Henley Royal Regatta. But right now, focus on Henley Women's and this Sydney pairing. There was another Sydney double who have exited the competition already, but this Sydney crew, clearly the two stronger athletes in that quad, and taking the rate down now. They know that they've got a margin of control. They can just basically write their own narrative from this point on, provided that they stay focused, clean and professional. And I have to say to you, Grace, the race after this one, the second semi-final of Junior 18 doubles, which, look at that, starting right now. It's almost like we have a miscellaneous of cameras that we can see what's going on the course. Yeah, exactly. We'll keep an eye on Sydney and their attempts to reach the final, but I think Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, one of probably the best sculling centres in the country for junior girls, up against this Club Nautico entry from Spain, Sevilla, the south coast of Spain, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And from what I've seen of this double, they scull really beautifully too. They're a really composed, concentrated unit, but up against the best that Britain has to offer.
Yeah, this is a great event. This is a very good event, like good semi-finals, and the final is going to be a watch with intrigue. But yeah, they do scull very well, and for rowers of this age to be this sort of already technically advanced, it's a real credit to obviously their system, their coaches, for the rowers being able to pick it up. But I think back to myself as like a under 18, when I see videos, I'm like, oh, I thought I was better than that, and it sort of puts it in perspective. So these ones look very mature, and they're very, very technically advanced.
I think you made up for it, to be honest, in your later stage, your later years.
Later.
So as we watch there, Sydney Rowing Club successfully navigating their pathway to the final. They'll be facing either one of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club on the right-hand side of your screen here, and the crew from Spain, Club Nautico Sevilla, on the left-hand side. At the moment, if I look at these two crews, it looks like Wycliffe just have a little bit more dynamism in their boat.
I agree, and they also look incredibly flat. Like, I'm super impressed with their ability to, like, they are just propelling the boat in the right direction. They're not going up and down, they're not bouncing, they're sort of quite loose in the shoulders, they're all down low. I'm not much of a sculler, and when people can scull like this, I get quite impressed. But they're rowing very well, and it looks like that it's paying off for them, isn't it?
Well, this A-boat is the same crew who took bronze at the National Schools Regatta just 3 weeks ago. Catherine Burton represented Great Britain last year at the European Championships, the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and Aggie Burt actually won Great Britain Under-19 April Regatta trials, so a ridiculously talented double here, and showing that, not giving the Spanish crew a sniff at the moment. And I think it's going to take something pretty monumental from the Club Nautico pairing to overcome the strength and aptitude of this Wycliffe combination. So we will keep one eye on the Wycliffe and Club Nautico contest, and we'll move back to the start. For if you are here tuning in to listen to Henley Women's Regatta, you might well be a Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club fan, because they are they're racing on 2 races on the course now, and they have another one in 2 races time. So it's Wycliffe's time to shine, and it's Etherington on the Berkshire Station in the Junior 18 singles up against Darrington of Peterborough City Rowing Club. So whilst the Wycliffe double do the business, can their single sculler continue the positive trend? It looks like she's had the slightly better of the 2 starts here.
Yeah, it's tough in a single. You've got the bounce. It's a single. It's a tippy boat. I still get very nervous in it. It's not stable. So for these rowers to be out there trying to steer, trying to do all that, it's a real challenge. But both actually seem to be looking pretty steady in their boats and doing well. But yeah, just shot out probably that length slightly early on, which in a single it's very well appreciated when it's just one-on-one. it's a lot more of a tactical. It's like a lot more of a mental battle, because you can do that quite big change in speed. You're not having to communicate with anyone. If you want to go, you can go. Which it's tough when I think about racing like that. It's probably one of the most challenging boats, I would say. You're out there by yourself. You don't have that teammate to sort of rely on either. But I guess it's got its pros and cons.
Well, Eloise Etherington of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, a year younger than you need to be actually to compete in this event. She's only 17. She won the Women's Junior 17 single scull category at the Junior Sculling Regatta before jumping into the quad that won second girls quads at the National Schools Regatta. So a name for the future, and another off the conveyor belt of talent that Greg Flower has turned at this institution. At the moment, Darrington of Peterborough City Rowing Club, who were just dispatched in the doubles, looking like they might well be ending interest in this regatta, in this race, because she has no answers to Eloise Etherington of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. Darrington herself was second at the Junior Sculling Regatta in the Junior 18 category, but you can see there, Grace, the drone illuminating that Darrington has a lot of work to do if she wants to regain parity.
And it seems like she is kind of consistently moving out. It doesn't seem like it was sort of a big push at the start and then she's settled. She's taking distance every single stroke. So I think that is incredibly relieving as a rower, and incredibly... it gives you a new sense of energy. You're like, oh, my base pace is good. We can keep doing this, rather than being like, I need to push again. So it's a pretty dominant performance, taking right after the double. It's been a good 2 races for the school.
Yeah, school, absolutely. It's a good time to be a Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club supporter. Their double successfully moving on to the final, where they'll face that crew from Sydney Rowing Club. Really excited to watch the conclusion of the Rayner Cup later for junior doubles. At the moment, Eloise Etherington doing what she needs to do here on the Henley course to ensure, that's a nice duck, to ensure that she, or is it a goose? I can't tell. To ensure that she moves through to her final, where she'll have the privilege of facing up against either one of Kerry Roger of Marlow Rowing Club or Jessica Weir of Shiplake College. That race due to get underway any minute now, and we will, of course, bring you live coverage of that. If you are joining us for the first time here at the Henley Women's Regatta, either on site or from the comfort of your home, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are right into the thick of action here at one of the world's leading river regattas. We're going to have racing all the way up, hopefully until about 5 p.m. this evening, weather permitting, and it will be finals later on once we complete the semi-finals. I think around 2 o'clock. We'll be completing semis and then moving on to the finals, where silverware is decided. And Grace, you have to run off and present some trophies, I think.
Yes, very privileged to do that. And it's a big day for these rowers, getting out there twice. So, when you're at school, you probably get used to it. But as you get a bit older, you get a bit precious, and you're sort of used to only doing one race a day. But it's hot here. It's pretty humid. It's been a big few days of racing for all these athletes. So, to get out here and have sort of 2 quite do or die races, it's a big day mentally and physically. So I think having a race where you can sort of comfortably sit out in front is really useful for later in the day. But then in saying that, once you get to finals, everyone's all in. You get a new sense of energy anyway.
Yeah, the adrenaline of the final time lining up on the course must be something. I've never experienced it, but it must be quite special. And we can see here the second semi-final, race number 362. The second semi-final of the Junior 18 single sculls for the Di Ellis Trophy is underway, and it is Kerry Roger of Marlow Rowing Club on the left-hand side, and Jessica Weir of Shiplake College Boat Club, probably the outright favourite for this entire event, and a winner of the gold medal at the recent Munich International Regatta. She's on the left-hand side. The camera has changed, and it's Marlow on the right in red. Jess just getting warned there by the umpire to move back onto her station, but it looks like she has taken control of this race, taken hold of it, and trying to end it nice and early. Because as you rightly point out, Grace, energy conservation is an important consideration in a race like this. But we'll just watch on the right-hand side the conclusion of the first semi-final. Maybe that camera angle is deceptive, but it looks like Darrington putting on a bit of a sprint. She had a little look over, I think she knows that Eloise Etherington is not a million miles away from her. I don't think she's going to have enough water. But you could see there Eloise Etherington just speeding the rate up a bit. I think she got a bit concerned there for a moment, and that ended up a lot closer than we expected.
Yeah, I think that is like shows what singles can do. Singles, you can decide to go and it changes speed quite quickly, and that's when you don't want to get caught napping. That it looks like she responded in the end and really had to, because she put on a good burst. Ended up being quite close by the line, and I'm sure she was happy when the line really came up and she got that win and progressed on to the final.
Well, Etherington almost caught napping by her opposition from Peterborough, but in the end did enough to secure her place in the final of the Di Ellis Trophy for junior single sculls. And Jessica Weir, she means business here on the Henley course. She wasn't in the the Shiplake quad, I should say. That was unfortunately knocked out of junior 18 quads a little earlier, to I think my surprise, and certainly some on the bank, but I'm sure she'll jump back into that quad to strengthen their hand ahead of the Henley Royal Regatta and their assault on the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, a trophy they last won in 2021. But again, another example of the production line of talent that Dan Safdari has cultivated at Shiplake College, and looking like she is not going to be caught here. Look at that, that's probably 4 or 5 lengths of clear water as she moves on toward the barrier.
Yeah, I think this almost looks like one of the most dominant performances we've had. She's not taken it down too much, but I'm sure she's just sort of sitting there, like not a full pressure, won't be going into every stroke. She'll just be ticking it over. But you can see this is a good shot to see all the boats that are travelling down the side, and the wash that these young women will be rowing in as well. And as we talked about before, singles are pretty tippy and are pretty at the sort of, elements own sort of deciding factor. So she won't want to get too complacent, and you've got to stay concentrated to make sure that nothing happens for this incredibly dominant performance.
Yeah, she hasn't let Kerry Roger of Marlow Rowing Club have a sniff. She's just shut the door very, very early and continuing to scull away and keeping it intense, keeping the pressure on, and allowing herself too much room to relax. I'm sure she will have in the back of her mind the potential for a final later on. One more race to go until she might be able to get her hands on the Di Ellis Trophy. Just to be a little bit careful of her steering there. You can see that she's getting a little bit close to the booms. That would be a bit calamitous.
Oh, yeah, I know. This close, you've done all this work. That's where you really want to stay clear of them. And because she is so far out in front, she does have the benefit. Potentially could get away with sitting in the middle a bit more. You've got a little bit more leeway. The umpires probably aren't going to call you out too much if you've got a lead like this. But very sportswoman's like, and staying on her side, which is impressive from her.
Well, lots to look forward to over the next couple of hours. We're moving on very shortly to junior 18 quad sculling. Very shortly, imminently, as we speak, it's Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club here again on the Henley course in yet another semi-final, and arguably the favourites for this event too. They are facing up against Sir William Perkins, Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively. Wycliffe national champions in the quad, stroked by Ella Fullman herself, a junior international. And Sir William Perkins, a programme that do often produce competent, capable quads. But I think Wycliffe are probably the favourites here, just given their pedigree and their form so far this year. But I've been watching this William Perkins crew throughout the weekend. They took me a little bit by surprise when they appeared on the time trial. I thought that is a really well-drilled unit, and they'll want to put in the best possible showing to ensure that Wycliffe don't have it all their own way. And this quad, who, as I say, have swept all before them this year, national champions in the 8 in March, and then switching over to the quad and winning that event by clear water. They'll want to make sure that they put themselves in the best possible position to win the B Language Trophy ahead of the Diamond Jubilee next week.
Yeah, both of these crews look technically very sharp. They don't look like they're missing a lot around the front. They're pretty in and on, so it's pretty even in that regard. But I think then it comes down to other things, your rating, how much power you're putting in every stroke, what you're doing out of the water to not slow the boat down, and those little things are the things that's going to get a crew to slowly edge out in front. But I mean, from just sort of looking at it from your eye, they're both technically performing incredibly well.
And Grace, I know you're a sweep oar person, that's what you've done all your life, but a quad scull, to me, is the best boat to watch. when it's done well, which these two crews are exhibiting exactly how to row a quad, it to me is the best boat to watch.
Oh, I agree. I'm a sweeper and a sweeper through and through, but looking at a quad, it just, you can look so in unison. I think, and obviously I feel like I can say this because I've spent my life rowing in a pier, but there's nothing probably more awkward looking than a pier. It's very hard to get that same sort of beauty that a quad can have. Doesn't mean it's any different, but it's just it's a different element. You're both out to your own sides. You've both got sort of your own responsibilities, whereas a quad, you're just up and down. Everyone's in time. It looks magical. I was never fortunate enough to sort of be good enough at sculling to really embrace that, so I had to embrace the sort of more awkwardly looking sweep boats. But yeah, they're nice to watch, train and race.
Well, that panned back shot of the Henley countryside with Wycliffe in the foreground there, sculling towards what they hope will be a date with destiny. The first of the 2 B. Langridge Trophy semi-finals on the course here. And it is Wycliffe looking like the form boat in this competition, as I say, the national champions here in the UK, and they'll certainly have more than one eye on some of the international interest in the Diamond Jubilee, which starts in just over 9 days, or just under 9 days. Very excited for the Henley Royal Regatta to begin. And this is why part of the reason I love Henley Women's is it's almost throwing the doors open to a festival of sport here in the Thames Valley. Phenomenal next few weeks. Not just the Henley Royal Regatta, but the Henley Masters Regatta, the Henley Festival, and then Henley Town and Visitors at the end of July. So it's a celebration of sport over the next 6 weeks here. And what better place to do it there, Grace? I mean, that man who stood in the way is not exactly helping my metaphor.
No, but he couldn't have timed that worse.
Yeah. Patchwork green fields of England, illuminating the spectacle we have in front of us as we watch here the second semi-final of the Junior 18 Quads Race 364. It's Tideway Scullers School closest to the camera, facing up against Henley Rowing Club, another boat club who regularly feature at the sharp end of junior competition. But Tideway Scullers are sort of the dark horses for this event. I talked about Wycliffe in the last race as the national champions. Well, a week after Wycliffe took the national title, they came to the Metropolitan Regatta expecting, I'm sure, to continue their unbeaten streak, and were beaten by this Tideway Scullers outfit. So let's watch. Let's see how Tideway Scullers do, because if they do come up against Wycliffe in the final, as it's looking increasingly likely Wycliffe will be taking that first place, I think Tideway Scullers will enjoy that potential, enjoy that dynamic, knowing that they've already beaten Wycliffe once this year.
Yeah, once you believe you can beat a crew, it's an incredibly empowering thought. So there's a lot of those sort of mental dynamics that come into play, and I think they're going to have to straighten up a little bit. It looks like they're sort of drifting into the middle, but it makes for an interesting when you start to get this sort of rivalry with crews. It's a cool dynamic, and I think that's the cool thing about the rowing season. You get different opportunities to race the crews over and over again, and in slightly different contexts. Like racing here is different than racing at like a Met Regatta. It's all different sort of things, and I think Henley sort of brings out the real rivalry when it's one-on-one. You've got to knock out people to get to the final. It's the pinnacle, and for me, I loved Henley, and I think that's part of the reason why the real rivalries that you can form with other crews.
Absolutely, and Wycliffe there securing passage through to the final of the B. Langridge Trophy. Not a huge surprise to see them in that first seat, but Tideway Scullers here, sort of, as I say, the dark horses under the stewardship of Richard Hawkins, himself a former Henley winner, and now leading the Tideway Scullers junior programme. But they've been flying a little bit under the radar this year, and I think your point around all the different contexts that these crews will face each other in, this is another reason I love the Henley series, because we've had a lot of context already. We've seen them race at the head sort of events through the winter. We've seen them sort of feature for the first time on regatta season. We've seen them do their national championships. So the narrative is sort of 3/4 written, but realistically, the real value is in the final few chapters of these stories, because Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta, I think if you spoke to most junior athletes and you said to them, okay, you can win one event this year, they would choose one of the two Henley regattas.
I agree, and I think coming over to Henley, the first time I got to race that is when I saw it, even when you get up into the more senior levels. when I came and I saw what it meant to the athletes and like the British national team to win Henley, I was like, wow, this regatta is held in such regard. It's tideway scullers look so close to the booms. It makes me so nervous. I'm sure they'll be fine, but it makes my heart beat. But it's on every rower's bucket list to win Henley Women's, Henley Royal, any of these sort of ones, because of the atmosphere. It's one of the ones where the spectators come out, everyone cares about it, everyone loves coming and seeing it for the day. So yeah, it's one of the ones that are like at the top of your list to do, and it shows how much it means to people.
Well, if you look at the profile of the two crews, it's certainly true that tideway scullers are a little bit slighter than their Henley counterparts, but just rowing that quad a little bit better at the moment and continuing to scull away from their opponents from Henley Rowing Club. So we'll see on the right-hand side of the screen whether anything evolves in that particular contest, but we'll move back to the start to focus in on Aspirational Club 8, Thames Rowing Club A on the left-hand side up against Vesta Rowing Club B on the right-hand side. So joining us for the first time here, if you are tuning into the live stream, you will see two races on your screen, and these are races. It's been a long day. 364, been a long weekend actually. Races 364, tideway scullers seeing off the interests of Henley Rowing Club in the second semi-final of the B Language Trophy to set up a meeting with Wycliffe in the final. And then we have Aspirational Club 8, Thames up against Vesta and Grace. I know that you spent a lot of time down on the Putney Embankment when you were rowing for Cambridge last year, so you'll be intimately familiar with both of these clubs, and Thames, the superlatives sort of run dry, don't they?
Yes, yeah, we would actually boat out of Thames, so got to see them training a little bit. I'm sure they were very welcoming when we sort of came in with a flurry of about 20 rowers and managed to squeeze into their changing rooms. So they're very nice to let us come in. But it was amazing, and to see what the tideway is like and where these crews train, it was quite mind-blowing, and getting your head around the fact that you changed your flow pattern and all of that. But it's a cool atmosphere down on the embankment, and it shows the sort of rowing scene over here, which I've really enjoyed getting to know. And then once again, like, this is my first time actually coming to Henley Women's, because normally I'm normally not in the country or racing at World Cup 2. So being able to come down and enjoy it this time is really special, because I think the atmosphere here is amazing. Walking down the bank and just seeing everyone and watching all these crews, and some very impressive and exciting racing. And I imagine it's only going to get more exciting as the day goes on. But yeah, just fun. And like these girls are doing so well and would have trained so much for this. So I'm sure they'll be pleased with how it's going so far.
Well, Thames and Vesta's boat clubs, as you point out, Grace, on that Putney stretch of embankment, they are separated by just a thin strip of road, and Thames doing the business against their Putney-based opponents. So we're watching here Thames Rowing Club putting the screws to Vesta Rowing Club. And it's interesting you talk about having spent some time down on the Putney embankment. Grace, obviously you yourself announced your retirement from competitive racing. Did any of these clubs give you a little call and say, do you fancy it?
I think everyone's like, you're going to come, you can come for a little row. And I just was like, the winter rowing here is tough. The winter rowing on the Thames. I thought I'd give myself a little break, but I do want to get back into it, so I'll bear in mind. I'll see if I get any calls after that. I'm looking, I'm putting out the feelers.
Well, look, Grace Prendergast, Olympic champion, is keen to do some rowing, so if you are listening to this, give her a call.
Please
but look,
invite me along.
We're watching Thames dispatch Vesta B. But if you are a fan of Vesta and you're here to support that club, you'll be interested to know that the second semi-final of Aspirational Club 8 has begun, and this is Vesta A up against Molesey Boat Club. And when we get to the business end of these club events, it does seem to be the same sort of rotation, the same carousel of names: Vesta, Molesey, Thames, London. And it just shows the strength of their programmes. But Vesta with 2 8s in the semi-finals, so they can occupy 50% of the available placings for the Aspirational Club 8 trophy. And at the moment, Vesta A doing what their B crew couldn't do and leading their opposition pretty decisively.
Yeah, it is a decisive start, especially in an 8, as we sort of mentioned before. It takes a lot of effort and energy to get off the blocks. It's a heavy boat. By the time you add, you probably know your information more than me, is it 80 kilos of the boat and then all the rowers and the coxswain. It's a lot of weight to get up and moving. Once it's up and you can sort of maintain that speed, it becomes a little bit easier, but the strength that it takes to get off the block, so to jump out by a whole length this quickly is very, very impressive. And they look like they've pushed onto a rhythm that they can sustain and are relatively comfortable, like they're taking it over, but it doesn't look like they're chasing it either.
Well, you can hear the boats from our little static position in the tent, and you can also hear the roar of the crowd as they row on past. I think if you're a Molesey fan, you'll know this race isn't run yet. The barrier is right there, 600 metres gone. There's plenty of water for Molesey to mount a comeback, but if they want to do it, they need to probably start sooner rather than later, because this is, as you say, Grace, is a shortened course. It's only around 1,500 metres as opposed to the Henley Royal default 2,112, so you have quite a lot less to row. And Vesta, at the moment, in control of this contest and not looking like they're going to have their lead relinquished.
No, I think it would be a surprise if they managed to get sort of clawed back in right now, because they look like they're doing it very well as well. They look flat, they look strong, they look like they're very much in control. So I'm sure they'll be enjoying this essentially a dress rehearsal to the final if they continue a performance on like this. And I'm sure it makes the coxswain's job a little bit easier, being able to say, we're out in front, hold this. As a coxswain of a second crew, it's a lot more difficult. What do you say to motivate them when you are behind? And it's a tough job. I don't envy the coxswain, and I don't envy how you sort of do that, but I'm sure they'll be sort of giving it a good shot.
So we've got 2 races on the course. The second semi-final of Aspirational Club 8, and it's Vesta leading Molesey to set up a date with Destiny with Thames Rowing Club. As I say, they share the same little stretch of embankment in Putney, so that'll be a local grudge match in every sense of the word. But race number 367 has started, the semi-final of Aspirational Quads, and it's USR Triton of the Netherlands on the Berkshire station up against an Agecroft Hartbury College Leeds Rowing Club, I believe, composite. Leeds University, I should say. Leeds University and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club composite. It's another composite, but at the moment, the Dutch looking untouchable as we watch their Vesta crossing the line ahead of Molesey, so they will meet Thames in the final. But the Dutch here in their yellow boat with their dark blue kit, they are totally dominant in the opening exchanges of this semi-final of the Aspirational quads.
Yeah, incredibly strong rowing nation. I think all their crews are always pretty impressive, and it's obviously something that they have worked out, and obviously love really coming over to the UK as well and enjoying the regattas, because it's always a very strong entries from there. But yeah, both crews looking impressive, and the distance is significant. I don't imagine it changing, but I guess you never know. But they're rowing very well. Normally the Dutch have such a technique, it's always looks very effortless. I'm sure there's a lot of work going in, and it's harder than it looks, but they always look very graceful, very smooth, very composed, and I'm always in awe of their sort of rowing style.
Well, that's rowing done well, isn't it, Grace? If you make it look easy, make it look effortless, like a swan gliding across the water but frantically paddling underneath, that's rowing done well.
It is, and I think that's the goal, and I think I was always unfortunate I've got a real pain face. Even when I wasn't in that much pain, it was showing on my face. But that is, like, when people think, you're like, oh, you could go harder, you could try harder, it is the sign that your boat's running well, you're doing it efficiently, and that would be the ultimate goal. But I guess there's many ways to do it, and sometimes pretty rowing doesn't translate to speed, but I think it's what every rower would strive for ultimately.
And as you point out, the Dutch, a fierce rowing nation and fierce supporters of both Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta. We've got a good contingent of Dutch crews here this weekend, and some of whom are deciding to extend their trip and put their hand toward the Henley Royal Regatta, which, as I say, begins week on Tuesday, so 9 days' time. Very excited for the culmination of all of these crews' efforts as they try and take to the water in pursuit of Henley Women's and Henley Royal silverware. But at the moment, that composite from Agecroft, Hartbury, Leeds and Strathclyde Park, they don't have the answers for the crew from USR Triton, who are looking completely dominant at this stage. And I suppose if you come from Holland, it's like we said earlier, if you come from Australia, but if you come from Holland, it's still a trip, it's still expensive, it's still a foreign country. You do know that you've got some sort of base speed. It's very rare that we see these international entries not at least progressing through to the latter stages of their respective competitions. Yeah,
as you say, it is a financial cost. So if you're coming over, you probably back that crew is at least going to make it to the end of the week. You don't want to come over and get knocked out on the first day and then end up with a whole squad of rowers here sitting around spectating, which is lovely, but not the ultimate goal. You want to make it to the final. You want to make it to the pinnacle race. So it is more of a decision to make when you're bringing. Whereas if you're just travelling down from London, I'm sure there's a lot of crews that come for the experience of it. But when you're travelling internationally, it's a bit of a bigger decision.
Absolutely. Ooh. You can just see there in the semi-final of Aspirational Quads, Mortlake Anglian Alpha Boat Club having real troubles with the boys there. Bath University were being warned for their steering. They just can't get out of that buoy line, can they, Mortlake? It's a bit of a disaster for them.
Oh, you just feel for them, because once you're in the buoys, it is very hard to get out. You can see now. You can see you have to overcorrect so much, and now they're going to have to come straight back over. And in a sculling boat, you're doing a lot of it by pressure as well when you're sort of this desperate to move your boat. But they did lose an oar. It's tough to sort of get your composure back after that. But that is the most challenging bit of the race. You're not on the booms yet. You've just got the buoys. And you can just feel that sense. You're like, we're getting close. Is someone going to hit? And it's just luck of the draw. So they're going to have to sort of recompose themselves and hope that they can come back, and they'll have a decent amount of adrenaline after that goes on. So maybe, and they're actually doing a pretty good recollect, but that was tough.
Yeah, really tough to watch, actually. I think Bath were a little bit over in the middle of their station, and maybe just, I won't say pushed, but there was the threat of a collision, and it probably influenced the steerwoman in the Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club crew. These two crews, I believe, have met before Bath University was 6th in the A final of women's quads on the Saturday of the Met Regatta, whereas Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha were 3rd in the B final. So on paper, Bath are the stronger of the 2 units, but I don't feel like we've had the fairest of reflections on actually who is the more competent because of the unfortunate steering that happened at the beginning of the race.
And they've done pretty well to come out of that losing an oar and slight crash and not continue to be dropped. Like it is a big task to get back on your rhythm and try and claw it back, but they're not necessarily getting any further behind, but it's a big ask to pull back once you go through something like that. And that's the thing about one-on-one racing. Something like that happens, it's very, it's tough. It's cutthroat.
Well, Rebecca Court, Daisy Faithfull, Phoebe Hayden and Calla Spires of Bath University. Not worried about what's happening in their opposition's boat. They're just focused on executing their race plan and doing it to perfection at the moment. Untroubled so far in their semi-final. This, of course, for the privilege of meeting USR Triton of the Netherlands in the final of the Chairman's Cup for Aspirational Quads. And it doesn't look to me like Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha Boat Club are going to have the gas to come back on Bath. Bath just able to now control the narrative, dictate who and when moves and who and when stays.
Yeah, when you can see a crew behind you go through something like that, it does sort of give you that burst of energy. You're like, okay, that's really unfortunate, but we've got to make the most of that. And it is a tricky situation when potentially both crews, well, one crew has been warned as well, but they capitalised on it, and it's a big ask to come back after that.
That's all you can do. So we will keep one eye, as I say, on race number 368, but 369 is underway. Glasgow Academy in the Junior 18 Coxed 4s on the Berkshire station up against St Edward's School B on the Buckinghamshire station. Let's see what happens here. This Glasgow Academy crew, I understand they've been strengthened by Bryony Wood, who won the junior singles event at the National Schools Regatta. Bearing in mind that's an event for 18-year-old and under. She was 15 and she won it by clear water, so definitely a name for the future, but at the moment not looking able to inspire her boat to a lead. It's Teddy's who are doing the early running here.
Yeah, that's very impressive. She might have a few more years potentially of winning that, or a very, very bright future ahead of her. At such a young age to be competing against people that have been rowing for that many years, probably 2 or 3 times the amount of you have been rowing for. But yeah, I guess it translates differently into bigger boats, and this is when the crew element comes into effect. Jumping from a boat by yourself to a crew, there's a lot of other things to think about, and it's quite a different dynamic.
Yeah, Teddy's just trying to break the elastic band that connects intangibly their stern with the bow of the Glasgow boat, and they'll be galvanised by their cox, who's just bow loaded into the bottom of the boat. You can't really see the cox apart from their head just peering out from behind the back of the bow girl, and you can see here Teddy's being warned for their steering. They certainly are towards the middle of the course, and there's the bows just rising up out the water as the wash from some of the pleasure cruisers and umpires' launches interferes with the racing course.
Yeah, this is probably one of the bouncier races we've seen. You can see sometimes almost the bow just about going under, and in a Cox 4 you've got the weight of the coxswain in the bow as well. The 2 very different sitting styles of the coxswains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One's bolt upright, the other's just disappeared. Yeah.
He looks very relaxed.
Well, whatever he's doing, it's working, because Glasgow are pulling level here with St Edward's, and St Edward's continuing to stray the line a little bit. They're certainly taking full advantage of their 50% of the course and probably beginning to stray into neutral water, and those blades, Grace, worryingly close.
Yeah, it's tough as a rower when you're put in that situation. You can see their heads start to go out because they're nervous they're going to hit. As a coxswain, I think part of your job is to make the rowers be able to row the best race they can possibly, and if you're concentrating on trying not to hit, it's very distracting. It takes your energy. Maybe some people thrive off it, but personally I didn't like it. I like to focus on my own technique, and they are sort of towing the line, but maybe it's hard to tell from this angle, but maybe moved slightly more to their side. But pretty decisive move on this side. Really just sort of walked on through and continued to walk on through.
Walking is exactly it. It's curious that we in rowing, for such an intense sport, choose the terminology of we walking through them. It doesn't feel like you're walking. It feels like you're sprinting at full velocity. But Glasgow doing exactly that, and it sort of illustrates a sense of calm in that Glasgow crew that they are just managing to, as you say, Grace, walk away from St Edwards.
Yeah, it is funny. I've never really thought about the fact that we're always like, yeah, we're walking, and it sounds like, I'm like, yeah, it sounds intense, but I'm like, couldn't be a less intense term to use it. But yeah, they're just chomping away, and obviously incredibly confident with their base pace, and looking long and strong, and it's really paid off for them, and really been sort of decisive in that sort of second half to last. And that's the tough part of the race. Like the third quarter is where you can sort of make or break the race. Some crews thrive in there, and some find that they're more in it for the exciting sort of first 500, last 500. But that crew's just incredibly strong through the middle, and just sort of made light work and just sort of chipped away at it.
Well, as Glasgow look to unseat the national champions from St Edward's School, we move back to the start to watch the second semi-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior Coxed Fours. And this is a contest between Marlow and Shiplake. Rivalry is renewed in this event. They are fierce competitors in the junior quads category, having been going at each other hammer and tongs for the last 2 or 3 years. One wins, the other loses, then the other wins and the other loses, and it's been a continuing rivalry that's now translated over into the Coxed Four. And it does look to me like Shiplake, who are right over on their side, probably have the slightly better of the two starts. But right-hand side of the screen, we've got race 369, and it's Glasgow, who, having been led by St Edwards up to the barrier, just stepped on the gas and found an extra gear, and are now rowing away from the national champions, I should say, from St Edwards. They won this event comfortably at the National Schools 3 weeks ago, but no answers to the questions being posed by Glasgow at this stage. And on the left-hand side, we've got this, what looks like going to be an entertaining duel between Shiplake and Marlow.
Yeah, it's quite nice to have the races running alongside of each other, and you can kind of see the I don't know, it's setting the scene for the battle that's going to happen this afternoon. But it was very impressive from Glasgow to slowly chip away at it, and I guess as a rower there's also nothing more exciting, and you get that real sense of energy where you do get to chip away. If someone else jumps out on you and you get to slowly peg it back, you sort of get this like new lease on life, and you're like, yeah, look at me go. And it's pretty good. And then but on the other hand, it's nothing harder to stop a crew when they have some momentum and they're on a roll. So it's all about momentum and rowing, and you've really got to make those calls on the fly, and that's what the coxswains in these races will be trying to do.
Well, they're the brains, aren't they, behind the operation? They're the strategist on the water, the cox, and they need to have that intangible feel for momentum, because as you say, Grace, and I think it is a critical point to illustrate, momentum is critical in rowing and broader sport in general. And here, it's pretty hard to choose who has the momentum here, because Shiplake jumped out to about this lead with sort of 10 to 20 strokes gone, and the two crews now in deadlock as they approach the barrier.
Yeah, they look like they're almost stroke for stroke, pretty similar stroke rates, pretty similar speed. So it's going to be interesting to see who sort of breaks this, if anyone sort of changes their tactic, try to do a decisive push. Both crews are pretty close to their side, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. But yeah, it's a pretty even start across the board for this race.
Looks like Marlow might just be edging out. You know it's a good race because we can hear the tannoy commentary from our other commentary colleagues, and the pitch at which they're commentating goes up by a couple of scales. So you know that it's a pretty good race on the course. And Marlow and Shiplake, two boat clubs that, as I mentioned at the beginning of this contest, know each other extremely well, both geographically not too far from each other, but also on the Straits of Dorney, the Straits of Nottingham and the Straits of Henley, renewing acquaintances time and time again. And Marlow looking to take bragging rights in this semi-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup for Coxed Fours. And it looks like Marlow have just timed this move to perfection.
Yeah, Marlo does look to seem to be on a little bit of a roll now, and as you say, when you race people so often, you do sort of start that rivalry, and it becomes about things like bragging rights, and you get to know your competition, and you get to know what they're good at, whether they're normally fast out of the start and all of that, and I personally found it harder racing like that when you knew the other people so well, because you're not just in there in your own boat, so it adds a whole nother dynamic to it, but they do seem to be slowly edging away.
Yeah, slow but sure often wins the race, and Marlow trying their hardest to capitalise on what they perceive to be a middle third weakness in the Shiplake crew, so we'll keep one eye on that. But the race for the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s has begun. The semi-final between Surbiton High School on the Berkshire Station and Henley Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Again, two boat clubs who know each other very, very well indeed. Surbiton, silver medalists at the National Schools Regatta, and Henley, bronze. So this is crews 2 and 3 from the Nationals, renewing rivalries on the Henley stretch in anticipation of an assault on the Prince Philip Challenge Cup for schoolgirl crews at the Henley Women's Regatta. But Surbiton jumping out and taking the race to Henley.
Yeah, you can see the effort they're putting in and the intensity of the 8s. Everyone's going, wanting to get that early lead, because in an 8 you've just got less time. You've got less time to catch up. You've got less time to pass through another crew. So potentially the beginning of the race is slightly more important in the bigger boats, and it's just the nature of them. So yeah, you can see the effort and the energy on the faces of all 16 rowers and across both of these crews.
Well, as we watch Surbiton try to land an unrecoverable blow on Henley in their semi-final, I think it's worth just diverting our attention to the evolving contest between Marlow and Shiplake. Both crews jacking the rate up now. They are aware that they're probably 100 metres from the line. The crowd are cheering them on, and I think it is going to be Marlow, Grace, who are going to take the win, provided that they're able to just keep it together in the final 10 strokes and stay true to the form that's led them this far.
It's coming down to the line. They've both done very well to sort of hold on to that, and you can kind of see by the looks of it that it potentially looks like there's a bit of a headwind building, which just makes that last little bit that even more intense. You know, you don't have the help of it feeling like light and easy, and I'm sure you're rowing against the current and on this course as well, so there's all those things to play, and when you come down to that last sort of like 200-300 meters, that's when you really start to feel, even if it's a subtle headwind, subtle current, it's tough, and you've got to sort of perk yourself up for that final sprint to the line, and they did that, but no, Marlow sort of managed to hang on in the end.
Well, Marlow taking that one and setting up a meeting with Glasgow Academy, which, as I say, will all be played out live here on the Henley Women's Regatta stream later this afternoon. But I always liken these match racing formats to sort of boxing, and I think Surbiton tried to land a blow that Henley couldn't get back up from, and I don't think they've managed it here. They went out hard, they went out strong, but the momentum, as we talked about earlier here, Grace, looks to be with the Henley crew.
I think that's the thing. You try and do these big moves, and if they pay off, it's rewarding, it's great, but putting in extra energy and effort when you're already on the red line, it's hard, and I think I didn't realise that until I sort of came over here and did more head-to-head racing, and sometimes you get to a point early on in a race or halfway through a race when it's just you and one other crew where you're like, I'm going to have to go to a level that I'm not comfortable with and I cannot hold for the rest of this race. And if you do that and you don't walk away, it's tough where you go to from there. So it's a real toss up. But
it's physically and mentally exhausting, isn't it?
Exactly. Like especially in these sort of boats, you've got to communicate it with a lot of people, and as a rower, you really need to psych yourself up for that, and then you do it. And if it doesn't pay off, you're just like, well, now what do I do? Like this is, you might still have 1,000 meters to go, and you're like, but I'm actually rowing at an intensity that I can't hold. So you need to have a plan on how you push back onto that base rhythm, and this is where in training you need to have all these things discussed, because when you get to racing, that's when you can't be deciding things on the fly. You need to have communicated it. You need to all be on the same page, because rowing is very much a team sport. You can't do it by yourself. So there's a lot to think about in a race, and it's not a lot of time, and you're pretty tired as well, so it's not a lot of brain space.
Well, Surbiton and Henley scrapping for success here, and it looks to me like Henley might have taken the lead, so we will of course keep one eye on that semi-final. But the second semi-final of the Peabody Cup is underway, and Headington here, the national champions in the 8, taking the fight to Tideway Scullers, coached by Rona McCallum. Her quad already having successfully navigated a pathway to the final of the B Langridge Trophy. She'll be hoping her 8 can follow suit. But on the right-hand side there, Grace, it looks to me like Henley have timed that to perfection. They have overcome Surbiton, who beat them just 3 weeks ago at Dorney Lake. They take the win, and they will be progressing through to the final of the Peabody Cup, and likely the final between either Headington or Tideway Scullers on the other side of the draw, but it's Headington here who are showing their class in the early stages.
Yeah, Headington's managed to get a bit of a jump on Tideway Scullers. I think both crews look pretty long and comfortable, so it'll be interesting, but it's a pretty decisive length pretty early on, but it's so hard to tell from the angles. I don't think Tideway Scullers are letting them have it all their own way, and they're potentially taking a few little seats back. But this is probably a very important stage of the race for Tideway Scullers. If they want to get there in the end, they've got to have to probably make a move now, otherwise it'll get too late.
Well, such is the quality and the depth in these categories that this could quite easily be a final here between Headington and Tideway Scullers School, and the same can be said of Henley and Surbiton. But Henley lie in wait for whoever can successfully navigate their semi-final. Headington expertly drilled and conditioned by the programmes put in place by Ryan Demain and Chris Hermes at the Oxfordshire-based institution, and it looks like, Grace, Headington just starting to turn the screw. They've been methodical about this so far. They haven't been rushed. They rode their own game plan, and it's working because every single stroke that they take, they seem to be just etching, eking, moving, slowly walking.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've done a big push to be like, let's go now, let's do a decisive move, and then let's hold. They've come on to something that they can, every stroke, just walk slightly further and further away and be confident in that. And I think practicing this sort of race before you get to a final situation is good. Like, they had enough pressure on them at the start that it wasn't comfortable. They couldn't just push onto their rhythm without any pressure. Tideway was still there. They were still on their case. But they've coped well. They haven't panicked, and they've rode an incredibly mature and calm looking race, and as we mentioned before, they look like they're doing it relatively easy. I know they'll be tired, I know they'll be hurting, but visually it looks like they're sort of just cruising along.
Yeah, the stern of Headington's yellow M-Packer just starting to break clear of the bow of Tideway Scullers School Filippi, and it's going to take a mighty effort from Tideway Scullers to regain parity in this semi-final. Headington just looking like the class outfit across all of the 4 boats that I've seen in these semi-finals. Worth remembering that this is the second race that these girls have done already this weekend, and today, and the 4th across the weekends. They've already had a time trial and a heat yesterday, and now they are in their semi-final, and they had a quarterfinal this morning. So if they do navigate this, the final will be their 5th in just over 24 hours.
It's a big weekend, and I think potentially that is why they are sitting out in front. The way they row, it looks incredibly efficient. It doesn't look like they're slowing the boat down, and when you're doing 5 races in quite a short amount of time, that's really important. Maybe you can muscle it for 1 or 2, but efficiency comes into play when you're out there multiple times a day, and I can, by the looks of it, they must be warming up well, warming down well. It's the last thing you feel like doing when you get off the water. You're like, oh, I've got to warm down so I can get ready for my next race. But those little things are so important when you're in and out of racing all day long. And they look smooth and they look long, and they also look like they have a few more points up their sleeve and rate if they needed it. So it'll be great to see if the results continue going this way, the final, them at their full potential, and oh, here comes the wash again, and what they can show when it's like full on as fast as we can go from A to B.
Well, they actually remind me of the Aspirational Academic 8 we saw from Oxford Brookes earlier today, and the way they row and the way they're trying to control this race. They are probably only about a length and a little bit up on Tideway Scullers, but they've just sat there for basically the backbone of this race and crossing the line now, setting up a date with Henley Rowing Club. So the 2 of the foremost programmes in the country renewing their rivalry in the final of the Peabody Cup later on this afternoon. Commiserations to Tideway Scullers, who exit the competition, but they will have vested interest in the final of the B Langridge Trophy, which will also be happening later on this afternoon when they come up against Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. So a short pause in proceedings. I think we do have 2 crews on the start. There we are, back to the stake boats, where we are taking on Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours, and 2 crews that we will know well, Grace, 2 boat clubs that we've seen already today. Oxford Brookes on the right-hand side and Newcastle University on the left-hand side. Talk to me about the psychology of these moments.
Yeah, these are interesting, especially at Henley. I think all races, it's interesting in the start blocks, but Henley, you've got the pressure of, it's actually incredibly important for you to be straight because you don't want to go straight into the booms. And it's a different atmosphere. Like, you're sitting there, the nerves are heightened, and you hear you've probably got your coach sitting in that boat, sitting there behind watching. It feels incredibly nerve-wracking, but then I think for me, one of my ways of coping with it was to remind, like, these women would have done this a million times over. You can often build up these moments to be something that you have never done before, but you've practiced this, and it's, the heart rate's going, but it's exciting, and I, in my mind, I was always like, only think about the first 2 strokes or even 1, and then once that's done, the rest will take care of itself. But Henley, I would get more nervous than potentially some other races just because of the nature of the booms.
Well, there we go. The umpire's flag is up and down just as swiftly, and the 2 crews away. A little bit of a shaky start there in the Oxford Brookes crew, but they're now away cleanly, and both crews straight as an arrow by the looks of things. Of course, these are being steered by the athletes in the boat. One person in each of the boats will have a foot, or a steer's foot, that they'll be using to control the rudder. A little bit of divergence in the middle of the course there, but Newcastle just checking back. That's a great little drone shot there we get to tell us what's going on the river, flanked by one of those beautiful umpire craft. I always know it's a good time of year when I see those boats, because I know that Henley is coming. Henley is here.
Henley is here, and they seem to have been attracted a little bit like magnets. I think the Oxford Brookes crew looked like they were tracking very well, and then all of a sudden, not sure what happened, but have ended up swinging round to their bow side. Looks like they've come right again, but I'm sure that there would have been a few hearts and mouths as you sort of navigate that. It's funny when you're about to clash, you're like, this could be good, it could be bad, it just is luck of the draw. But now very much crews are back over their own sides, and have managed, despite that steering issue, to look like they've had a good start, pushing on. Cox's Fours are hard boats to steer. Like, you've got 4 people, you've obviously got different people responsible for different sides. I would personally say it's one of the hardest boats to keep on track. It's that bit bigger than a pier, or your pier, you can get it to respond pretty quickly, but a Cox's Four, if you're not in sync, it's very hard to go straight, and I was never the one that had to do the steering with my foot, which thank God, but it's a tough job for the person having to do that if the rowing's not all in time and the pressure's not even, so don't envy them on this course.
Well, Brookes certainly in sync here. They are leading Newcastle University by just over a length and looking to establish a level of control on this semi-final of the Catherine Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. 3 of this crew were 5th in Coxless Fours at the Met Regatta a few weekends ago. And they can never be underestimated, Brookes. They're doing what Brookes do so well, which is getting out to an early lead, front-loading their race, and then just sitting on top of their opposition, using, I think, their reputation as much as their power, right? If you're being led by Brookes, it's so hard psychologically to think, yeah, I'll get them, I'll come back at them, because they're so rarely overturned.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think about all my years rowing, and when a crew starts getting a reputation, like it was very much like this for me when I was in my school rowing. We had a few very, very dominant schools, and it was almost hard to break that psyche of being like, I can beat them, because I was like, you guys come from such a great program, you know how to win, and when you're sort of ingrained in that program as well, you have this real self-belief, and even my international racing, when my team was doing well, I was like, well, we've done the same program as you. I'm going to go well. I'm confident. So like success does breed success, and it breeds confidence as well.
It really does. The vicious circle that cannot be broken no matter how hard Newcastle try. Oxford Brookes leading the way here in the first semi-final of Aspirational Academic Coxes Fours, and we've got a red flag in the other semi-final. I have to concede to you, Grace, I wasn't actually watching. I was paying attention to Oxford Brookes. What happened there?
Well, I caught the end of it, and it just looked like they were coming into each other, but I'm not sure if something happened before that or if they just thought it was enough of a clash to call it then, but I didn't quite see what happened before that either, but there was definitely a few blade clashes.
Well, it's the second semi-final of this event, and it's Harvard on the left and it's Imperial on the right. The umpire has red flagged it, and the craft moving up towards the cruise. I wonder what he will suggest. They are still pretty close to the start line, so it might be that he designates it a restart. But we're watching, well, 1.5 races on the course at the moment. Oxford Brookes dispatching Newcastle with consummate ease, as they do to so many programs. It's no skin off Newcastle's nose. They have a very competent outfit on the water at the moment, but Brookes just a class ahead so often. And we can see here on the left-hand side, Imperial and Harvard just rowing off. So yeah. I wonder.
Everyone looks relatively calm, so I wonder if they'll circle back round to the start and start again, or if something's happened that it's ruled a crew out. I'm not sure, but...
Well, we'll keep an eye on this, and any updates we get, we will let you know. As I say, it looked to me like they clashed in relatively neutral water. It wasn't too far over on either or one side. But the crew's just rowing down now. It doesn't look to me like they're going to turn, because there was an opening in the booms there. So not sure what's happening there in race number 374, but if anyone does know, please do let us know. And that's why we're focusing now on the ducks and the geese.
Yeah, like give them some fillers.
Frequent the course. But Brookes coming up towards the line, no fillers needed for these women. They are going to be progressing through to the final to face as yet an undisclosed opponent, either Imperial College or Harvard University. We're not yet sure, and we do have several cameras. I know that you as the audience were looking at ducks there, and now the spectator zone, which by the way is great if you are in the area and thinking about spending your Sunday doing something a little bit different. Come down to Henley Women's Regatta. Phenomenal racing on all afternoon, and we also have the promise of lots of good food, and there's even a bar that does beer on draft. Now that is a game changer.
Don't know why people wouldn't be down here.
Exactly. It's much better than listening to us, Grace.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to find out what's going on in race number 374. I'm as confused as you are, mate.
Yeah. They do look like they're rowing the whole way home, though, so doesn't look like they're turning to go back round.
It also doesn't look like we've got any crews on the state boat, so I might just pause our coverage for a moment and try and find out what's happened so we can give you some up-to-date reporting. So we do have a little bit of news about race 374, and it is that Harvard University, the Radcliffe crew of the United States of America, have been disqualified for a foul in that race. As I say, we didn't see it too clearly here from our vantage point. The umpire has deemed that Harvard were over in Imperial's water. The two crews clashed, and Harvard have been disqualified. So a really disappointing outcome for those women who have travelled all the way from the east coast of the United States of America to be here. That will not be how they wanted their regatta to end.
No, it's really tough, because obviously you don't go out there to do anything like that. It's a mistake that happens on like completely out of the blue. It's a long way to travel, but I'm gutted for them that they don't get the opportunity to race down and see how the result would have gone. And as you can see them rowing home now, I'm sure they'll be very disappointed and gutted with that.
This Imperial crew were a strong boat, and I'm just thinking now about what they do to prepare for a final, because this will all have happened very quickly. They'll still be processing it in their minds. They've now got a final to look forward to against Oxford Brookes, who, as we saw, dispatched Newcastle in the other semi-final. If you're in the Imperial crew, how do you even sort of begin to prepare for that physically and psychologically?
It's tough because they would have gone through an intense warm-up. They were sitting in the start blocks with the nerves, expecting to have an entire race. So now they've sort of got to get their heads, they've got to get off the water. They've sort of got to forget about the excitement and the stress of that and look to the next race. Obviously, they potentially got an advantage now that they didn't have to do that race. But in saying that, once you're in the swing of racing, you sort of stay in the swing of it. So I'm sure they would have wanted to test themselves to know how they went against that crew before they got to the finals. So they've got a few little unknowns to deal with now, but time to reset, time to look forward to the final and get their mindset towards that rather than a very hectic semi-final.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of semi-finals, we're back on the water, back underway at the Henley Women's Regatta, and it is Aspirational single sculls. It's Turner Frick of Nottingham University. I've seen lots of her this weekend, and she has always impressed me. A sculler who doesn't always come out of the blocks as quickly as maybe she would like, but she has a phenomenal mid-race pace that has served her really, really well so far. So she is on the right-hand side up against O'Neill of Kenmare Boat Club from Ireland. So another international competitor crossing the Irish Sea to be here today. And it looks like a fairly well-balanced contest so far. I mean, the single scull, as we pointed out, Grace, is such a tricky boat to row well, but also a boat that's so unpredictable in its speed changes.
Yeah, very unpredictable. So I guess you've got to know that and got to embrace it, but also it means that you can't really relax as much. You want a good distance if you're going to take it down, but it's a pretty impressive start from both crews, but definitely starting to edge out on this side. But you talk about not coming out of the start that fast, and it's really interesting. I think you've got to learn your strength as a rower, and if I think you can only change your sort of race pattern to a certain extent, but I in my opinion, it's like know your strength and really, really own them. So if she's like, I'm really good in the middle 1,000 meters, obviously you sort of want to limit the damage you do out of the start and then really own that middle, which it looks like she's going with. But once again, close to the booms, it makes me so nervous in a single.
I'm sure she feels in total control, even if we don't hear in the commentary tent. But O'Neill of Nottingham University underrating her opponent from Kenmare Boat Club, Ireland, quite significantly, actually. I was just watching the cadence of the two blades in and out of the water, and the sculler from Ireland certainly jacking the rate up, trying to stay on terms with Turner Frick of Nottingham University, who at the moment just looks slightly more composed. She's got a really nice languid sculling style, but that projects the boat in the right way, accelerates it at the right points, and it's paying dividends so far.
Yeah, as we kind of talked about before, the little headwind, it might be building up, and she looks like she's really locking on and levering her boat. And I think when you're fighting the current and a slight headwind, that's a really important thing to do, especially in the smaller boats where it's longer races. But it doesn't look like any bit of the stroke's been missed. It's like she's taken the time to put her blade in and then sort of accelerating as the boat goes through, which personally I think is like one of the keys to moving a boat fast, and it looks like she's doing that in a very impressive way.
So race 375, Turner Frick of Nottingham University currently leading Kenmare Boat Club Ireland, O'Neill, and so we will move half and half on the screen here and watch race 376 in its early exchanges. Imperial College Keene on the Berkshire station up against Blackett from Twickenham Rowing Club, I should say, on the Buckinghamshire station, and that on the left hand side of your screen is left and right respectively. Doesn't look like Turner Frick of Nottingham University is going to be troubled too much. She's just continuing to extend her lead, establish her dominance, and just row her race, quite frankly.
I really like her style. She's doing it very well. It just looks like she sort of hangs off her blades and then she swings her body through. She's simple, she's flat, and it's paying off. It should be one to watch in the final. I think it'd be interesting if she had a slightly, she's not leading by a huge amount, but a slightly more pressure on her, what she can do when it comes down to it. But looks like she's very much in control of this race.
Absolutely, which means the race that's unfolding between Keane of Imperial and Blackett of Twickenham Rowing Club might be the more compelling of the two from a neutral perspective, because it was Blackett who led out of the blocks, and indeed led just a few seconds ago, but such is the nature of these single sculls. They do change speed at a ferocious rate, and it looks like Keane of Imperial has drawn level, if not maybe has sneaked her bows ahead on the left-hand side there of your left-hand screen. But the two scullers locked together in perfect unison at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure both of them will be wanting the other person to sort of lay down and start to drop back, but neither person looks like they're all that keen to miss out on this final, so it's going to be a good battle, and this middle 1,000 is going to be very, very telling.
Yeah, aspirational singles for athletes who deem themselves to be just below the level required for championship, which is of course the elite single sculls race here at the Regatta. At the moment, it does look like Turner Frick on the right-hand side is continuing to lead the sculler from Kenmare Boat Club, although the angle is tough. That's our final static camera on the course. The angle's quite hard and it can be very deceptive, but it does look like Nottingham University is still leading, but maybe not by quite as much. Hard to say. I think Turner Frick is still in control of that one.
Yeah, the angles are so deceptive. I'm like, no, they're catching, but it's hard, and I guess we'll get a better view as we come level to it. But at the moment, it does look like she's still got the slight lead, and then yeah. And then this other race was starting to, I think, slowly separate, and the middle K has been a teller after a very, very close and sort of stroke by stroke first sort of 500 metres.
So we will, of course, update you on what happens in the three races now on the course. 375, 376 and 377 underway, so that slight pause in proceedings that was caused by the disqualification of Harvard in race 374 means that we're packing them in nice and quickly here, and you can see there the split screen. Turner Frick coming up towards the line, successfully navigating her semi-final of aspirational singles. She will be delighted with that result. And Keane of Imperial leading Blackett of Twickenham in the second semi-final of the same event. So we have here Leander Club, no introduction needed here in the championship quads. This is the crew to beat in this category, and they are against Thames A in their semi-final, and it's Leander B in the second semi-final, which is a scary prospect for all of us. A Leander final. The Pink Palace showing their dominance once again on their home water.
Yeah, very dominant club, and the way they're rowing, they look like they've got a great combination. They're very sharp. They look like they're doing it very easy. As we've talked about many times today, is a good sign of some good rowing, but they've got a pretty good lead this early on, so I think they'll be excited about the prospect of hopefully continuing to push out and making this a relatively comfortable win so that they're ready for the final. But yeah, if it's a Leander final, I'm sure there'll be many people on the bank excited to watch an A crew go up against a B crew, but a bit of rowing to go on before that happens.
Yeah, well, Leander's showing Thames exactly how it's done. An exhibition in quad sculling here from the Pink Palace, doing their job in the way that they have been taught to do. They are the defending champions for this event, and Rosa Thompson the only returning athlete from 2022. But we watched Leander turning on the style in the quad. Not quite sure that the aspirational singles semi-final between Keane and Blackett of Imperial and Twickenham respectively is over. I think Keane does have a lead that looks relatively decisive, considering that they're probably 300 or so metres from the finish line. But Blackett won't believe it's over till it's over.
No, and I think 300 metres in a single can feel like a long way. And this is when it's always interesting part of the race to see if someone has gone out too hard or if someone's got a very good sprint on them. But I think you would be wanting the finish line to come early on for the one that's winning, because you're just counting down the strokes until you can sort of lock that place in and hopefully set up a final. But it looks like there is a few little sprints to the line, but once again, it's so tricky in a single. You can see how bouncy it is, so you're trying to wind, but you're so tired, you're fatigued, it's got bouncy water, there's a lot to deal with while you're trying to take it up to the line. So both athletes look like they're ready for it to come.
So much going on here. We were struggling to deal with two. Now we've got three races on the course, as Keane from Imperial delighted with her win in the semi-final. We'll see her again later, facing up against Turner Frick of Nottingham University in the final of Aspirational Singles. And here we have Molesey Boat Club in their semi-final of the Bourne Cup Championship Quad Sculls. They're up against Leander B, and at the moment the prospect of a Leander final looks increasingly unlikely, which from a neutral perspective probably is a good thing, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's nice to share it around, isn't it? We're very neutral, aren't we? But yeah, also this race also as well, like the quality of the sculling here has been incredibly impressive. The ease that they both look like they're doing it with, and just dropping the blades in, no sort of tension in the upper body, which is key when you're sort of fighting against the washy, wavy Henley course. You don't want to be tense, because if you clip, that's when you can lose a blade, whereas if you're sort of loose and relaxed, you can sort of just absorb everything that comes your way. But all four crews seem to be doing that really well.
Well, Leander Molesey final potentially on our hands here for the Bourne Cup. One for the ages. A duel that's etched into the folklore of this event and many others around the country. And Molesey at the moment doing what they need to do to dispatch Leander B, keeping them at arm's length, a little bit of clear water separating their stern from the bow of the yellow Leander M packer, and on the right hand side of your screen you can see Leander A just able to take their rate down ever so slightly in the closing stages and enjoy the last vestiges of their semi-finals. Their minds will undoubtedly turn to a final and a potential reunion with Molesey, who they've been quarrelling with all year long. Leander, I think, have managed to come away on top on most of the occasions the two crews have met, but Molesey will have one thing on their mind if they are to reach the final, that will be revenge. And that's the sort of narrative we love at Henley Women's.
You do love a good storyline behind the races. I think the crowds buy into it. Any sort of traditional rivalry, I've learned since coming over to this side of the world, people really get into. But yeah, these clubs, they spend the whole season fighting. We shouldn't call it fighting, racing against each other.
Dueling.
Dueling's it's a good in-between term. It's a good middle ground. But impressive to have two Leander crews in the semi-final, and it shows the depth of their program as well. Obviously a program that breeds success. A lot go on to the national team, and you see them sort of competing everywhere. So, and then we've got another Leander crew starting as well, so they're all over the place at the moment. Yeah,
no surprise to see an abundance of Leander present at the sharp end of racing here in championship events at the Henley Women's Regatta. On the right hand side you've got Molesey rounding out their semi-final, keeping the rate high. Intensity's definitely still there against the Leander Club B crew, but Molesey looking like a fairly safe bet to progress through to the final of the Bourne Cup. So we can refocus on the left-hand side of our screen. It's Championship Coxed Fours, the Averil Vellicott Cup, Newcastle University and Tyne Rowing Club Composite on the Berkshire station on the right-hand side of the screen, and it's Leander Club A, and there's a Leander Club B in the other semi-final. So it's remarkable what this boat club continued to produce at the highest level.
It really is, and it's like we talked about Brooks. It's like once you sort of get a successful program, people come into it, they're motivated to come into it. But this is a pretty exciting start to this race. I think it's pretty intense. You can see both crews aren't willing to sort of give up any sort of distance at the start. Like, they're both very upbeat. Even the Leander crew, they've taken a lead, but they're still up. They're still racing. They haven't pushed out yet. I think everyone knows the pressure of semi-final racing, and they don't want it to not go their way. So you can see the intensity that all 8 women have brought to this race.
Well, whatever these crews achieve this weekend at Henley Women's Regatta, they'll have the chance to either make amends or continue their success in the Town Challenge Cup and Princess Grace Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta as Molesey scull up towards the line. They're going to move through to the final of the Bourne Challenge Cup for quad sculls at championship level and meet Leander A in the final. And we can see here Leander A in the semi-final of the Averil Vellicott Cup for Championship Coxed Fours, leading the Tyne Newcastle boat, the composite hailing from the north of England, 2 of our Northern Rowing powerhouse clubs. Of course, the Blue Star needing little to no introduction, and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club sharing the same stretch of water. These two crews usually locked in battle, but coming together for the greater good and trying to unseat a Leander crew who look pretty dominant at this stage.
They do look very dominant. They're rowing a 4 very well. I personally find a 4 a very tricky boat. It's a hard one to get all 4 athletes to click, and there's a lot of dynamics to it. You're only in charge of your own side. You don't have the benefit of being in a quad where you can sort of just look at that sort of unison, but it takes a lot of teamwork, a lot of playing around with which athlete goes into which seat and trying to suss out the perfect combination. But both crews look like they're doing it well, but Leander just looks like they're in sync. They're rowing very well, and they actually look like they're an incredibly established crew. Like when I think about world rowing, I'm like, they're probably rowing as nice as a lot of the other 4s I can think of. So they've obviously had some great technical coaching over their time.
Well, it's the potential pitfall of coming together in a composite in that you won't have spent as much time together as a unit from Leander might have, having rowed on this stretch of water all season, training together, racing together. They'll know each other intimately well, and it's showing here with a phenomenal amount of talent on board. They've got an Oxford Blue, a gold medalist in the Coxed for this boat class at the 2021 Under-23 World Championships, and another person who's done both of those things.
So they've got a good amount of accolades in that boat then. No wonder they look like they could be racing on the international scene. It's an impressive showcase, I think, from this crew. Thinking back all the racing we've sort of commentated today, I think this is probably potentially technically one of the best crews we've watched come down the course. So I'm excited to see where they go for the rest of the regatta. But it is difficult as a composite crew, even having less time to set your boat up and get comfortable in that. I find a boat set up is incredibly important in a 4. It takes a little bit more playing around, so they might not have had the luxury of that as well. But yeah, intriguing boats 4s. I've always found them quite difficult.
They are difficult. They're unpredictable beasts. But look, credit to Newcastle and Tyne keeping Leander A honest, and so we will keep, as I say, our focus dual on that, but also on the second semi-final of the Avril Velikut Cup for Championship Coxed 4s. It's Durham University on the Berkshire station, and it's Leander B on the Buckinghamshire station. So the prospect again of another Leander final. Leander A looking like they're going to secure passage through to the final. Can their teammates join them?
Yeah, there's nothing more motivating, I think, than being the B crew and wanting to sort of prove that you should or could compete with the A crew. So you've always got that sort of motivation in the back of your mind. But as far as starts go, I think the Leander crew's slightly behind off the start. So it'll be interesting when both crews push out to see who sort of starts to make their way into the front. But it's pretty even, but not a lot to separate them this early on, but steered very well, which is nice. We don't want any more disqualifications in these 4s. Or
no.
4s.
Durham Boat Club certainly on the rise. Rob Dauncey, of course, the head of that programme. I do believe it's Will Fletcher who is leading the women's side. And they are continuing to put together strong performances at the Henley Women's Regatta. They've been prominent in a number of categories, and looking here to see off Leander B. Of course, this combination took gold in the Championship Coxed 4 at the Bucks Regatta at the beginning of May, and then later in the season moved into the Coxed 4, and no signs of abating there. They took home comfortable wins on both days of racing at the Metropolitan Regatta, and so far this year they've had answers to every single question asked of them. But Leander B asking some pretty stern ones here.
Yeah, they are. They sort of pushed onto their rhythm and started to walk out, and now it's sort of halted. So it might be one of those races, which would be exciting to see, where crews are pushing and then being held. But you can kind of see neither crew really wants to let the other one break free, and Leander's done well to sort of halt that move. So I think now's an important time to potentially go again, to be like, okay, yeah, we moved, we got a little bit, but we don't want to make it look like we're settling here to give the other crew a sniff. You want to put it to bed early on, so it's not difficult or not coming down to the line in the dying stages of the race.
So if you're joining us here for the first time at the Henley Women's Regatta, we are teetering on the precipice of finals here on the Henley course. We've got just a few more semi-finals to complete before we move to the apex of the roster today, and silverware is meted out between crews who are looking to win Henley Women's Regatta categories. But here, Leander B and Durham doing battle in the second semi-final of the Avril Velikut Cup for the privilege and pleasure of racing Leander A, who dispatched their opposition from Newcastle and Tyne just a few moments ago. But Durham have led this race basically from stroke number 1. But Leander B have not gone away, and definitely will know that they're still in this. The umpire there warning Durham, you can see, extending their flag out to the right-hand side, left-hand side, I should say, warning Durham back onto their station. Difficult boats to row, as you said, Grace. Cox's fours, and Durham just battling the conditions and the elements as much as anything else here, and trying to stay ahead of a Leander B crew who will have the bit between their teeth. They'll be keen in the final 300 or so metres to mount a charge and come back through.
Yeah, no, neither crew is giving up in this one, and once again we're in that stage of the race where it's a little bit hard to tell by the angles, but Leander looks like they potentially are making the most of that steering correction that Durham had to do, and it looks pretty even. But once again, it also looks Leander's close to the boat.
Yeah, it's a brilliant
Gosh,
race.
the fourth stressed me out.
It's a brilliant race. Yeah, don't ever race at Henley ever again.
I can't handle it at my old age.
Well, it's Durham up towards the line, and it's, wow, that is close. That was really close. I don't want to call it. It looked like it was incredibly close. Nothing to choose between the two crews. It might have been Durham who stole it on the line, but an amazing finish there. And Leander, as we said, mounting that late charge, the assault on the summit. The question is, did they peak or did they fall just short? So we will find out in a few moments who won that race. As a reminder, all of the results for all of the races today are on the Henley Women's Regatta website and Twitter feed, so feel free to jump on there if you're unsure about what's happened. But here, I think these are two of the finest scullers in the regatta this year. Georgie Robinson Ranger from the University of London on the right-hand side, and Kara Skriskowiak from Canberra Rowing Club of Australia on the left-hand side. I think one for the future in Georgie, and one who has already had a fantastic international career, Kara from Australia. This, to me, is arguably the final, but in semi-final. Look at them, they're locked together perfectly.
Yeah, and that often happens. The semi-final, you can sometimes get two crews that come up against each other that they're going to have to race it like it's the final, and you can already tell from this race neither of these rowers, scullers, want to let the other get ahead, and literally it looks like they're sort of bow ball for bow ball, and we're a decent amount of way into the race. It's going to be interesting to see who makes the first big push, and then how the other rower responds.
I think Kara was just starting to go there. I was watching the two crews as you were speaking, Grace, and you were right. Babble to babble, that's rowing bingo, by the way. It's blasphemy to say things like that. But they were in deadlock, and I think Kara, as you can see here, just starting to make a bit of a move, starting to try and extend some sort of lead over Georgie Robinson Ranger. But what a phenomenal opening third to this contest.
Yeah, the sculler from Canberra does look like she's pretty dynamic on off the front. Looks potentially a little bit more lively, which is paying off in this sort of second quarter type space of the race, and pretty good to take a length in, I'd say, a couple of 100 metres. And it's all about tactics at Henley, especially in the singles, and it looks like she wants to put down the challenge. She doesn't want to be the one chasing. She wants to be like, if you're going to beat me, you've got to go now. For singles, long races, and we've seen people come back, so it'll be interesting to see how they play out.
Yeah, Kara trying to put her foot on the throat of this race and stamp down visceral imagery, but that's what she'll be thinking about, is trying to end this one as early as possible and retain some energy for what promises to be a fabulous final in the championship single sculls. And she does seem to have made a decisive move on Georgie Robinson Ranger of the University of London Boat Club. Just a little bit more horsepower on board there. She's moving the boat and will be keen to extend that lead. Of course, the question remains always in these single sculls. It's just one-on-one. It's one athlete against another. When moves are made, is there any chance that you might have gone too early? You need several lengths of clear water really to be truly comfortable in a scull. Well, from what you're seeing here, Grace, of Kara Do you think she's in control of this one?
I think she actually does look quite in control of it, but I do agree. I think in a single, it is a boat that you can overshoot it. It's you by yourself. If you start to fade, there's no one else to get you through it. It's you and the boat. She is, once again, it's hard to tell from these angles whether she's still managing to slowly pull away, but she's gone early. It's a long race though. I wouldn't rule out a comeback, but visually wise, I think she looks like she's pretty in control. I'm sure there's a lot of pain going on in there though. It's a tough race.
Well, credit to Georgie. She's not necessarily a single sculler by trade, very accomplished in that boat class, but not necessarily somebody who always rows in that event, but unfortunately could not row in the University of London A crew because she is a medalist at under 23 World Championships, so had to transfer over to the single scull instead of the Aspirational Academic 8 and trying her hardest to hold on to the coattails of Cara Groscoviak, but at the moment doesn't seem to have the gas to keep up with the sculler from Australia.
But as you say, like eights to singles, they're just different boats. I think singles, you need time in it. You need to build your confidence in it, learn how to race it. So it's impressive that she's been able to make the switch and make it well. But Cara just seems to have the grunt, the technical slight advantage over that's managed to kind of let her start to pull out and start to look like she's potentially the one that might take this win in the semi-final.
Absolutely, we'll keep one eye on that one just in case anything changes. But we are now moving back to the start for race 382, the second semi-final of Championship Single Sculls, and it's Freya Keto of Cambridge University, your alma mater,
yes,
on the Berkshire station, up against Catherine Mole of Birmingham University. I've watched both of these scullers a couple of times already this weekend, both very accomplished, quite different styles, I have to say. Freya slightly more agricultural, slightly more aggressive. She doesn't really drop the rate. She's always gunning it pretty hard. And I think Catherine, just a little bit more refined, just seems to be a bit more smooth. But whatever Freya is doing, it's been working for her all weekend.
Yeah, I think Freya's come out of the American uni system, and I think a lot of that system is it breeds you to be able to work really hard, and you're never going to give up. You're going to throw the kitchen sink at it, and I think that shows in the style. But as you can say, there's many different ways to row a boat, and it doesn't have to be the cleanest rower that wins, but you just have to sort of go with your technique and go with it. And doesn't quite look like it's paid off for too much in the start, but once again, it's a long race in a single. The second half is really important, and I think from the American universities as well, they've got such an ability to sprint and to never rule themselves out. So we'll see how this one goes, but at the moment it looks like the sculler on this side is just slowly pulling away.
Yeah, Catherine Mole certainly doing the business here in the second semi-final of the Championship Single Sculls. She is dominating Freya Keto, who, as you say, comes out of Brown University and was in the Cambridge Blue Boat this year, so a sweep or athlete by trade, but turning to the single scull for the Henley Women's Regatta and doing a very admirable job, it has to be said. Not her necessarily preferred boat class, but here in the semi-finals of the elite single sculls competition, and I think she's met her match in Catherine Mole, who looks to have a decisive lead as they approach the barrier.
Yeah, it is impressive to jump out of the eights. It's just such, I could never race a single, but it's such a different ball game, and I think there's nothing more humbling than jumping into a single and learning sort of how what you do affects a boat, and both scullers are doing well to sort of manage the choppy, bouncy water. But yeah, it looks like Freya might have a bit of work to do in the second half if she wants to make that final.
So coming up towards the end of our semi-finals here, and it's Catherine Mole in race number 382, who is sculling towards what looks like a matchup against Kara Griskowiak in the final of Championship Single Sculls. So we move on to Aspirational Doubles, Sudbury Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. And it is Sudbury who have had ever so slightly the better of the two starts. They have around half a length on their opposition from Greenbank Falmouth, hailing of course from Cornwall, on the south coast of the United Kingdom. But Sudbury at the moment just trying to ensure that they stay ahead and stay controlled. And we've talked about it a lot actually, Grace, but it's worth reiterating how much more difficult it is to just stick to your race plan, to have the clarity of thought, to think we came out to do X and we need to execute X, not think, oh, the race is not really how I thought it might be, there's only one other opponent, I'm going to go and do Y.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of confidence. It took me years to learn that. Even racing internationally, I remember we were coming up against a crew that was just so much faster than us out of the start, and we were just constantly saying, we need to be faster out of the start, we need to beat them out of the start, but it wasn't our strength. It wasn't what was going to win us a race, so you sort of have to identify that and have the confidence to know what you are good at and roll with it and make that your strength, that maybe you're a crew that you're unbeatable in the middle thousand. You don't want to race someone else's race because it's a hard thing, sort of exceeding your abilities in certain parts. But it takes a lot of confidence, especially when it's one-on-one. You get a bit tempted and you get a bit like, oh, should I just change my mind now? But that's when you've got to practice it before the day. You don't win races on, as many coaches I'm sure say, you don't win races on the day, you win them in training beforehand, and it is actually very, very true.
So 3 races on the course, the conclusion of race number 382. Catherine Mole sculling up towards the line. It looks like she has secured herself a slot in the final of Championship Single Sculls. Aspirational Doubles, both of those semi-finals now on the course. Sudbury and Greenmount Falmouth in your shot at the moment, and it's been pretty much a consistent story all the way through. Sudbury jumped out to around half a length and are still around that margin, leading Greenbank Falmouth. Unable to be separated, these two crews, but sitting up at half a length is a dangerous thing to do in a small boat, and will be interesting to see. Looks like Greenbank Falmouth have responded. Those bows are converging on each other, and on the other side of your screen you have the second semi-final of Aspirational Doubles. It's Delfster Studenten Vereniging Laha of Holland on the Berkshire Station up against Radcliffe University. Harvard's women on the Buckinghamshire Station, and we saw the Coxes 4 from Harvard get disqualified earlier today. I'm sure these women will be keen not to repeat that feat, but at the moment disqualification won't be on their minds because they're being led by Laha.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to make sure they don't go the same way as that 4, but it's they haven't lost too much out of the start, but I think now is the time that they really do want to stop that move. You let a crew get too much momentum and it's very difficult to peg them back, and it kind of looks like they're doing that, but it'll be interesting the next few hundred metres to see if they can actually decisively move back. Both of these double races are actually relatively evenly matched, so it's going to be a good final regardless of who gets through, but there's not a lot in between any of these 4 crews currently.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic final. Whoever ends up there, we need to take 4 crews and make that into 2, and the 2 semi-finals on the course with the intent of doing that. Laha and Harvard separated by little to nothing, and it does look to me like Greenbank Falmouth have sprung the trap on Sudbury, having been led by half a length practically all the way down the course. They have found an extra gear in the second half, and approaching the finish line, they probably have less than 300 metres left to row. That static camera that you can see on the right hand side is the finish line. The umpire just warning Sudbury back onto their station, and it looks like with just under 300 metres left to row, Greenbank Falmouth are in control and are sculling away to what would be a final appearance in the Aspirational Double Sculls. They still have a little way to go, Grace, but it looks to me from that camera angle that it is Greenbank Falmouth who are the crew with the momentum.
Yes, it very much does, and they'll be pleased that they've sort of got the momentum. They definitely had to work for it, but it's paid off in the end, and we'll be looking forward to see whoever they get pipped against in the final, but they look like they're relatively in control and will be ready to cross the finish line and then turn their attention to this afternoon.
Yeah, Laha working hard on the left-hand side of your screen to stay ahead of Harvard. The Holland versus the USA, and we can see there Greenbank Falmouth crossing just over a length clear of Sudbury, so that's fantastic racing from those women. So it's Greenbank who progressed through, and now we've got a third race, well I suppose a second race technically on the course, and it's the first semi-final of Championship 8, so the Premier 8 competition at the Regatta this weekend. It's Leander Club A up against Oxford Brookes University A. Now this is a grudge match if ever I saw one.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about these two clubs, and they've come up against each other in the semi-final, so I'm sure they'll both be incredibly motivated to come out on top, and whoever wins this race will not, I think, be let to do so very easily by their competition. It looks like a good start by Brookes so far. Both crews look like they're rowing very well, but the Brookes actually look like incredibly flat, like they've got a good amount of intensity and energy, but are doing it in a pretty efficient way. So we'll see if that continues to pay off for them as the race goes on.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the 8s, but I think the doubles is arguably just as compelling here. Laha desperately trying to say ha-ha and row away from Harvard, but just not able to do that at the moment. The women from Radcliffe, Harvard University women's program, just staying in touch, staying tenacious, staying determined, and the longer they stay there, having been led by about half a length by Laha all the way down, the longer they stay there, the more they will gain in confidence and belief that they can overturn this. And it looks to me, Grace, again, commentator's curse, but it looks to me that Harvard may have even snuck ahead.
Yeah, it does look like they're starting to sneak ahead, but it's been a good race. Neither crew has conceded at all, and they both look racy. They both look quite on top of it. Quite similar styles, really. But it does look like it looks like they're starting to pull ahead. But as you say, they've had to work for it a lot. They're getting a few steering warnings now, and this is where, when fatigue sets in, mistakes can happen. So, I mean, neither crew has had it either their way, and they're going to have to stay pretty concentrated. It looks like a good sprint to the line, to be fair.
Yeah, they're in deadlock, aren't they? There's very little to choose between them. If anything, I might have called this slightly wrong. And the steering warning on the boat of Harvard won't have helped them, but it's Laha coming up towards the line. They are going to take the win. That is a bit of a surprise. It looked like Harvard maybe had come back into this, but Laha found the extra gear and dispatched Harvard to set up a meeting with Greenbank Falmouth in the final of the Aspirational doubles. That's a final that I'm really looking forward to watching later on. And you, of course, will be meeting the winners when you give them their prize at prize giving later on this afternoon. And speaking of winners, this Oxford Brookes crew look like they know how to win.
Yeah, they look strong. You can tell from the outside they're here to win. They look very in unison. They look like they're doing it relatively comfortable. They've got a lot of time when they're out of the water. The boat looks like it's got time to work, and I think as a rower that was one of my main things. I'm like, if you can get the boat to do all the hard work, your life's easier. You whatever effort you're putting in, whatever energy you're putting into your stroke, the boat's giving you distance back. And I think this Brookes crew is doing that really well. Easy run for what they're doing in the water.
Well, there's unfolding narratives all over this regatta, and this race no different. This, I understand, to be Oxford Brookes, either their Remenham or their Ireland Challenge Cup entry at Henley Royal Regatta, and the Leander crew will be racing in the Wargrave Challenge Cup for Club 8. And on the other side of the draw, we have Thames Rowing Club, also a Wargrave eligible crew, up against the University of Pennsylvania, who have brought their first Varsity 8 over to mix it up with the best of the British boats. And so we've got narratives that are previewing what to expect at Henley Royal Regatta all over the place. But at the moment, Brookes, just like their academic Aspirational 8, just rowing this shell really well, not looking flustered, aware they can't take it, I don't think, quite as easy as their academic 8 was earlier, but still looking like they're in pretty firm command of this contest.
Yeah, they really do. And you think about, even in training, that this 8 can race, sit side by side with the other 8. The practice of sitting next to other great crews is incredibly valuable, because you get to practice this situation before you're actually in it. But once again, a very dominant, impressive performance. Not quite as low on rate, but still not high.
Still consummate ease from Brooks as they row up towards the line. So we'll turn our attention to the final semi-final. We have made it, ladies and gentlemen, to the end game here at Henley Women's Regatta. This is our last semi-final of the day, race number 386. As Brooks cross the line, they take slot number 1 in the Ron Needs Challenge Cup final for Championship 8s, and it is University of Pennsylvania on the left up against Thames Rowing Club on the right. The best of Britain up against the crew that finished 4th at the NCAAs just a few weeks ago, and they've come all the way over to the UK to show us what they've got. But Thames looking strong, looking long. They'll be hoping to upset the crew from America and secure themselves a meeting with Oxford Brooks.
Yeah, this is a good battle. I mean, America's just known for their 8 system, and they're so racy, they're so exciting, they're aggressive. But the Thames crew, very impressive. I think it looks like it was Sarah Portsmouth in 3 seed, and I was fortunate enough to do the boat race with her the year I did in 2022, and she was amazing and has gone on to row for Thames here. But a lot of pedigree across both boats, and Thames, I think, has looked like they've had the slightly better start, and they'll be excited. I think this is an incredibly exciting event. You can hear the crowd, you can hear people really tune in for the 8s, and so far they're edging away. But I would never rule out an American University 8 though.
Yeah, this is what brings people to watch at Henley Women's Regatta. The sound, the spit, the surge of the 8s, and it's Thames Rowing Club who are stealing away from Penn here. Penn with 2 under-23 internationals in their crew, Josephine Kanupka of America and Samantha Morton of Australia. But at the moment they don't have the answers for a Thames crew who have stolen a quarter of a length, maybe even stretching to half a length, and that drone shot, 2 8s, championships, semi-finals, Henley Women's Regatta. I don't want to be hyperbolic here, but this is the real deal.
This is the real deal. And I think coming from someone that rode in small boats, even I was like, the 8s are just exciting. Like, this is it. Great rowing from both crews, and it does look like Thames are still having to work for it. They're having to really, I think they would have known that the American crew was going to come out. They're going to come out hard, so they would have wanted to sort of dominate from the start, and they've done that well. And you're this far into the race and you're like, okay, we've had a good start. Let's sort of roll with the excitement, roll with the momentum, hear the crowd, and keep walking. They'll be so motivated to get that spot in the final. But as are both crews, so you never rule anyone out.
Well, since hiring Tom Mapp to run the women's programme at Thames Rowing Club, this club have gone from strength to strength. They were already a behemoth on the men's side, and now the dominant women's programme in club sport on the women's side, and they will have extra motivation today because they actually lost out in the semi-finals of this event last year to eventual winners from Brown University, who then of course went on to win the Ireland Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. And Thames will have that feeling in their stomach that they want to turn the tide. They want to be there in the final with a shot for silverware up against Oxford Brooks. And this is a little preview of what I think to expect at Henley Royal Regatta. Penn unable to overhaul Thames, and Brooks will be watching this with some keen interest because we expect Brooks and Penn to renew acquaintances at the Henley Royal Regatta in just a few weeks' time. And I think Penn would have expected, or at least hoped, to be featuring in the final, but Thames not having any of it.
No one's going to let anyone else walk into the final, and you see the Brooks crew rowing back. I'm sure they'll have a sneaky little look at their opposition as they row past, but both crews look like they're giving it a good, even Thames, like they look aggressive, they look strong, you can tell they want to win. And then you've got a crew that's travelled all the way from America, and they will be just as motivated to win and try and get into that final. But it's a tough ask to beat the Thames crew that's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, Penn off the back of one of their most successful ever seasons. The question now, we can hear the pitch going up in the on-site commentator's tone. He's as excited as we are. Have Penn got anything left in the locker to regain parity? They're running out of water here. Can they unseat Thames Rowing Club? Up to the line, it looks like it's going to be Thames, but by a couple of seats over Penn. And indeed it is Thames Rowing Club who secure a seat by half a length in the Ron Needs Challenge Cup final for Championship 8. What a race to conclude that block of racing.
What a race to finish on. And I think it shows the danger of that Penn crew really gave a good sprint to the line, and I think it was an exciting race, and it's a shame you miss out on the final, but looking back at the race, they can be very proud of what they did, and I'm very excited for that final, to be fair. It's definitely one I'm looking forward to.
Should be fab. Should be fab. So that concludes semi-finals racing here at the Henley Women's Regatta. We are expecting to be back on air in just over half an hour's time for the first of our finals, and that race will be the final of the Aspirational lightweight single sculls between Bates of Newark and Meredith of Birmingham University. So we thank you Grace so much for joining me here for this block of racing. I should be back in around half an hour to take you through all the finals, joined by some more of our expert panel of commentators, but until then we'll see you all shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our coverage of finals day here at Henley Women's Regatta. You join us for race 387, the final of the Aspirational lightweight single sculls. It's Bates on the Berkshire Station and Meredith of Birmingham University on the Buckinghamshire Station, and this our first final of the day here at Henley Women's Regatta. At the moment, it looks to me like the sculler from Birmingham is leading as the two scullers come out from the end of the island. Delighted to be joined by Jess Leyden and Meg Ashford, who will be alongside me all afternoon as we take on a roster of finals here at the Henley Women's Regatta. And tell me, so far, what are you seeing? What are you seeing unfold here?
Well, I think in singles, nothing's ever done and dusted in the first bit. As we all know, a lot can play out along the way. But I followed some of the semi-finals this morning, and Bates from Newark really looked so experienced. She just held the lead slightly, conserving all her energy for this final. And didn't look around much, wasn't flustered by the other girl keep throwing punches at her. So I think we're going to see a very measured and well-fought race between these two.
Well, measured seems to be the word of the day, because it was Meredith of Birmingham University who led off the start. But like you say, Jess, Bates of Newark has just checked that move and now is making a move of her own. Her bow stretching out on the sculler from Birmingham University. And it looks like that engine that you were talking about from Bates and that conservation of energy earlier on today is paying dividends.
So as we can see, she's just stretching out here, consolidating that mid-race pace. And in this headwind, especially as lightweights, it takes a lot of energy and you can do a lot of damage over quite a long distance. You don't need to make big, fast moves out here. You can just stretch it out inch by inch and, you know, get the job done in quite a solid way, as we can see by Laura Bates here.
Oh, someone is running alongside, hysterically shouting encouragement at one of the scullers, which has just caught me a little bit off guard. But it is Bates who's attritionally moving away from her opposition from Meredith. She has established a margin of dominance that I think, Jess, is not going to be overhauled. You would know, of course, a junior world champion in the single scull. You know how to row a boat like this well, and it seems like Bates from Newark doing exactly that.
Yeah, and you know, in the single, you can make quick changes and big changes of pace, but to be honest, when you're that far ahead looking back and you have that buffer of water between you two, you can really like have the measure of someone at this point in a race. You're not going to have put everything on the line and risk it to get this margin if you can't hold it all the way through to the finish. I would be surprised if it was an energy or race plan that didn't take Laura Bates to the finish in this. But you know, anything can go wrong. It's quite washy out there. The wind, you can see that these really lovely scullers are, you know, having to manage the conditions still. It's not easy out there. There's a lot of wash. The wind is swirling round. Luckily, it's not picking up the surface of the water too much at this point, but it's definitely felt on the bank. And when you just stood there, you can feel the wind is not easy. It's not predictable out there.
Yeah, the Fiona Dennis Trophy for Aspirational lightweight singles, and it is Laura Bates leading the way in our opening final here, race number 387. She has come here for the win and is looking increasingly likely to secure it and take that back to the Midlands of England.
I was on the launch with quite a few of her supporters, and they're from Leeds Uni. All her flatmates have come down to support her, which was really lovely to see. Coach from from Newark, was also there, really proud and supporting. And it's lovely to see her sculling so well and confidently and really taking this race on. Absolutely, and we will keep one eye on her, what looks like unstoppable march towards the Fiona Dennis Trophy. But now we move on to Championship lightweight single sculls. It's Darton Totnes Macro on the Berkshire Station and Rune Twickenham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. And delighted to welcome Meg to the stand. Tell me what you're seeing in the opening few strokes.
Both great starts for Macro and Rune there. The Darton Totnes just pulling ahead now, putting a bit of a push in, hoping to get that early domination in this final. But, I mean, the championship lightweight singles has been such an interesting category to watch and to commentate on. Very strong performances all across the board. And Dark Totnes, in particular, have had very smooth run, but not quite getting ahead as much as she might like at this point, but maybe she's just holding it off for now. With Twickenham just still keeping overlap for now. Neither sculler looking like they're doing anything too aggressive.
Well, you're exactly right. Laura Macro of Dark Totnes Amateur Rowing Club has had it all her own way so far this weekend. She has dispatched her opposition with relative ease throughout, and you would expect, Meg, the margins to get smaller and smaller as the competition winds towards its apex. But Laura Macro again showing us all how to scull in this event with consummate ease. This for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. In essence, these athletes are weight limited, so they're only allowed to be a certain weight to compete at lightweight level. So in theory, the power outage should be the same. So it comes down to your technical proficiency and your mental fortitude. And in both of these events, the two lightweight single sculls we can see here, Laura Bates coming up towards the line. She is going to take the trophy in that event, and it looking increasingly like Laura Macro is moving away in her final two.
Yeah, we've had some great matchups as we've moved through from the quarterfinals onto the semis and then now on the finals. We've got some great combinations to make for some interesting racing this afternoon.
And there we go, crossing the line. The sculler from Newark taking the Fiona Dennis Trophy. An immense achievement for Laura Bates, and she can go back to Newark Rowing Club with that trophy under her arm. The first win of the day here at Henley Women's Regatta, the first trophy secured. And Laura Macro looking to become the second sculler to take home some silverware. And it's going to take something pretty immense from Rune of Twickenham Rowing Club, isn't it, to overhaul her at this stage?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Macro there looking very comfortable, rowing really well. She's kept a solid rate throughout this whole race. Clearly got a very clear plan in her head of how she was going to take on Runette from Twickenham. Runette still putting in a very good row, trying to hang on, but it does look like Macro is going to take this one home.
She's just relentless, isn't she, Laura Macro? She has been all weekend. Every time I've watched her, I've thought how well drilled she is, but also how her rhythm is just unassailable. She can't really be stopped when she gets on her rhythm and on her race pace, and that is showing to be true again here in the final. She's brought her A game on the day that really matters here at Henley Women's Regatta, and is now unfortunately dishing out quite a lesson to Rune of Twickenham Rowing Club. Of course, Macro has previous with this event, and she'll be delighted to be summiting at the right time here at Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, a lovely confident win for her there. It's looking like. She's just so smooth in her style. She never looks panicked or doesn't look over very much either. She just looks very cool and collected, which for a final of Women's Henley is an interesting mindset to be in.
Absolutely. So we'll keep one eye on Laura Macro, who continues to do the business against Rune of Twickenham Rowing Club in the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy for the Championship lightweight single sculls. But we move back to the start. It's more lightweight racing at championship level. It's the double sculls. Durham University, who have looked excellent all weekend, up against their fierce rivals from Reading University, one of the country's only sculling centres for students. And Jess, you know a lot about what it takes, as I say, to scull well on this course. And at this stage, it seems to me the two crews fairly well matched.
Yeah, they're both attacking pretty hard in this headwind off the island. I mean, I just clocked them both way above 40, which is super impressive. But you've got to be so technically slick in this event. And they both look so well together. They've obviously all been training together for quite some time, preparing for this. And that's what you get. That's how you get higher rate. You're just slick. You're not wasting any time at any point in the stroke, and it allows you to just keep pumping the legs down and pumping them into the water. So let's see how long they can keep that high rate up and keep attacking, because in side-by-side racing, that's where you get the mental advantage, as everyone's been saying down here. And it looks like Durham are really just stretching it out there and getting that advantage done early, well within the first 500. And yeah, but we usually see lightweight racing pretty tight, so we'll see if that's taken a lot of energy out of Durham to get that, and if, you know, Reading University can come through the middle of the race.
Well, these two women clad in Palatinate are the crew to beat. They were winners at Bucks Regatta a few weeks ago in the championship lightweight double, a full 10 seconds clear of their competition. So Reading are going to have to summon up the strength of gods here to overturn the Durham crew. But it looks like Laura Macro crossing the line, successfully taking the championship lightweight single sculls title. Congratulations to her. She will be delighted with that result as we watch here Durham looking to be the third victor of the day in the championship lightweight double sculls, and doing a pretty good job here, it has to be said.
Yeah, and headwinds always stretch out the margins more than you would in a in a tailwind or no tailwind, just because any difference or inefficiency is just like maximized, time multiplied, and we might see bigger margins than we usually would in these conditions. But Durham really handling the conditions so well there. The blades aren't flying up in the headwind. You've really got to keep control over them. Don't want to tense up or get too much in the handle. They look to be really still getting their body weight on the end of those spoons.
Yeah, Durham just continuing to scull away. The word I'm looking for, I think, is imperative. They are not allowing this race to write its own narrative. They are in complete control. The pen is in their hand, and at the moment they're writing their names into the history books as they move away in the Haslam Trophy for Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. A reminder, if you are joining us for the first time here at Henley Women's Regatta, welcome. You join us at a good time. We are midway through the final stint of racing here on the Sunday. It's finals day, and you are watching the final of the Haslam Trophy, the conclusion of an event that's been happening all weekend and has featured crews from across the pond in the United States of America and some of the best we have to offer here in Britain. And it has wheedled down to the point where it's just Durham and Reading left, first and third respectively at Bucks Regatta. But it is Durham University showing their class to be the stronger of the two crews. They have been all season, and they're not allowing Reading even a sniff in this final as they continue to scull away from their opposition.
I know when you get too tired or let things get a bit too close, you can get bothered by steering or conditions, or if a random wash comes and takes you. But these girls have just stayed calm, stretched out the margin to what they need to. They're not doing anything extra or fancy or trying to get too much of a margin. They're just stating their claim and making sure that their names go on that trophy today.
And Jess, at what point do you believe, or do you start to believe in this situation, that you're probably going to win the race, right? When did Durham start to think, okay, we can start to think about what champagne we want to drink when we get off the water?
I think I always went on the side of, they're still there, so probably not the best person to ask. I mean, I did a race when we were about 5 lengths at Henley above, and I was still like, let's go. So many of my crewmates may laugh at this question. But I think when you are so well drilled like these girls obviously are, and been together for so long, you can kind of read each other's energy. You can read, you know, emotional levels, and you can just talk to each other, and you know, you tell each other, okay, back off a bit, 10% here, 10% there, and you might call more technical things to just make sure you're not going to catch the water, or make sure that the what ifs you talk about before the race don't trip you up, because you've come through a lot of rounds to get to this final.
Well, so far we've had 3 finals that have been relatively decided by the halfway point, and it's Durham sculling down now towards the line, and they are going to take, provided there are no late calamities. There we go, crossing the line to take the Haslam Trophy. Congratulations to Durham and to Will Fletcher. His programme reaping the reward of its work. And now we move to championship lightweight pairs, the Redgrave Challenge Vase, and it's Radcliffe University of Harvard on the Berkshire station up against a crew they'll know very well, another East Coast incumbent, Princeton lightweight women of the United States of America on the left-hand side. Umpire having to get involved quite early here, Meg, warning Princeton back onto their station.
We've had a lot of warnings for crews today, but this
It's been an event that I was really excited to see. We've had so much great talent, particularly in these pairs. I mean, this Radcliffe crew here represented the US last year as the under-23s pair at Worlds. Yeah, I mean, they're just so clean together. Pulling away from that Princeton, they've already got clear water.
It's a tough place for Princeton to be, isn't it? How do you respond in this situation?
I mean, if I were Princeton, I'd be trying to close that gap as much as possible. You don't want to let Harvard get away now, because when they've got that distance, they're going to feel really good and really strong, and they're going to be a lot more relaxed than they'd want them to be. Princeton, they're just having a few steering issues, which is leaving them behind. So hopefully they can get that out the way now, just as they come past that quarter mile. They are looking a bit more together now, but Radcliffe looking very confident out in front.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Princeton to find a way back into this race. As you point out, Meg, Ava Sack and Elsa Andrews of Harvard Radcliffe, two very, very capable athletes, both part of Radcliffe's lightweight 8, which finished 5th at the recent RIA National Championships, and like you pointed out, international representation as well at the 2022 Under-23 World Championships. And Princeton, Bonnie Pushner and Madeline Polomsky, both also seasoned athletes with medals at the Eastern Sprints and the IRAs this year, but no match at the moment for Harvard Radcliffe, who are just relentlessly turning the screw here. They don't seem to have moved up any gears. Their just base pace is just a bit faster, and they're not looking like they're going to be caught here by Princeton, who are just appearing into view on the far right-hand side of our camera.
Yeah, plenty of clear water between these two now. I mean, that Radcliffe crew is just a powerhouse, and Princeton, while rowing well, just can't match up right now.
Well, there, that camera angle, pretty damning. Sometimes we're deceived by these camera angles because the crews are in close proximity, but no mistaking the leader in this race. This is starting to resemble a bit of a walkover for Harvard. And if you are tuning in from the east coast of America, welcome to our coverage of the Henley Women's Regatta. If you're a Harvard fan, if you bleed crimson, you'll be delighted to see your girl doing the business here on the Henley stretch. If you are Princeton, if you identify as a Tiger, unfortunately, Princeton unable to match the raw power and poise of the Harvard crew for the Parkside Trophy Championship lightweight pairs. This our 4th final of the day, race 390. And it's that same question, you know, at what point do Harvard, who have an even more commanding lead than I think Durham had in the last race, at what point do Harvard think this one is over?
Yeah, Harvard, they're such a powerful style of racing, just putting so much power down every stroke. Looking very together, very strong. Just not leaving anything to Princeton there.
Well, both of these women will have raced several times already this weekend. It was Princeton who dispatched a Molesey Boat Club Surrey University composite in the semi-finals, and Radcliffe Harvard beating Cambridge University easily in an earlier race. So scary, scary times for everybody when Harvard turn up and put on performance like that. So we'll keep one eye on that race, but it's looking unlikely that Princeton are going to turn this round. So moving to championship pairs, which is for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. This one is the Redgrave Challenge Vase, not the last one. That was the Parkside Trophy, and it is Leander Club and UL on one side and Imperial and UL on the other.
And this will be a great race. There's already these girls between them. Both boats have a gluttony of under-23 world medalists. Emily Lindenberg, 2019 gold at under-23s. Elizabeth has a silver under-23s. Abigail Top and Phoebe Snowden, both silver under-23s last year, came together for a pairs project this summer just before under-23 GB trials, and they really look like they are, you know, putting on a good show out here. It looks like the IC UL crew have just stepped out off the island, about a length lead So it'll be an exciting race.
Absolutely. Like you say, an abundance of talent in these two crews. And composite's always a curious thing, Jess. If you put together a composite, you must do it because you believe that the athlete that you're pairing with is going to provide you with more speed and a higher chance of success. And it's true here. Two composites in the final. Just watching Harvard take the Parkside Trophy for Championship Lightweight double pairs. That's not a thing. Championship lightweight pairs, and that's a remarkable achievement by those women. They'll be delighted with that. But here we see IC and UL just turning the screw a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, all of these clubs have such good strength and depth in them. Like you say, they're going to have a lot of good talent themselves to choose from. So that these will be projects alongside what these girls' aspirations. Obviously, such talented women out here looking to go on the world stage and perform and bring home medals.
The pair are notoriously tricky boat to row, and you can see with the wash that adds to the excitement here at Henley Women's Regatta, and the boat bouncing up and down on the water. It's not typical. It's not like rowing at Dorney Lake. It's not even really like rowing on the Tideway. Henley is its unique body of water, and Jess, you obviously raced at Leander and trained at Leander for many years. Talk to us a little bit about what these crews are thinking and having to deal with on the water.
I think, like many of the other crews, you're gonna make sure you don't want to catch anything. You don't want to go into these really unforgiving booms, as everyone sees. When you do see that happen, it is not a nice sight. It does hurt. And you know, Leander athletes do train on here and have to watch out for them in training. So yeah, I think just making sure that you are in your feet, you're rocking over, you're not too tight on the handle, because your natural reaction to all of these conditions and things that are thrown to you are the exact opposite of what helps you get through them. You need to stay relaxed, you need to stay on top of the boat, and you need to stay tall out of the boat. You don't want to hunker down and curl your spine over, because although that might seem comfortable in the short moment of time, it's not gonna help you go fast, and it's not gonna get the boat speed over the waves and the conditions.
Well, at the moment, Abigail Topp and Phoebe Snowden of UL and Leander unable to answer the questions being posed to them by Lizzie Witt and Emily Lindberg of Imperial College and the University of London. Good day to be a University of London supporter. You are guaranteed a gold medal in this event. You're guaranteed to see at least one of your athletes lift the Redgrave Challenge vase. But at the moment, it's looking like the Imperial UL composite are going to romp home to a win here in the final of the championship pairs. And if I'm just looking at that crew, they look really smooth, really together. The shoulders of the Imperial athletes super relaxed, which is what you want to see when you're locking on to the blade at the catch.
Yeah, they're just really getting their legs on the end of the blade and pushing for a long time. Your legs are the most powerful thing. They're the most reliable thing that are not going to tire. Well, they do tire, but it's not like the small muscles.
Speak for yourself on that one, Jess.
But they're the thing that is going to make you go fast and last the course. If you try and rely on your shoulders and all the tiny muscles in there, it's not going to be efficient. So that's what I like to see from these girls, hanging the body weight off the end of the spoon by pressing the legs well.
Yeah, wicked performance so far from Imperial and UL to shut the door on their Leander UL opponents. But we move back to the start. We will, of course, keep an eye on the culmination of the Redgrave Challenge vase. But we now look at development coxed fours. It's Edinburgh University A on the Berkshire station, and it is Lancaster University A on the Buckinghamshire station. And Meg, I think we had the pleasure of watching these crews last night race in their quarterfinals, because they've had their semis today. And this Edinburgh crew, the A crew closest to the camera, always look to be the class act in this event.
They do. I mean, explosive start from that Edinburgh crew there, gaining a lead very, very early on. I mean, this crew, a very promising crew coming out of Mike Hughes's Edinburgh Beginners Programme. I mean, they've been winning all round. Bucks Regatta, Bucks Head, Women's Head of the River, all first place finishes for them. They're such a strong crew. They look so together, so confident. Lancaster just, at lower rate, is just letting Edinburgh creep away from them, building that gap of clear water between them. Edinburgh just looks so confident in that position. They clearly like being in first place. They like seeing those crews behind them, and it's working for them now.
Yeah, this for the Frank V. Harry Cup Development Coxed Fours, and it is Edinburgh who are the crew to beat. They have been all the way through this competition, which has gone deep, by the way. There has been a lot of entrants into it, and there have been heats, there have been quarterfinals. We have had semi-finals this morning where Edinburgh A dispatched their B crew and Lancaster saw off Birmingham, and now we have the final. It's all about this Edinburgh A crew. Just a quick note that it was indeed Imperial and UL who ended up taking the win. Lizzie Witt and Emily Lindberg securing the Redgrave Challenge Vase. So that is a win for Imperial College and University of London over Leander Club and the University of London. But looking here, Meg, at Edinburgh, you watch a race and sometimes you think, do you know what? I'm not so sure about these leaders. I just don't feel compelled. I'm not sure that they've got it together. I'm not sure that they're leading purely based on what they've done so far. This Edinburgh crew are not that.
No, there's no surprises here that this Edinburgh crew are ahead. Lancaster are a great crew, but this Edinburgh have just dominated, not only at the rest of their season, but in this competition. Every performance they've given has been really strong. Cox there, Charlotte Gordon-Brown, a perfect line so far. Similar performance from Helena Libola of Lancaster there. Both Coxes doing a great job of commanding their teams. Gordon Brown there just pulling this crew down this course. They just look so strong. Great amount of power going into every stroke there. Yeah, this Edinburgh crew are just commanding this race, as they've done for the majority of their performances this weekend.
And what a way to start not just your rowing career, of course. These women relatively new to our community, but also a fantastic debut on arguably the most famous regatta course in the world here at Henley. It is the race, it is the regatta, it is the course that everybody wants to come and row at from all over the world, and Edinburgh just doing what they need to do here to ensure they put themselves in pole position to secure the Frank V. Harry Cup. And like you say, Meg, it sounds like you know a little bit more about this than I do, but credit to all the coaches at Edinburgh for producing some fantastic opportunities for these young women to get involved with the sport and win at the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, Edinburgh have been putting out crew after crew with great performances from that beginner programme, accelerating them up through that system, giving great performances all round across the country. And Lancaster there, putting in a good performance too, coached by Stuart Lyons there. Very experienced boat there, over 40 years of experience between them. But today it's just not enough to defeat this beginner Edinburgh crew.
Yeah, Edinburgh looking like they are going to row themselves into the history books here and secure the Frank V. Harry Cup Development Cox Fours. Nominally the contest for the least experienced athletes on the Henley Women's Regatta roster. So, a reminder of what's to come and a reminder of what we've already had. We've already had 5 finals here at Henley Women's Regatta, and those wins: Laura Bates in the Aspirational Lightweight Singles, Laura Macro for Dart Totnes in the Championship Lightweight Singles, Durham University taking the win in the Championship Lightweight Doubles. It was Radcliffe of Harvard University who took the win in the Championship Lightweight Pairs, and the pairing of Imperial College and the University of London decimating their opposition from Leander Club and the University of London, the Championship Pairs. And here, a similar tale unfolding, Meg. It's going to be Edinburgh all the way to the line.
Yeah, and look at that, such a strong final few strokes, and look at that reaction. They'll be so happy. This will be an excellent kind of rounding off of their season. I mean, they've had success after success. Lancaster just coming through the line there, still looking very good, but just not enough to take that Edinburgh crew today.
Nothing is quite like the magic of a win on Henley waters, and Edinburgh can enjoy that long into the evening and into next week, I'm sure, and over their summer holidays. But we move back to race 393 Championship Double Sculls. Twickenham Rowing Club invested in both of these crews. Strathclyde Park, their companions on the Berkshire station, and Leander Club, their companions on the Buckinghamshire station. Double sculls, fast moving boats, hard to get up to speed, but when they're there, they chip along at a good old pace, and it looks to me, Jess, like Strathclyde Park, Twickenham have had the better of the opening exchanges.
Yeah, and some really, really experienced athletes out here. Perry McCluskey at stroke as multiple Scottish international, and Jade Linder, GB Start athlete, done other international regattas, so, you know, and the other crew of Twickenham Leander, they've actually done under 23s together in 2022, taken a bronze medal there, so I think they're just back together now this year. Vare just, I think, might have had injury, or I don't know, I caught up with her a few times. But, back together now, looking really good out there and hoping to take the middle of the race to this really fast opening sector of the Edinburgh Twickenham boat.
So a question for you, Jess, you might have the answer to this. If I look at this overhead shot on the drone, I can see the angles for the Strathclyde Twickenham crew aren't quite right, or not quite right, but one seems to be converging on the other, whereas the angles in the Leander Twickenham boat, where they're in the water, seem to be more symmetrical. Talk to me about why that is. Is that about reach? Is it about rigging? Why is that?
I think you can rig to match that up better, but you know, all ships, all athletes are different shapes and sizes, and it might just take a bit more time to finesse how they're feeling and where they need to put their feet. You know, it is a composite, so it depends how long they've even had in this project together to, you know, sort all of that out. But it's not holding them back here today, as they're taking just over a length lead through the middle, and that's a really convincing lead in this headwind. They're got a really good rhythm out there and working well together.
Yeah, race number 393, the W Pier Cup. And like you point out, Jess, Strathclyde Park and Twickenham Rowing Club in their composite pairing so far controlling the narrative of this one. They do not look like they're going to be caught as they row away from the barrier. Never rule out Leander and Twickenham, they're fierce athletes and they've come together to win this competition, there's no doubt about that, but they seem to have met their match, certainly in the opening half of this contest, and it's going to take a monumental effort from those women to overhaul their opponents. A little look over there from the bow girl from Twickenham Rowing Club on the far side, just checking where her opposition are, making sure they're still in touch. Is there a way that they can find their route back into this contest? Because this is for finals, this is for silverware, this is not just for the chance to beat your opposition, this is for the chance to write your name into the Henley Women's Regatta winners book. And this is not to be taken lightly, so I'm sure Leander and Twickenham will be keen to re-establish terms.
Yeah, it's great to see so many brilliant scullers out here, strong women taking it on one-on-one, but these athletes will be seeing each other throughout the summer and may potentially be rowing together and things like that, but for right now, all that matters is that trophy, and the race is never over. It looks like Leander Twickenham are getting back onto terms somewhat, and hopefully we'll have an exciting finish to this race.
Well, you can hear the excitement in our on-site commentator's voice, one of our colleagues on the launch following this one, and it does look to me like Leander and Twickenham are mounting a bit of a charge. That bow now firmly in touch with the stern of the crew from Strathclyde Park and Twickenham. So what have Leander and Twickenham got in the tank left? What have they got to throw at Strathclyde Park and Twickenham? Because they're going to need the kitchen sink here, Jess.
Yeah, and I'm sure these athletes are more than willing to put that kitchen sink out there. They train for this. This is the exciting bit, the bit you enjoy and the bit that gets you out of bed every day. So you're not going to leave anything in the tank out here. But as you say, as you get more tired, as you fatigue, as you empty everything out there, conditions, booms, you know, they mount on, and things can happen to either crew out here.
Well, we'll stay with this one for just a moment because I think we're winding up for a really interesting finish. The juxtaposition of the peaceful Henley countryside opposed to the battle, the gladiatorial conquest that's going on the water. And I think Twickenham and Leander are timing this push just right here, Jess. They are sculling through and sculling away.
Yeah, and when you've got that years of experience together in the past, it doesn't matter how long it's been, you know, you get combinations and you can slip straight back into it. You can read each other, you know each other's physiology in and out. You know that your partner might be good at a finish or in through the middle, so you can time it perfectly like these girls look like they have done out here.
What a fabulous race that was from Leander and Twickenham. They just bided their time, they waited, they were patient, they were mature, and they executed that push to perfection, taking down Strathclyde Park and Twickenham Rowing Club to take the W Pier Cup for Championship double scull. So we move to juniors, the other end of the spectrum. These girls are all 16 and under, perhaps their first time racing on the Henley Women's Regatta course, Meg, and it is Marlow on the far side, and it is Wallingford, winners of the 8 at the National Schools Regatta, chipping into a 4 and hoping to complete the set here at Henley Women's Regatta. And if they can, it will be a marvellous achievement, and so far doing a pretty good job of doing that.
Yeah, this should be a really interesting race. Wallingford here currently ahead, but they are facing the National Schools winners in this event, this Marlow A crew here. Coxed by Isabel Massey, they seem to be having a slower start, but up in that rate now, so maybe they're trying to catch. But Wallingford currently holding out about half a length ahead, looking very smooth, very confident. Coxed by Katie Mellors here, this Wallingford crew. Great lines from both sides. Yeah, this should be a very interesting course for these two crews.
Yeah, it's a curious little dynamic, this, because Wallingford, these are 4 of the girls who were in the 8 that won Junior 16-8s, and then Marlow, you're saying, won the coxed 4s event at the National Schools Regatta. So technically, you would think that Marlow perhaps have had more time in this boat, they've had more time to gel and to get what is a difficult boat to row right properly. So, right properly, that doesn't make any sense. They've had more time to row this boat properly, and it is a difficult boat to row well. I'm losing my mind here. But they do seem to be coming back into this as we go past the barrier. 600 metres gone. It does seem that Marlow are just starting to mount a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, I think once these crews get level, it's going to be, if they do get level anyway, it will be a very interesting battle. Both do look like they've still got something to give. I'm feeling like they're looking a little reserved right now. Wallingford taking it up again now. Maybe they're trying to secure a bit more of a safe distance from Marlow. But it still could go either way. Very strong crews on both sides, and they'll both be really wanting to win this.
Well, both crews being kept expertly apart by their young coxswains, which is what we want to see here at Henley Women's Regatta. We did have a crew disqualified earlier today for a clash, and that is not what anyone has come here to watch. And it is Wallingford continuing to lead the way here. Just a little bit of a push, it looked like, going on there. I think they sense that the last third of the race is upon them and that it is time to turn the screw and try and shut the door in the face of Marlow. These for the Junior 16 West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy, Junior 16 coxed 4s. And it's Wallingford just looking a little bit tired there. They've obviously expended a lot of effort just to keep Marlow away from them, to try and ensure that that Marlow bow doesn't encroach any further on what they consider to be their territory. But they are now 300 or so metres away from the finish line. Meg, do you think Marlow have got enough left to come back?
I honestly have no idea right now. I would love
Expert
to know
commentary.
that, yeah, well, you know, I'd love to know their race plans, because it does seem like Wallingford went strong off the start. And like I said, it did look a bit reserved from Marlow, so I'm wondering maybe they're going off for a push, but it is looking like Wallingford are holding out now.
Yeah, the Marlow bow not making any real dent into a Wallingford display that is verging on incredibly impressive here. We'll keep an eye on the resumption of that race as Wallingford and Marlow make their way down the course. Not a lot to choose between them, and Wallingford will be desperately trying to keep the Marlow interest at bay. But we're sticking with Junior 16 athletes and it's quads now. It's Henley Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and a crew from Putney High School on the Buckinghamshire station. Now, you would expect Henley to know how to row this course expertly well. Just a little bit of deviation in their steering off the start, and that, Jess, has allowed Putney High, I think, to steal a march.
Yeah, well, both crews out here have had wins this year. Henley Rowing Club won Nat Schools in this event, and Putney High School silver medal winners at the Junior Sculling Regatta. But off the island, it is not easy to steer a quad. You really do get taken sometimes, and you know, you're putting everything you can into that start. You don't want to leave anything behind physically, but you know, you do have to do the job of what an extra person does in other boats. You have to steer with your foot, you have to shout the commands of the race plan to your crew, but Putney High School here doing a marvellous job stretching out a lead here. You don't know, again, like we said previously, race plans can be different, but I do like the race plan that Putney High School have got of, you know, putting in a large distance at the beginning, taking on the race and seeing where it gets you towards the finish line.
Well, for those eagle-eyed viewers amongst us, you will have spotted Wallingford successfully securing the title in the Junior 16 Cox Fours and emphatic celebrations over the line. They were absolutely delighted with that win, and rightly so. They fought hard to keep Marlow at bay all the way down the course, and in the end finished clear water ahead of their opponents from the Thames Valley. But now we're watching the final between Putney and Henley in the Junior 16 Coxless Quads, and I think the word you used, Jess, sums it up beautifully. This has been a marvellous start from Putney High. They have taken this race by the scruff of its neck and have tried to basically shock Henley out of it, because Henley can't have been expecting to be a length down coming up towards the barrier. That being said...
Yeah, I wouldn't count out Henley right now. They have managed to get back overlap, and when you get overlap, you can start to hear them, you can see their puddles stronger and stronger, and it really does spur you on. And when you are being rowed down like this, it takes a lot of mental strength to not, you know, you can feel the lactate building, it can be easy to get doubts in. So this race could go either way still. And, you know, these athletes are incredible, all the juniors here right now, juggling revision, exams, so much outside, and still coming out here and putting on excellent performances, showing what all that training that they are balancing with life right now is paying off for all of them.
Yeah, contending with GCSEs alongside a rowing career that promises so much and is delivering so much at this stage. Putney High tried to shock Henley and put the lightning bolt through the heart of this race, but Henley still very much in this, the national champions and almost unbeatable at this age group. And you can see here the race faces are well and truly on. Henley, the home favourites, will fancy their chances, I think, here, Jess. They were down and out in the opening 500 metres, but have just slowly, attritionally fought their way back into this race. And now, with about 500 metres left to row, I think this is Henley's race to lose. The momentum is with them. Putney High still leading at the moment, but I think the sprint is coming from Henley.
Definitely. And when you're a crew that's won medals together, like both of these crews, you know how to sprint to that finish, and you know you get a taste for that win, and you'll do anything for it. So like we said from the beginning, there's pedigree in both of these boats this year, and it could go either way.
Well, there we go. The crew's directly alongside us, and Henley just slowly making progress, slowly eating into that Putney High lead. They're down to nearly a third of a length, but are they going to run out of water? It's a slow advancement. It's like territorial warfare here they're waging against Putney High, who, as we say earlier in this race, the narrative was that Putney High had clear water on Henley. Henley have just slowly eaten into that lead, but they are running out of water with about 200, 300 metres left to row. That's the final camera point on the course, so that gives you an indication as to how much is left to do. And whoever's on the launch here commentating on this race is as excited as we are, because I think this is going to be a straight sprint to the finish.
These races are tough, they hurt, but they are worth it. Either way, these girls are going to know that they've put every single ounce of themselves into it. They're hungry for that trophy, but either way, you want to be part of these races because they're exciting, and you know you've worked hard for that win, whoever, and you know you've put up a fight on the other side.
Well, who's got it in the head? Who's got it in the body? Who's got it left in the tank here? It looks to me like Henley have taken the lead with about 200 metres left to scull in this final of the Junior 16 Cox's Quads for the Nina Padwick Trophy. It's Henley coming down towards the line. It looks like the bow got a little look over there. She's seeking the finish. She wants that line, and I think she's going to get it in just a few short strokes. It's Henley all the way to the finish. How does that feel, Jess?
Definitely worth the pain.
Incredible race that. Henley, mature all the way along, just bided their time, just like we saw in the race before from Leander Clubb and Twickenham. Just waited and waited and waited, and eventually wore down their opponents. And now we move back to the start. Aspirational, academic 8. And this one, Meg, to me, it's Brooks and Newcastle left to right, but Brooks, the form crew here.
Yeah, this is the one to watch. I mean, Brooks are legendary for their 8s. Looking very strong straight off the start. Look at that power. Yeah, this Brooks crew here, gold and silver in the intermediate 8s at Box Regatta. Newcastle there were just behind them with the bronze, but did win champ 8s at Durham Regatta, so Brooks just holding that out, looking, they just make it look easy.
Yeah, renewing acquaintances here, as you say, first and second at the Student National Championships back at the beginning of May. And Brooks were first, of course, and Newcastle were second. So the expected form book dictates that Brooks will take this win and doing all they can at the moment. I've been watching this Brooks crew a few times over the weekend, and they've done some things I haven't seen before in racing. They've essentially gone out to around a length, which for most crews is not a comfortable position to be in. And then they've wound down to the extent that they feel they can get away with. They basically found the tipping point between their speed and their opposition's speed, and they've just sat in that range. But I think they're going to be pushed all the way to the line here.
Yeah, Brooks, their style, anyone who knows rowing knows that when you watch a Brooks boat, they get to a safe position, and then they just do exactly what they need to do, and it's working for them here, holding off that Newcastle crew. Newcastle fighting back, very strong, but Brooks still holding that out as we come towards the competitors' area. Looking very smooth, very confident out in front, where they're very used to being.
Yeah, certainly is a sight for sore eyes if you are an Oxford Brookes University supporter here in the final of the Colgan Foundation Cup for Aspirational Academic 8s. It's Brooks all the way here. They are breaking clear of the Blue Star and refusing to relinquish a lead that they have worked very hard to secure in the opening 600 or so metres. And you're right, Meg, that style from Brooks, it's so distinctive, isn't it? Bolt upright at the finish, but really levering it at the catch, pumping it through the legs, and then allowing just this sort of smooth recovery. And it's paying dividends for them as they continue to row away from Newcastle.
Yeah, they're just looking as professional as they always do, Brooks. Known all around the world for their performances, especially in the 8. They are the ones to watch.
Well, if you are tuning in from the north of England to check out how Newcastle are faring, you might be a little disappointed to discover that your boat, your women, your crew are losing to Brooks, but fear not, because these crews will renew rivalries in just a few short days' time at the Henley Royal Regatta in the Ireland Challenge Cup. I'm sure we'll see both of these boats trying to place well at one of the premier events of the year. But Brooks looking like they're going to be taking bragging rights into that apex of the racing calendar.
Yeah, they're not letting anything go here with Newcastle. They are staying in front of them every stroke here. Just powering that boat through the water, you can see how much they're moving just each stroke, driving that boat away from Newcastle. Every movement up the slide.
And it's incredibly difficult for Newcastle to compete, because if you are a young rower who's considering university or considering pursuing rowing beyond your junior confines, if you watch this, in reality, you will be thinking, well, if I want to win Henley Women's Regatta, I need to move to Brooks. And that cycle that happens, that success breeding success, is so apparent here from Brooks, because the more that they win, the more likely they are to win again in the following year.
Absolutely. It is known far and wide that Brooks is one of the premier programs for university rowing, churning out professional athletes left, right and centre, easily over the line, way in front of Newcastle there. Excellent celebrations from the Brooks girls there.
Yeah, super performance there from Oxford Brookes, and commiserations to Newcastle, who tried their hardest, gave it their best, but just did not have a response to the indomitable form of Oxford Brook. So we move back to the start. Aspirational Club coxless fours. It's Worcester Rowing Club closest to the camera on the left, or rather Worcester Rowing Club now on the right as the camera reverses perspective, and Upper Thames home favourites boating on this stretch of river on the left-hand side on the Buckinghamshire station. Coxless fours are notoriously tricky boat to row. I think all fours are pretty hard, cox or coxless. Fairly even start here, Jess, as the two crews leave the shadows of Temple Island.
Yeah, some corrections on the steering there, but well caught, and it looks like they've had to come through quite a lot of rounds in these fours, and doing well to keep 3 races on a Sunday like most of the crews out here, attacking that start. Upper Thames took the semi-final from Wallingford by a length, and Worcester took on Thames, beating them by a length and a quarter. So no easy racing out here for either of these crews coming into this final. And you know, not much to split them at this point.
Yeah, locked in unison. That's what we like to see here at Henley Women's Regatta. Of course, if you're in the cruise, you'd love to be 8 lengths up. But for us neutrals here watching on from the commentary tent, close racing is what we've all come for. And if you are in the local area and thinking, I've got no ideas what to do with my Sunday afternoon, I can tell you Henley Women's Regatta is a great option. Come down, have a drink, grab some food from the vendors, and watch some of the finest female athletes in the country and perhaps even the world compete on the Henley Straits, historic course. And it is Worcester just about leading Upper Thames, I think, but there's very little to choose between these two boats as they come past the spectators area.
And these women, you know, they're balancing studying, they're balancing working. One of the athletes here works for the government and apparently is known to be very bossy. So they're in it for the joy of the sport, and it's really showing out here. It's interesting that they're both bucket rigged, apparently the most efficient way to rig, but really it's whichever crew order molds together the best, and who can take on the various jobs in each seat the best. And you see more and more bucket rigging in women's rowing, as you know, we're getting more and more women through the sweep side, which is great to see. Such strength and depth out here at the moment, and you can see that by how close these races are. I mean, these races have been cut down from 20 odd boats down to 16 in the time trial, and then through each round, knockout by knockout.
Yeah, we had 16 crews racing side by side in the heats, which was then obviously divided in 2 for quarterfinals, then semi-finals. So this is likely to be the 5th race that these women have competed in over the course of the weekend. So there will be a bit of fatigue in the legs. There's going to be a little bit of tidiness playing in, but the finals give you that extra burst of adrenaline, doesn't it?
It does. It's why you've gone through all of those rounds, and you know, you do feel really lucky to, when it's knockout, you feel grateful and lucky to still be part of the competition and still getting out there. That's what we're all here for. And you know, they're not gonna see a half a length margin and just back off. They're gonna try different things. They're gonna call technical moves that have worked in training. They're gonna call physical pushes and just keep launching attacks and seeing if anything can break the other crew.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this. It looks to me like Worcester Boat Club have launched a move of real potency, extending out to around a length's lead in the final of Aspirational Club Cox's Fours. And we move back to the start. And if you are joining us from Wycliffe Junior Boat Club, welcome. And I know why you're here. 3 of your crews are in the next 3 finals, and 3 trophies will be a remarkable result for your girls. So let's see what Greg Flower and his programme can produce. But Meg, we've got here the Junior 18 double sculls. It's Sydney Rowing Club all the way over from Australia on the Berkshire station, fronting up against Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And to me, Sydney, as they have done all the way through the regatta, they've gone out like the clappers, and they have around a length already as they leave the island.
Yeah, Lucy Searle and Talisa Noak, driver there, have had an excellent performance all this weekend. You can really tell they're putting everything into every stroke over here. They want to make their trip all the way over from Australia worth it. Very experienced crew, junior worlds and 12 national medals from just 1 year this year.
We've got too many national championships, if you ask me.
No, very strong performance straight out in front there, in front of Catherine Burton and Aggie Burt from Wycliffe.
Who themselves are no slouches, right?
No.
I mean, I think Catherine was a Coupe representative last year, which is our equivalent of the Junior European Championships. And then Aggie was winner of the April Regatta for Junior GB Trials. So two of the best scullers on the female side in the country, but just meeting their match here from Sydney. Sydney are not here to mess around. This is 50% of their Diamond Jubilee entry into the Henley Royal Regatta. So they're here in doubles at the Henley Women's Regatta before shifting into the quad and doing the business here on the Henley stretch. That's 2 lengths.
Yeah. No, looking very powerful, straight out in front there. Moving the boat very good distance every stroke. And of course we said on some of the commentary yesterday, when you see A next to a team, you assume generally that the A team is likely to beat the B team, but here we have Sydney's B team taking a very comfortable distance in front of Wycliffe's A team here.
Well, Sydney fresh off the plane, probably still dealing with a little bit of jet lag. They only landed in the UK earlier this week, but showing no signs of relenting here against Wycliffe. With every stroke, they're just moving away. I'm not sure anyone from Wycliffe will have expected this, because I've watched the Wycliffe double all the way through the competition in various rounds, and they've always looked very assured, very composed, but just not able to find the speed that Sydney have on board. And Sydney, of course, the holders of the Regatta Cup, and it looks like, barring any late calamities, that trophy is going to be heading back down under.
Yeah, I mean, they are just extending that lead there, driving on towards that finish. Very confident together, those pair.
Well, the prospects of seeing these two young women in the quad in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, joined by, I assume, Sydney A in this event, is something to really look forward to in the coming weeks. That's a prospect to behold, I'm sure. And Wycliffe, who are arguably the favourites for that competition as well, and you'll see them in the final of the Junior 18 quads in just a couple of races' time. They'll be keeping a close eye on this Sydney duo, driving on towards the finish line here, showing no signs of allowing Wycliffe even close to a shot at getting back into this one. That's some 3 or 4 lengths now.
Yeah, they're putting it all on the line here, not giving any chances. Yeah, nice confident lead there for Lucy Searle and Talisa Noak, driver from Sydney.
It's a tricky one in a way to commentate on this, because the superlatives run a little bit dry here on Sydney. We've spoken about them numerous times already this weekend. Every time I've watched them, they've looked excellent. Right from the time trial yesterday morning through to their final here today, they've raced 5 times to get here, and they look every inch the champion that I think the finish line is going to crown them in just a few short moments' time. And that is a fantastic way to start your couple-of-week trip here in the UK, taking the Regatta Cup from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. And it's going to be Sydney, I think, as I say, barring any disasters in the final few strokes, who are going to take this victory.
Yeah, and doing that many races to get to this position puts a whole new element into the race. You could be the fastest crew by far in, say, your heat, but if you can't last and pull that performance out at every level. But clearly this crew from Sydney just have power to spare, pulling away from that Wycliffe crew.
Power to spare, but also their technique just seems to be a little more direct, a little more impactful in this race. So if you are crazy enough to be up in Australia watching the Henley Women's Regatta stream, we thank you for your patronage, and you are watching Sydney Rowing Club scull up towards the line. They are going to be crowned the victors of the Regatta Cup. Let's watch for the celebration as they cross the line. Fairly muted that. It was almost like they expected it. That's the class and the style that we're dealing with here. That was just another day at the office for Sydney Rowing Club, who win the Rayner Cup Junior 18 double sculls. So we'll move back to the start. If you are a Wycliffe supporter, fear not. You have another chance at silverware here. It's the Junior 18 single sculls. And what better person to have on the co-commentary here than Jess Layden, a former junior world champion in this boat class yourself. Jess, talk me through what it takes to win at this level. Give me the secrets.
Oh, I don't know them anymore. I mean, watching these junior races, you can see that the standard has definitely moved on year, and I'm just amazed at how brilliant all these competitors are. I was at national schools watching F finals, thinking how great the quads and things were sculling. So yeah, these scullers getting off the start again, aggressive. Watching their line though, you can't just go all physically in. You've got to keep. You're looking after yourself out there. There's no one else to steer the boat for you. So it looks like Ship Lake on the far side is taking a good advantage out here.
It's a strange thing, but it reminds me of that song, and I'm not sure why. And the lyrics are, you've got to hold and give, but do it at the right time. You can go slow or fast, but you must get to the line. And it's true of single sculling, and it's Jessica Weir here, who is arguably the outright favourite. I did get a note, actually. We wrote a preview on Junior Row News in the week, and we omitted Jessica for whatever reason, poor journalism, from our preview. And I got a note from one of the coaches saying, look, I think you probably want to correct this because Jessica is the standout contender in this field, and showing that again here. She raced at the Munich International Regatta, won gold in the double and the quad, and has been around the Ship Lake setup for a few years now. Now that, of course, is its own production line of talent, and Jess Weir sculling away here from Eloise Etherington, who herself is no slouch, winner of the Junior 17 single at the Junior Sculling Regatta, but just not able to keep pace here with Jess Weir.
You know, in singles, the other rounds do really have an effect on you. You know, if you've had a closer race in the race before, which Eloise Etherington did, compared to Jess Weir, who obviously is a class of her own at the moment, it's going to have more of effect. On a one-on-one race, they might, without any other races, they might be a bit closer, but it's not that kind of racing out here. You have to get through the rounds well, and you've got no excuses in races like this. You have to be really brave to put yourself in the single and go out there on your own. And I really used to love racing the single for that thing. Any win that you take is all your own, and any loss that you take is all your own. And you know, you just tip your hat to the victor, knowing how much you've put in yourself, how much hard work has got you to be how fast you are, and if they've taken it on the day, well, you know, congrats to them, kind of thing.
And that level of individual responsibility is something that not everybody can contend with. You have to be a certain type of person to excel in the single scull. And of course, both of these scullers, by virtue of the fact that they're here in the final of the Junior 18 single sculls, are able to channel that mentality. But at the moment, Jess Weir of Ship Lake College showing us all how it's done. Expect her to step back in to the Diamond Jubilee quad that actually exited the Junior 18 category here at Henley Women's Regatta in the quarterfinals. Slightly surprising, but I'm sure she'll step in and strengthen that lineup ahead of Henley Royal.
Yeah, and when you swap between boats like that, going from a quad to a single, it's a real talent in itself to be able to transfer that power that you can get on in a single in a bit of a different way that you have to do it in a crew boat, in a quad. So really impressive stuff from Jessica here. And, you know, it's really impressive Eloise Etherington here getting to a major final like this at Henley Women's Regatta, a national regatta, international regatta. So you've got to be proud of yourself.
Absolutely. And her sole focus now in the final 300 or so metres will be on ensuring that Eloise Etherington does not sniff any weakness, does not sense any chink in her armour, and you can see there decisive finishing phase of her stroke. She is moving that boat exceptionally well and unlikely to be caught.
Yeah, and it's really mature racing to take the rate down, keep the power on like she is. She's, you know, not just keeping the rate up and not putting as much power down. She is really flinging the hull along every stroke, as that's how you get singles to go fast. You do that just faster and a higher rate. So really, really showing our class out here.
As we watch the conclusion of the Junior 18 single sculls event. Jess Weir moving down towards the line. A word on the, although there is a guy blocking the camera as we speak, a word on the exceptional quality of coverage we've had all weekend here. Some amazing shots, and credit to the Henley Women's Regatta Committee for spotting the opportunity to bring this regatta to a wider audience. And hopefully if you are watching at home and thinking, quite fancy a bit of that, please do enter for next year. We would love to have you. It is a phenomenal event to come and compete at. So Jess Weir on her way down to what looks like a very probable title now, and so we'll move back to the start for another Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. So far Wycliffe unfortunately on the receiving end of 2 losses out of 3 in the junior categories. The fact they have 3 finalists in and of itself is a remarkable achievement, but here they're quad the outright favourites for this event. Beaten by Tideway Sculls a few weeks ago at the Met, but having beaten them the week before that at the National Schools, Wycliffe will be keen to re-establish their dominance here, Meg.
Yeah, definitely. And so far they seem to be on the path to doing that, pulling out ahead of the Tideway Scullers A crew, just coming off the end of the island there. Both crews looking very strong. Slightly more punchy, powerful start from Wycliffe, sorry. About half a length up for them now. A high rate from them there, hoping to establish dominance early on in this race. They'll be feeling the pressure now. They won't know the results of the races that have already gone, but they'll be feeling the pressure and the support from the side. Wycliffe today. Tideway Scullers not quite ready to give up yet. They're hanging on to that overlap.
Yeah, Rona McCallum's unit well drilled here from Tideway Scullers. But Wycliffe doing the early running here, the leading contender in the B Langridge Trophy for junior quads. If you were watching the now disappeared right-hand side of the screen, it was Jess Weir who did
establish a safer distance between the two crews, just pushing them away there. Tideway Scullers just dropping behind, but still driving that power down, so they're not quite ready to let go yet. Wycliffe looking very comfortable and confident there, nice and relaxed as they drive away from Tideway Scullers School A crew.
Yeah, lots of horsepower on board that Wycliffe quad, stroked by junior international Ella Fullman, one of this country's brightest prospects. She is driving her crew on. They've got an insatiable appetite for success. Under Greg Flower, they are the national champions in this boat class and also won the Schools Head of the River in the 8 before choosing to switch over to 2 blades instead of 1. And a Henley women's victory here would set them up really, really nicely for an assault on the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, an event that they have tried their hand at a couple of times before, quarterfinals and semi-finals in 21 and 22 respectively. So that last step to the final and the potential for silverware, and a red box still eluding them. But 2023, Meg, looking like a pretty good moment for them.
Yeah, I mean, if their performance is anything like the one that they're giving now, I wouldn't write it off. They're looking very strong here. They've got that established open water between them and Tideway Scullers School now. Lots of power going down through every stroke there.
The rate is incredibly high in this quad. They are not letting up one bit. I'm sure they're slightly nervous. They would have been nervous lining up against Tideway Scullers School, knowing that their opponents had already bested them just a few short weeks ago. So we'll keep an eye on Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club as they scull down towards the line. They've got about 250 metres left to row in their final, the B Langridge Trophy. And they will be crowned victors if they can just hold it together and ensure they execute their sprint. But when we move back to the start, it's Aspirational Club 8, it's Thames Rowing Club A and Vesta Rowing Club A on the Berkshire and Buckinghamshire Stack Banks respectively. These two boat clubs, I should say, stare at each other across a thin strip of road on the Putney Embankment. They will know each other intimately well. And I think if you were a betting person, you would bank on Thames. I know this is Thames' second 8 in the event, but Vesta here going out really, really well and taking what looks like a very slight early lead, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. A canvas by the end of the island is pretty convincing in 8s racing, but again, it's never over so early on in the race. All of these women balancing jobs and training, so they're all hungry for this win today. Quite interesting how many details the Thames Rowing Club girls have gone into with their job descriptions. We've got a cow farmer from New Zealand. They're all wearing cow socks in her honour. But yeah, it's all paying off out here. You know, balancing life and rowing, you've got to really want to row and train hard, and that's what these women do.
Well, wait for the roar. Thames and Vesta fiercely supported on the bank. 2 of the Remenham Club. So there'll be plenty of people with a vested interest in this race. If you were watching, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club did secure the B Language Trophy and were delighted when they crossed the line. Big splashes of water from their crew, and they will move on to Henley Royal with a confidence boost, a well-needed one for Greg Flower's unit. But here we have Vesta did a bit of the early running. They took a slight lead at the end of the island, but it is Thames who've responded. Those cow socks pushing them on to what looks like a really commanding position to be in. The two crews really close to each other in the middle of the course. I'm sure we can't see the umpire's boat, but I feel confident, Jess, that he or she would have got involved there just to steer the two crews away from each other. You can see the course correction. Thames moving back onto their station and continuing to try and break clear of a rugged and determined Vesta unit.
Definitely, and I think that's what the Coxes will be trying to do. They're trying to do everything that they have in their power to gain any advantage, because it's such a close race. They'll be wanting to send puddles, they'll be wanting to make the other crew feel like they're stretching away, which they are doing now, but you don't know what that could have paid into some of the people's minds, getting them close, giving them some rough water, another question asked of them. So yeah, it looks to have paid off. About a length lead now.
Well, they'll be emboldened by the fact that every stroke they're taking at the moment is sinking the knife ever deeper into Vesta's hopes of lifting the trophy for Aspirational Club 8. It is Thames who are doing the business here on the Henley stretch. Well seasoned, of course, at winning Henley regattas, Royal and Women's, and looking like a pretty sure thing now as they come up towards the line. It is a length to Thames, and in an 8, Jess, a length is pretty difficult to turn over.
Yeah, especially when the finish line is getting closer and closer. You don't have as many meters to get moves over, so I think that was a decisive move by Thames there over Vesta. But Vesta put up the fight for a long time down the course, giving them not an easy win here.
No, nothing's easy. You take nothing for granted here on finals day at Henley Women's Regatta. This is some of the finest rowing you will see all over the world, some of the fastest crews that we have to offer both internationally and domestically, and Thames looking like they are going to write their name into the history books. No records today. It's not the right conditions for it, I don't think. But Thames won't care about that. All they'll care about is getting their name on the trophy, and it's looking increasingly likely that they will do that. Vesta, determined, tenacious. They try to spook Thames off the start, get a march, do something a bit different, shake up the established order, but in the end, the class of Thames looks to have prevailed.
Yeah, and that's all 8 racing is. You sprint out to get the highest boat speed as you can on the big hull, and the big hull hopefully just keeps on rolling for you, and it's who can keep that boat speed the highest for the longest. And it looks like Thames has really done a good job of that. Great to see them so happy.
Yeah, Thames on the Thames, winning at Henley Women's Regatta. Delighted. Exasperation, of course, in the Vesta crew. The duality and the juxtaposition of sport, emotions running high in both crews. But Thames take the victory in Aspirational Club 8 to once again cement their place at the top of the leaderboard. So we move back to the start. It's Aspirational Quads. It's Netherlands against the United Kingdom, Bath University on the Buckinghamshire station, up against USR Triton on the Berkshire station.
Yeah, Triton here come all the way from Utrecht in the Netherlands. They'll be really wanting to make that trip even more worth it than their racing has made it. Strong start from both, bit punchier from Triton.
Triton just infringing on that boom line there, or that buoy line I should say. That would have slowed them down a little bit and given Bath the impetus, and it looks like Bath have seized that, trying to get out as quickly as they can. It's tricky to steer this course, and it sounds ridiculous, it's a straight line, but oh, and there Bath nearly going for an early Bath there, crashing into the booms. What a disaster for those girls, such a shame. Meg, what happened there?
We've seen it several times today. It's deceivingly difficult to get off that start line in a straight line. Those booms come out of nowhere and they're very intimidating, and if you do hit them, it completely knocks all of your momentum out of your row. It will be like starting again from nothing for that Bath crew there. They've got a lot of length to make up their Triton, just powering away, using this as to their advantage, getting a huge amount of open water between them there. Very skilled crew here. Won lightweight coxed quad sculls at the Heineken Roe VR camp in March this year. This is their first international performance for 3 out of the 4 of the crew though, so they will be very grateful for that unfortunate mishap from Bath Uni, who themselves gold in the intermediate quads at Bucks, an A final at the Met, so they will be gutted by that mishap at the start, as it has unfortunately opened the door for Triton to take what looks like might be an easy win for them. Bath fighting back now, trying to close that gap with every stroke, but it's a significant distance, so they'll need a lot of work to go in if they're going to catch Triton now.
Well, it's a lonely plough to furrow that for Bath University. A penny for the thoughts of the poor girl who has the foot in the Bath crew. And I'm sure such is the way in sport, especially competitive sport, where crews form such lifelong bonds that no one will blame her, no one will make her feel guilty for it. It's a real shame when these things happen. And as we were just saying, just before it happened, didn't want to foreshadow it, but Triton having difficulty with the boys on their side and correcting before Bath steering into the booms. And it's a real shame, because this was going to be, I think, a cracking final, and Triton now able to essentially row this one over.
Yeah, and Triton will be grateful for this, but also they might feel like it would have been a more exciting race had that not happened, so it'll be bittersweet for them.
Yeah, we don't want to discredit this quad from the Netherlands. They've come here to win, and it's looking like, you know, barring any ridiculous scenarios in the final few meters, that they are going to do that. But I think they'll always have a bit of a question mark around, well, what would have happened?
Yeah.
What could have happened? Would we have won if we'd have had a race that was uninterrupted by the booms? But that's the nature of Henley. Triton should not be marginalised or discredited. They steered the course. They got themselves down in one piece, and unfortunately Bath couldn't on this occasion, and that means that Triton, barring, as I say, anything calamitous in the final exchanges, will take the victory in aspirational quads. So if you are joining us for the first time here, Henley Women's Regatta, we've got just under an hour of racing left. It's finals day. This is where the wheat is separated from the chaff. It's silverware on offer, and you're watching the final. I'd say it's a bit of a husk of a final if you have only just tuned in. Bath with an unfortunate collision with the booms in the opening few strokes has essentially rendered this contest moot, and Triton sculling away to the win. But we have Junior 18 coxed 4s and 8s up next. They're the next 2 contests on the docket, and then we move into coxed 4s, some singles, and then a championship run in the quads, the coxed 4s and the singles, before the penultimate race, which is Greenbank Falmouth up against DSRV Laha in aspirational doubles, before we round things out with the blue ribbon event, championship 8s, Brooks renewing acquaintances with Thames A. So lots to look forward to. But Meg, hard to reflect on a race that was sort of stolen from everybody, really. It's a shame Bath will feel hard done by. I'm sure Triton, when they'll get off the water, they'll be delighted, but they'll also have a feeling of they've also been cheated of a real contest, a real race to try and decide the winner of the aspirational quads. But in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years time, when they look back at the history books, it's going to be Triton's name. It's not going to have a question mark. It's not going to have an asterisk. It's going to be their trophy to take back to the Netherlands as they scull up towards the line as winners of the aspirational quads. So back to the start for the final of the Junior 18 Coxed Fours. It's race 403, and it's Glasgow Academy shooting off the start against Marlow Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Difficult boats to row, Coxed Fours. We've talked about it quite a lot already this weekend. Heavy with the dead weight of the Cox. But both crews getting out nice and clean, moving the boat. This should be a cracking race.
Yeah, and it might be J18 on the race sheet, but the Marlow crew is anything but a J18 crew. We have two J18s, one being the Cox and Daniel Presling, and we have a J18 Ellie Hobart 3, but we have a J15 who's 14 years old and a J16 at Bow who's 15 years old. They're doing so well, coached by Sophia Heath, came fourth at National Sculling Regatta. And yeah, taking the race to these Junior 18 girls of Glasgow Academy, who themselves have had a lot of success over the years. Eking out to about a canvas lead now. Coxes, again, steering brilliant courses, nothing to worry about for the athletes there. That's one job out of your hands. Again, race plan out of your hands, and all you have to focus on is getting every single ounce of your body weight and strength on the end of that blade and doing it together.
Yeah, a cracking race unfolding here between Glasgow and Marlow. Marlow, a young crew, but Glasgow with Bryony Wood on board herself, a J15, who actually won the Championship Girls Single Sculls at the National Schools Regatta at the tender age of 15, so definitely a name for the future. She's come in to strengthen this boat, and Glasgow Academy, with a rich history of producing very competent junior crews, looking now to extend out and exert some control on proceedings. They will definitely be keen to take home the Groton School Challenge Cup today.
Yeah, and as the boats get bigger and heavier, it is harder to, you know, sneak past with a sudden burst of energy. But that's what Marlow will be hoping to do, and throwing everything at it to do that. But it looks like the Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, you know, they're really taking it on heads up and getting this job done in fine style out here.
Yeah, they're certainly starting to move. That gap between themselves and the Marlow crew extending with every stroke. This is a decisive moment in the race, I think, for Marlow. They need to do or die here, I think. Find a way back into this contest, because at the moment it's Glasgow with all the momentum, and Marlow need to arrest that. Otherwise they will be dropped, and this one will become a relative formality, because it's Glasgow who are now pushing on with clear water. It's a really impressive move, and what a crew. What an amazing regatta they have had.
Looks like the conditions have definitely calmed down out there, much more manageable. There's still the cruisers out there causing a bit of trouble, but it's definitely much more exciting conditions for us as spectators, not giving the big margins that we saw in the earlier finals, and giving each crew a chance, you know, to change up their race plan, to change their energy strategies down the course, because you're not just fighting a wall of wind all the way.
Well, we have been blessed with wonderful weather all weekend, and we were threatened with thunderstorms and lightning, which would of course put an end to proceedings, but so far so good. So far so good. So Glasgow are shooting off towards what looks like a victory in the Junior 18 Coxed Fours. And we move back to the start, and it's Junior 18-8. It's Henley against Headington, two rivals who have charted the history books with their success over the last few years. Renewing acquaintances here on Henley's home stretch of water. If I were a betting man, having not seen these crews too much this weekend, it's Headington with the form. They're the national champions, but Henley, fierce racers, can never be ridden off. Meg?
No, absolutely not. And this J18-8s event has been one of the most interesting to watch, with Headington being one of the front runners here. Coxed by Sophie Wrightson very smoothly straight off the start. Same for Henley. Headington School just pulling out ahead in front of the Henley crew. Coxed by Matilda Lee today. There we are, just not too much
of an advantage right now, but there's still plenty of time for the Headington School.
Well, Headington putting the work in here to break clear of Henley. Bitter rivals over the last decade. It's almost been a duopoly at the summit of junior women's rowing between these two. Henley then Headington, Henley then Headington, from junior 14 up to junior 18 all the way. So we'll keep an eye on those 2.8s making their way down the course as we watch on the right hand side of our screen. Glasgow coming up towards the line. A really impressive showing from these young women. They crossed the line, and that is a fantastic result. A clear water victory. They just rowed away in almost in perpetuity from Marlow to secure the victory in the Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior 18 coxed fours. And Headington hoping that they will be able to repeat the feat. You can hear the shouts. It's funny, isn't it, Meg? The junior events always seem to attract so much support from the banks. Proud mothers and fathers, and then lunatic coaches on their bikes.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see both on and off the water junior events, especially these 8s. So much passion both on and off the water surrounding these events, and both crews still putting up an amazing fight in this junior 18 8s event.
Well, look, I think I expected Headington to have it a bit easier than this. They have been being put under severe pressure by Henley Rowing Club, who themselves know this course like the back of their hand. They were bronze medalists at the National Schools Regatta, which by their own admission was not exactly what they were seeking. I think they've actually put their best athletes into the quad in preparation for Henley Royal Regatta. But here, athletes 5 to 12 really putting Headington under pressure. This is Headington's fastest 8 for a few years now. They were winners of this event at the 2021 staging of the Henley Women's Regatta, but they were national champions by clear water just 3 weeks ago, and Henley will definitely smell blood here. They'll feel good about where they are in the race. Obviously, they'd like ideally to be 3 lengths clear, but it was never going to happen. It was never going to be the way that this narrative unfolded, and Henley, Meg, in with a shout here.
Yeah, still anyone's race at the minute. Henley are not letting go, not letting Headington get away. Headington probably hoping to have a bit more of a clear advantage now, but Henley seeming to be putting in a bit more of a drive than Headington right now, probably hoping to either get level, but Headington's still a decent distance ahead of Henley right now.
Yeah, it looks like Headington have just checked that move there. You can see the bow of the Henley boat in line with the girl at 7 in the Headington crew, so that's over half a length for Henley to make up in what is about 250 metres left to row in this final of the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s, and I think Headington have done enough here on the Henley waters as we come up towards the line. I can't see Henley finding the gas for 3/4 of a length overhaul, but commentators curse. I say things like this: Henley will go on and win. So let's just see what happens in the final few strokes. Meg, what do you think?
Headington really look like they're not going to let this go here. Much more of a punchy, powerful row, it looks like, than the Henley crew. Henley crew look very together, very smooth, but Headington just look to be putting that power down a bit more. And clearly it is working in their favour. They're striding towards that finish line now. You can feel how much they want it just by watching them. They're going to want to get over that line in front of that Henley crew. You can see it.
Yeah, up towards the line. Bragging rights are part of it, but the Peabody Cup looming large now in the foreground for Headington as they cross the line. That's a fantastic performance. Winners at the Women's Head, winners at the National Schools, and winners at Henley Women's Regatta by just around a length over Henley Rowing Club. And that will take them into Henley Royal Regatta and their campaign for the Prince Philip Challenge Cup, where we will see a lot of international interest from Australia, from the United States of America, and indeed a rejuvenated Henley Rowing Club crew who I'm sure will be out for revenge on the Henley course in just a few short days' time. But now we move back to the start. This is Aspirational Academic Coxed Fours. No surprise at all to see the presence of Oxford Brookes on the starting boats alongside Imperial College, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. And the girls in the Brookes boat know how to win medals. They were both part of a gold and silver winning cruise in the intermediate 8s at Brookes Regatta. So they know how to win, but it looks like the stream had taken their angle a bit on the stake boat, and they're going to be warned close to clashing. So hopefully we'll see how that plays out. Can Imperial take advantage of that slight mistake, or will Brooks overhaul them with the power and now Imperial going over and clashing.
Wow.
It's how it is, you know, if a crew comes towards you, you can overcorrect, it can put you off even if you were straight. So on Henley course, you've really got to know your line, hold your line, and if someone else does something different, you don't move. Because if they come into you, if they make contact on your side of the river, they will be disqualified. So it's a real game out there, and it's excited added stress that comes into it. So Imperial just eking out a small lead there, managing to come through the clashes, but it looks like Brooks, the mid-race pace is really their advantage in across other boats. So we'll see if this crew can do the same trademark relentless mid-pace rhythm, but it looks like Imperial is really taking it to them. They're not going to make it easy.
Yeah, the machinations of Henley on site for everyone to behold, and it remains to be seen whether Imperial's gamble with the steering will play out to perfection for them. They're drifting back into the middle of the course here. They need to be very, very careful. They're certainly not in enough of a lead to be able to row in whatever water they choose. So the crew's fairly close together here, but it is Imperial by about 3/4 of a length leading the crew from Oxford Brookes. Plenty of support on the bank just by the spectators' enclosure for both of these crews. You can see here Imperial just yearning, striving to snap the elastic band, the intangible connection between these two crews. Trying to break clear, not having it all their own way, certainly not. Oxford Brookes, as we've already spoken about several times today, having already won the 8th category in this same vertical. They will be very keen to take home the Cox's 4 title as well, but Imperial not allowing them much of a say so far.
Imperial look to just be keeping it a bit lighter. It looks to be like they're getting through the water really well, and they're keeping the rhythm high and on top of the water. Brooks looking like it's a bit harder work through the middle of this race than Imperial at the moment, but you know, Brooks could just put on a push, get into the minds of the Imperial, but Imperial are looking technically really well driven. They're looking long. They look like they've got more gears to give as well if an attack was to come later on.
Yeah, aspirational academic coxless 4s for the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy, and this is Imperial College's race to lose as they come down towards the final 500 or so metres. Brooks just looking a little bit more ragged, whereas Imperial focused on what they're doing, focused on their race and driving that boat home. They do have a bit of a penchant for smaller 4s. Imperial, they are serial winners of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta and have won 4 events at Henley Women's Regatta too. So they have an ability to transfer into these smaller boats and really do the business when it matters most. And this Imperial College crew looking like they are not going to be toppled here. Even the might of Brooks couldn't stand up to them.
They just look to be working really well together, leaving the arms long, not letting them break too early, letting the legs get the job done, and levering the hull past the blade. And that is what you like to see out here, and it's doing them proud. They've eked out over about a half a length of clear water here, and if they can keep doing that all the way down the course, it's going to pay them dividends, because their rhythm looks completely relentless, and it looks really going to be hard to overhaul when you've got that technical efficiency and that rhythm that just keeps rolling on. It's adding energy to you all. It's not a rhythm that is taking any energy out of you. It feels nice to go with it and keep the hull speed high.
Yeah, Imperial College drifting out into the middle of the river once again. They need to be just a little bit careful. You can see there the bow girl in the Oxford Brookes boat having a look over her shoulder. But I think if she sees what I'm seeing, she's going to fear the worst. Imperial College looking dominant in this category, as they have done all weekend, to be fair to them. Rowing now towards what looks like a totally assured victory in the Catherine Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxed fours. A phenomenal performance from Imperial College to just wind away from Brooks and hopefully take this win as they come up towards the line. So Imperial crossing, that's a massive, massive statement from those girls. They'll be delighted with that result. When we move back to the start, Aspirational single sculls. It's Nottingham University, Turner Frick up against Keene of Imperial College on the Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively.
Yeah, both women strong off the start. No clear front runner right now. Sinead Turner-Frick from Nottingham University facing Aoife Keane from Imperial College. Does look slightly from this angle like Keane might have pulled in front, but only barely. As we come to the end of the island, it's still pretty level between the two crews.
Yeah, basically nothing to choose between either of these scullers, I think, at this stage. I've watched a lot of them both this weekend, and Turner Frick definitely has this sort of languid, quite relaxed style. She doesn't get panicked by what's going on in the crew opposite her. She just executes her race plan. She gives herself plenty of gearage to go up if there's a sprint that's needed, but so far she hasn't needed it. She's kept that firmly in her back pocket, so will Keane be the one to push her all the way to the line? Keane, on the other hand, relentless. Tends to just try and get out as quickly as she can and stamp her authority on proceedings.
Yeah, looking like a great match between these two. Nothing much between them, even into the first quarter mile. Still pretty much exactly level as we come into the spectator zone.
The drone giving us that stunning shot in the seat of the Oxfordshire countryside. Henley Women's Regatta, day 3, the final day. We've got about 30 minutes left of racing today. And it is Turner Frick of Nottingham University up against Keane of Imperial College in the Aspirational single scull. So 2 Imperial crews back to back. One has already won their event, and it is Keane who has taken a slight lead from Imperial in the Aspirational single scull. So the potential for a double here.
Yeah, like we say, slight lead from Keane from Imperial College there, but still strokes difference between these two. And like we said in commentary yesterday, in singles races in particular, one mistake can change the entire course of a race. There's so much difficulty in singles racing. So much practice needed from both of these women.
It's the purest form of sport, isn't it? It's 2 athletes locked together in unison, and at the moment these 2 crews are inseparable. It's deadlock in the absolute truest sense of the word, and it's fascinating to try and unpick the psychology that must be going through both of their minds, because I'm sure they've exchanged a few blows already in this final. I'm sure they've had a push, then the others had a push, one's checked, one's responded, and it hasn't seemed to have separated them. So now the question marks will start to come up. They'll start to be thinking, well, what do I need to do to break my opposition? What do I need to do if I'm Keane to break Turner Frick? And if I'm Turner Frick, what do I need to do to try and reel Keane in? Because it is Keane who has a lead here, but no more than about 3/4 of a length. So is it the attritional game here from Keane? Is she just moving away stroke by stroke, inch by inch? Or is this a concerted move?
It could still go either way. Keane there starting to drive it out, maybe played the long game, trying to slowly build up that advantage. But we don't know. Turner Frick, Nottingham University, could pull out a big push now, a row through.
Well, we'll keep one eye on that Aspirational single sculls race 406, because I think that's really well balanced. And it's Keane continuing to scull away. The rate's just coming up in that single scull. She's moving the boat along now. Little look over there at her opposition from Nottingham University. I think if she went now, if she tried to break the back of this race, and she has the gas to do it, that would be a successful and potentially decisive move. She comes level with our camera. You can see there she has clear water, I think, over her opposition. So this has been anatomical and metronomical from Keane of Imperial College, looking to do and complete a double win for Imperial. But we'll move back to the start and let's see what's happening in the Bourne Challenge Cup for Championship Quad Sculls. It's Leander Club, Jess, your old club, on the Berkshire station, and Molesey Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station.
And I'm so excited for this race. We have such pedigree. We have junior world gold medalists galore, under 23, Henley winners multiple times. And you know, some of these girls have rowed with each other, been racing against each other for years. So there's a lot going out on this water. Most of these athletes might be full-time athletes with part-time jobs, chasing speed all the time to get wins like this. And it looks like Leander are just creeping ahead half a length, but that honestly means nothing at this point. We have such pedigree in both boats. No one's head's going to go down. No one's going to let anyone have an inch easily out here.
Yeah, it's Leander who have dominated the open season so far. They have taken the scalps of Molesey on a couple of different occasions at various domestic regattas and will be keen to really turn it on when it matters, because frankly speaking, if you were to ask any of these women which race do you really want to win, I'm sure they would say the Henley Series up against their respective opposition. And it's well balanced. Leander just creeping away from Molesey here, trying to break clear, trying to move their stern away and unattach rather, from the Molesey bow. As we watch there, a win for Keane of Imperial College. She sculled beautifully all the way down the course and just broke Turner Frick in the end from Nottingham University, winning the Aspirational single sculls. But the Bourne Cup quad racing, Leander and Molesey, two clubs that know each other exceptionally well, bitter rivals over several decades, and it's Leander, Jess, who are doing the running here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, their blade work's slightly less deep. That means it's more efficient every stroke. You're not picking up as much dead water on the blades. You're just slipping that spoon in and getting your most efficient body weight on the end of it. And that's really paying into their rhythm. They're staying on top of the water, the hull's running on, and looking really good out here. But, you know, Molesey are still in it. They haven't given away too much through the middle of the race. Leander have just kept just over a length lead for a while now, and hopefully Molesey can take it to the line.
In the way both of these quad sculls move their shells is hypnotic, but the Leander style of sculling so very distinctive and so effective at the business end of the domestic sculling scene. And they're doing the job here, Jess, looking like with every stroke, with every bit of effort, every sinew that is strained, they're moving slowly, slowly, slowly away from a Molesey Boat Club crew who just don't seem to have the answers at this stage.
Yeah, I'm really liking the rhythm from Leander there. Becky Wild just leading them out relaxed and long, not sacrificing any length from each end of the stroke, getting every single degree out that she can, and the crew are backing her up well in that. You've got two strong girls in the middle, laying down the power, and Susie Dare at the bow, looking really technically well. She's just switched over recently from a long career in sweeping, giving sculling a go, and looks to be going really well for her.
Yeah, not a bad entry into the discipline. Clear water in the final of the Bourne Challenge Cup for Championship Quadruple Sculls on the Henley Women's Regatta Sunday. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty successful transition. But there's something very, as I say, just relentless, just metronomic, just so focused from this Leander crew. They don't look like giving an inch. And I'm sure we'll see both of these quads renewing rivalries in the Princess Grace Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta next weekend as Leander wind down. That's a win, and a decisive one by 2 lengths over Molesey Boat Club. Really impressive scull there from the women from the Pink Palace on their home water. And so look at that, we move back to the start. This is the race for Championship Coxless Fours Avril Vellacock Cup, and it's Leander again with the chance to secure a double, just like the Imperial did a few races ago, except this time it's the Coxless Fours. Leander on the Berkshire station, Durham on the Buckinghamshire station.
Again, should be a very exciting race. Yeah, that Durham four there. Two GB trialist pairs teamed up for this event. Leander there, obviously plenty of experience. Both seeming to get away from that start. It's relatively good lines. Bow of that Leander boat there, Eleanor Brinkoff. Just needing a slight adjustment from the umpire. But both crews strong starts. From this angle, looks like Leander might have a slight advantage already.
A lot of pedigree on board both crews, of course. This is the fastest student female coxed four in the country. They won the Bucks Regatta up against probably the fastest club female four in the country in the form of Leander. And they've got Oxford Blues, they've got winners at the Under-23 World Championships, stacked full of talent from stern to bow. And at the moment, Leander showing their class again here. It's almost inevitable that we see Leander performing well at the business end of championship events, and their relentless nature of their program and their system just churning out talent year upon year upon year and feeding it up into our senior international cohort. I'm sure these four women will be eyeing up a slot, if not in Paris, certainly at LA, and this is a great proving ground to do that.
Yeah, Leander there just driving further and further away from Durham with every stroke. Just trying to open up that water between them. Durham putting up a good fight, trying to stay with them, but the Leander crew just looking so professional, so clean as they drive away from the Durham four. Durham might be creeping back there, just from this angle. Heading slightly into the middle of the course there.
Yeah, that won't help them, will it? Rowing
No.
in Leander's dirty water. Their race isn't run, Durham. I think they're closer than maybe they realised to the crew from Leander. Leander have, of course, won the first half of the race, but it's not really the first half of the race that matters. It's all about what you do in the second half. And Leander probably haven't quite done enough to close out Durham entirely. But if I look at the two crews there, Meg, it does look like Leander just have a bit more dynamism about them. They seem to be a bit fresher. And of course, we always need to think about, if the sprint comes, do Leander look prepared? And I would say that they do.
Yeah, definitely. They look ready to go if they need it. They're just driving it away, putting a very decent amount of power down with each of their strokes. Just driving that boat away. Durham, see just behind them, nice clean rowing, but just not being able to match that speed of Leander right now. Leander looking to be pushing away even further again. Yeah, nice bit of clear water there for Leander now.
Yeah, they turned the flywheel, haven't they, in the second half of this race. Just moved on up, in the words of the M people. And do not look like they are going to be reeled back in by Durham, who have thrown everything at it. As I say, the fastest student coxed four in the country after winning at Bucks. But that doesn't buy you anything here at Henley Women's Regatta. There is no interchangeable currency on the Henley Straits. And Durham finding that out here. They've just come up against a slightly faster crew on the day. And just like in the previous quad race, we will see, I'm sure, these 8 women meet again in the Town Challenge Cup, I should say, for open coxless fours at the Henley Royal Regatta. And I know I keep talking about Henley Royal Regatta, but it is looming large on the horizon now. We have only 9 days to go until the regatta kicks off, a 6-day festival of sport on this very course, and I'm sure the banks will be lined with thousands of supporters for Leander, Durham and everyone in between. But Leander here are not going to be caught.
No, it doesn't look like it. There would have to be something significant happen for Leander to open up that door for Durham now. They're just driving it away with every stroke towards that finish with plenty of confidence and power.
So, Jess jumping in for another singles race. It's like we've done this on purpose, isn't it? Canberra Rowing Club of Australia Kara Greskowiak up against Catherine Mole of Birmingham University, and I think on paper, and I realise that paper doesn't decide the result of a rowing race, but on paper, Kara Greskowiak is the favourite here, an international with lots of pedigree, part of the Australian women's squad in 2019, but Catherine Mole has had a super regatta and will absolutely fancy her chances.
Yeah, you know, Catherine has raced a lot in the single scull, grinding away in it as she's moved from Leeds Rowing Club, where she started. She raced at Henley Women's Regatta multiple times, Henley Regatta in the single, and she's a racer. You can see that now. She's gone out aggressive, and it's so exciting to see when, you know, athletes are just putting out their best foot forward, and Catherine's looking really great out there. Not much splitting them. She got the early lead, and I wouldn't rule her out at all.
Oh no, certainly wouldn't be ruling her out at this stage. I think she's got her bows in front of Kara Greskowiak, who I'm sure would have expected a fast start from Catherine Mole. Catherine has to give herself some sort of footing in the race early doors, and we often do see this. The crew who's technically the underdog on paper just jumping out at the start, trying to get a march, steal a march on their opponent and shake the narrative a little bit and see what falls out. But unfortunately, this does look to me like Kara Greskowiak of Australia, who we'll see, by the way, in the Princess Royals Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. But it looks like she is starting to motor here.
Yeah, and you know, Kara is so experienced in the quad in 2019 for Australia at the World Championships, and hoping to just eke away the middle part of her race. She's not really looked over much. She just knows her race plan. She knows her speed in and out, and she's just going to keep putting it out there, and hopefully it'll break Catherine for her. But Catherine's, you know, keeping her race up there, keeping her nose in this race. You know, they haven't had a break of clear water by far in this race so far.
I talk about stubbornness. You have to be a certain type of stubborn, don't you, to row the single scull and to just not accept defeat. And Catherine Mole, by no means defeated at this point. She's half a length down and they've gone beyond the barrier. She's still very much in contention here, but she will need to be incredibly tenacious in this last 1,000 metres.
Yeah, and you know, when you hang about like that, as in not letting someone go that on paper probably should have done, that does, you know, get into some people's heads, and it really does eat away. You know, you've thrown every move at it to try and get some clear water, and it still hasn't worked at this point. So Catherine Mole really sticking it out there, taking it to the light, taking it to Kara at this Henley Women's Regatta, and it's really exciting to see.
Well, you've got to stay in the game to play in the game, and Catherine Mole trying with every single vestige that she has available to her to stay with the prodigal talent of Kara Greskowiak, who comes over from Australia, Canberra Rowing Club, the capital city of that wonderful nation. And she looks pretty insurmountable at this point. She's just found her rhythm now. She's sculling really, really nicely. You can see the power that's available to her, and she's deploying 100% of that to dispatch a spirited performance from Catherine Mole.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the talent, strength and talent, and the depth of her technique as we're coming into the second half. She knew that, you know, she knows what works for her. She knows what technique and what rhythm to row her single. She'll have trained in it most of the year by now. And you know, when you know your boat and your event so well, and you're out there on your own every day, you have to put out what you've practiced. You can't do much more you can't pull out bells and whistles in a single really on the day. You've got to go with what you've prepared, and it's really paying off for her as she comes to a comfortable lead now.
Yeah, it's looking unlikely that Catherine Mole is going to find the reserves to overtake the brilliance of Kara Greskowiak from Canberra Rowing Club. So we move back to the start for our penultimate race of the day. It is the second to last final here, the Aspirational doubles. Greenbank Falmouth on the Berkshire station and Delster Studenten Groeivereniging Laha of the Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire station. and it looks like Laha are doing what they came here to do, travelling over from Holland and leading out Greenbank Falmouth here.
Yeah, Laha, incredible performances all through the weekend, and another one here in this aspirational doubles final. They are pulling away almost about a length advantage now over Greenbank Falmouth. At Greenbank Falmouth there we've got Sarah Lewis, no stranger to Henley, with appearances at Women's, Masters and Royal under her belt with Issy Barnes, and then that Laha crew there just out in front. We have Annabelle Out and Micah Spriu. Also former Henley finalists, so no strangers to this course either, and using that to their advantage as they pull away from Greenbank Falmouth.
So Kara Gruskowiak crossing the line, several lengths clear of Catherine Mole. She takes home the championship single scull title, the George Innes Trophy. And here it's Laha who jumped out early. They stole a march on their opponents from Greenbank Falmouth, trying to shut the door as quickly as they possibly could. Real Dutch ferocious racing mentality, but Greenbank Falmouth by no means out of this, and Greenbank Falmouth are going to need a little Dutch courage of their own here to get back on terms with Laha.
Yeah, Greenbank Falmouth there, coming all the way from West Cornwall. They are hanging on to the Laha crew.
I would say more than hanging on, actually. They look like they're mounting a bit of a charge here.
Yeah, they're looking like they might even row through. Laha putting up a bit of a fight here, up in their rate. Both crews looking extremely strong. Yeah, Greenbank Falmouth there, putting in a strong push. Probably hoping to get ahead, and it seems like it might have worked.
I think it certainly has. That is a hell of a middle third from the girls from Greenbank Falmouth. The women, I should say. Certainly not girls here, not behaving like girls either. These are conditioned athletes in their reverse wing. Felipe moving their boat beautifully. I'm not sure the crew from Holland are going to know what's hit them. That was almost done within 100 metres.
Yeah, incredible row through there from Greenbank Falmouth. Extremely strong, hoping to extend that lead now. Get some clear water between them so they've got a bit more security in this race. But both crews, really strong performances. But Greenbank Falmouth here, incredible row through there. Striding out ahead.
Well, this represents a seismic opportunity for Greenbank Falmouth to take the win, and they are seizing that with both hands here. Laha have no answers at all to Greenbank Falmouth, and I've said it about 3 times this weekend, but Laha aren't saying ha-ha on this occasion. Not able to find parity at all, despite having the better of the 2 starts. Greenbank Falmouth just waited, sprung the trap, and now sculled away in pretty emphatic style. And barring, I think, any late calamities, it is going to be Greenbank Falmouth who take the aspirational doubles title, our penultimate race of the day.
It's looking like it. Incredible performance there from Greenbank. Now just hanging on to that lead over Laha. Winners of the Finnish Championships, so both Delft University students. But it is looking like Greenbank Falmouth are going to hang on to that lead as they come towards, on their way to the finish line.
And these crews, this will be their 5th race of the weekend. Time trials, heats, quarterfinals, semifinals, and now the final. So it's as much a psychological battle as it is physiological. The crews will be tired, equally as tired as each other. They've both had difficult contests to navigate their way to this final. And it seems like Greenbank Falmouth, they've broken that Laha crew.
It definitely seems like it. Greenbank looking like they can relax a little bit. Nice smooth rowing going on there, but yeah, definitely amazing performance from them.
Well, that is a sensational result for Greenbank Falmouth, and it shows as they cross the line. Huge celebrations. They're absolutely delighted with that result. Very mature row. Just
Great reaction from them there.
Yeah, a few words, I'm sure, of not sure what it is, praise, celebration, or they can enjoy their evening as winners of the Aspirational double sculls for the Rosalie McLaughlin Trophy. And so now we move back to the big one, the blue ribbon event for the day, the Championship 8s for the Ron Needs Challenge Cup. It's Oxford Brooks, your runner and your rider on the Berkshire Station, and Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Jess, this is the big one.
It certainly is, and no one's going to be rolling over. They all want that. One of the biggest names of trophies out here at this regatta. Last race of the day. They've been through multiple rounds to get here. And the Thames girls, looking at their bio, coached by Tom Mapp, the women's coach at Thames. They say they have a brilliant program of fast and happy women, all full-time careers alongside, but they just loving their rowing and wanting to go fast. The Brooks have lots of pedigree this year. Third at Weehawken, won Bucks, Ghent, Met, Duisburg. They've been around this season so far and taken the medals home to prove it.
Yeah, fast athletes and happy athletes tend to go hand in hand, don't they, Jess? And both of these crews full of that category of person. But it's going to be Brooks who are the happier of the two at this stage. They have closing on a length lead as they come up towards the spectator enclosure, and you can hear the roar of the crowd here as they come past. Lots of support for both of these boats, and the volume level goes up. These are the 8s, these are the Championship 8s. This is where it's really at, and Brooks doing the business here.
Yeah, the spectators using up the last of their voices on this last race. Not going to be able to be speaking much at work tomorrow, but they don't care. They want to will these athletes with all of the energy that they have to get this win. And Brooks are doing a brilliant job out here, putting that tough race program that they have on the Wallingford stretch, and showing what it does for them race on race. That's why they do it. That's why they do the hard miles through the winter. That's why they grind out all of those ergos together, same rate, same rhythm, so they can do the same rate, same rhythm out here together. Flinging that boat on stroke. You know, it's brilliant to see.
Well, Thames have built a compelling proposition for anybody who has left the student university community behind and wants to continue their rowing at a high performance centre in London. But if you are a student or you're thinking about becoming one and you want to win the 8s at the big Henley regattas, then it's safe to say Brooks is the place to be. Hugo Gulliver has built this programme on the women's side up to be comparable to the men, where the superlatives run dry, and Brooks showing us all what it means to row an 8 properly down the Henley course. This is a superb outfit from Oxford Brooks, and it remains to be seen whether we'll see these women in the Remenham Challenge Cup for Open 8s at Henley Royal or the Ireland Challenge Cup, but we will be sure of one thing: they will definitely be competing at Henley Royal and gunning for silverware, because here on the Henley Women's Regatta course, there's your shot, your closing statement of the Henley Women's Regatta weekend. This is our final race for the Ron Needs Challenge Cup. It's Brooks all the way, dominating this final, looking like they are the class crew of the entire regatta.
Definitely agree there. Thames is still in it, putting down the marker. You know, to reach a final like this, you know, the Championship 8s at Henley Women's Regatta, it's something to be so proud of. It wills you on for the next season. You want to see if you can get closer or overhaul. It's not quite enough today with how fast and great Brooks are looking out there. But Thames, you know, fast, happy, doing their full-time jobs, putting on a great show out here together, and they're going to be enjoying this. They're behind, but, you know, they've got through multiple rounds, overhauling other great clubs out here, and it's really great to see.
Well, Brooks up to the line here, that last shot as we zoomed out of the Oxfordshire countryside. This will be poetry on screen for Brooks supporters, Brooks women, Brooks men all over the world. They cross the line, winners of the Ron Needs Challenge Cup for Championship 8s. A superb performance. Every inch of that deserved, every inch of that earned. A phenomenal rendition, a of how to row the 8 on Henley waters, and they'll be back. Thames will be back too. Not to be sniffed at, not to be laughed at. They are a phenomenal programme, and the two crews converge in the middle of the course on what feels like a fitting way to end a fantastic weekend of racing we've had here at Henley Women's Regatta. It's been dramatic, it's been emphatic. We've had the full spectrum of human emotion from despair to delight, and we round things out now with a shot of one of the most beautiful scenes I can conceive. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and that means that I need to stop talking. Thank you, Meg. Thank you, Jess, for your accompaniment this afternoon. You've been fantastic co-commentators, and thanks to the Henley Women's Regatta Organising Committee for putting on a wonderful 3 days of racing. We'll all be back, I'm sure, in some form or another in just 9 short days' time for the Henley Royal Regatta, which happens on this very same course. So we look forward to seeing you then, and we look forward to seeing you next year at this event. All the very best.
Hello and welcome to Henley Women's Regatta 2023. We've had another fantastic year of record entries of competitors and boats, and we hope that you've enjoyed the spectacular racing.
Henley Women's Regatta, it gives people opportunity from all over the country, all over the world to come together and compete on perhaps the most famous course that we as rowers know, and in an environment that's probably the friendliest you're going to find anywhere on the circuit.
Really nice.
Yeah, I love this event. It always has such a great atmosphere.
Yeah,
always.
I enjoy this event. I love seeing all of the female rowers, seeing women in sport. It's one of my favourite.
Yeah, I think this week and like these 3 weeks coming up are my favourite weeks of the year. I mean, I just love being here every single year and I look forward to it. It's the highlight of the year.
Hi, I'm Calista Scoris. I row for Harvard Radcliffe Lightweight Women. I really like Henley, first time in the town. It's been amazing exploring this place with all my teammates.
It's so great to be back here at Henley Women's Regatta. This is where I won in the Aspirational singles way back in 2016. It was the beginning of my Olympic journey, and I can't wait to see how many of the athletes here is beginning of something special for them.
In the communities, it's great.
It's all very rower.
It's all very close as well. The races are really exciting. Like you push for all of it. There's no like, I'll just go easy at the end.
The quality here has been unreal. Spectating and seeing firsthand the level and the tight races that we've seen has been incredible. I feel so inspired by the athletes.
I think it's a really positive atmosphere. Henley Women's is the best event of the year, and everyone has a lot of fun. It's just a really nice atmosphere. Everyone's very friendly, and racing on this course is pretty cool.
It's the vibe. It's really cool. So many people around, and you bump into so many people that you haven't seen in years.
I think it's just the amount of clubs that come together, because you get clubs from all over like the country and even some like international crews, and it's just so cool to be able to race against all these people that you wouldn't usually be able to.
And it's a beautiful setting. It's a lovely event because it is formal and posh, but at the same time it has a lovely relaxed atmosphere and the crews really enjoy it.
It's quite relaxed, but the competition's still here. It's really stiff competition and it's hard racing, but it's still a really friendly, relaxed atmosphere, and everyone's really nice.
It's sort of a dream to come here. Nora's Irish, so she said like, I've been looking forward to this since I was 15, and all of us.
The course is so unique. You see it, every year in the YouTube streams, and then to actually race here is
you
an
watch
insane
these
experience.
films. You watch these films for your own trainings, and then you can row there yourself. That's really unique, and Henley is such a iconic race or regatta to be at. So just the entire atmosphere is so unique, especially for what we're used to in the Netherlands. So it's a very great experience just overall, and just being on the water here is once in a lifetime experience.
There's really nothing like this in the whole world. This is a women's only event where we champion each other and raise each other up. It's been such a privilege to be part of it and so inspirational.
Henley Women's Regatta is everyone's favourite regatta. The competition on the water is immense, and the towpath is the friendliest you can have.
trophy, the Godford Trophy for Championship Light Foundation. The winner, Totnes Amateur Rowing Club, and the athlete Laura Macro, and coached by Ian Piercy. Winners of the Haslam Trophy for Championship Lightweight Double Sculls, sponsored by the Wentworth House Partnership. Durham University Boat Club. Isabel Sellers, Caroline Rikers, and coached by William Fletcher. Next, winners of the Parkside Trophy for Championship Lightweight Coxless Pairs. Radcliffe Crew, Harvard University, Ava Sack and Elsa Andrews, coached by Sarah Baker. And before you run away with it, we are asked that you give the trophy back to Naomi before. So all trophies go back to Naomi after you've had your photos. Thank you very much. Next, winners of the Redgrave Challenge Bars for Championship Coxless Pairs, sponsored by Sir Steve and Lady Anne Redgrave, Imperial College Boat Club, University of London Boat Club Composite. Emily Lindberg and Elizabeth Witt, coached by Tom Gale. And winners of the Frank B. Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours, Edinburgh University Boat Club, Charlotte Glasby, Lucy McLean, Josephine Briggs, Grace Dawson, Charlotte Gordon-Brown, coached by Michael Hughes. Winners of the W Peer Cup for Championship Double Sculls, Leander Club, Twickenham Rowing Club Composite, B. Ray Obakowu and Catherine George, coached by Helen Brown. Winners of the West End ARA Trophy for Junior 16 Coxed Fours, Wallingford Rowing Club, Lucy Mead, Annie Collins, Ellen Badori, Tabitha Gowden, Katie Mellors, coached by Katie Greaves. Winners of the Nina Padwick Trophy for Junior 16 Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Nina Padwick, Henley Rowing Club, Jessica Mack, Freya Smith, Nicolette Pagden, Lilia Wild, coached by Josie Sawbridge. Winners of the Colgan Foundation Cup for Aspirational Academic 8s, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, Oxford Brookes University Boat Club. Hold it, Oxford. Gabriella DiMarco, Phoebe Fletcher, Lindsay Morissette, Stella Fielder, Emily Letton, Amelia Carpenter, Kate McNulty, Amelia Reagan and Beatrice Argyle, coached by Hugo Gulliver, Chris Tebb, Henry Balashi-Webb and Richard Spratley. Winners of the Leicester Trophy for Aspirational Club Cox's Fours, sponsored by Scott Investment Partners. Worcester Rowing Club. Megan Pickering, Catherine Robinson, Annabelle Headley, Elizabeth Johnson, and coached by Will Robinson. Winners of the Rayner Cup for Junior Double Sculls, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, Sydney Rowing Club, Australia. Lucy Searle and Talisa Knockdriver, coached by Felix Gier. Winner of the Di Ellis Trophy for Junior Single Sculls, Jessica Weir for Shiplake College Boat Club, coached by Daniel Safari. Winners of the B. Langridge Trophy for Junior Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Scott Investment Partners, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, Lily Martin, Violet Holbrook Brooksbank, Yasmin Howe, and Ella Fullman, coached by Greg Flower. Winners of the Copus Cup for Aspirational Club 8s, sponsored by the Copus Partnership, Thames Rowing Club. Brooke Preston, Fiona Shields, Jessica Hallett, Hannah Keating, Alexandra Lapkowska, Alice Grave, Elizabeth Mauder, Olivia Cassidy and Lucy Thompson, coached by German Praderer, Tom Mapp, Joanna Harris, Jamie Lowe and Loinda Code. Winner of the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quad Sculls, USR Triton Netherlands, Vika Leenouts, Lisette Rijkelink, Bente van Kernebach, Eilina Intervelt, coached by Ines Den Hond. Okay, so Triton have raised the stakes somewhat. Winners of the Groton Schools Challenge Cup for Junior Coxed Fours, Glasgow Academy Boat Club, Bryony Wood, Carmen Butter, Sophia Nelson, Chloe Hunter, Struan Kilpatrick, coached by Ian Summerside. Winners of the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s, sponsored by Simmons and Sons, Headington School Boat Club Oxford, Sophie Heisman, Alice Stutley, Helena Purvis, Magdalene McGuinness, Amelia Gleed, Isabel Jeans, Emma Miles, Amelia Pillar and Sophie Wrightson, coached by Ryan Demain. Winners of the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours, Imperial College Boat Club, Lauren Bowles, Yasmin Khalife, Orla Johnson, Julia Capox, coached by Peter Hardcastle. Winner of the Bernard Churcher Trophy for Aspirational Single Sculls, Aoife Keane for Imperial College Boat Club, coached by Peter Hardcastle. Winners of the Bourne Cup for Championship Quad Sculls, sponsored by Nina Padwick, Leander Club, Susanna Deer, Lena Kuhn, Rosa Thompson and Rebecca Wild, coached by Ross Hunter. Winners of the Avril Bellicott Cup for Championship Coxless Fours, Leander Club, Amelia Standing, Juliet Perry, Eleanor Brinkoff and Daisy Bellamy, coached by Richard Chambers. winner of the George Innes Cup for Championship Single Sculls for Canberra Rowing Club Australia, Kara Gregkowick. Coached by Mark Kowalski and Jeff Brown. Winners of the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy for Aspirational Double Sculls, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman, Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club. Sarah Lewis and Izzy Barnes, coached by James Kerr. And finally, winners of the Ron Needs Challenge Cup for Championship 8, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, Oxford Brookes University Boat Club. Jasmine Bowers, Orin Smeding, Ariana Ford, Jenny Bates, Rihanna Sumpter, Grace Richards, Martha Birtles, Brenna Randall and Cameron Moffat. Coached by Hugo Gulliver, Hugo Balashi-Webb, Henry Balashi-Webb, sorry, Chris Tebb and Richard Spratley. And I'll just pass back to Naomi to say a few words when she's rescued the trophy.
That's my best friend.
So that concludes the prize giving, but I just hand back to Naomi to finish the day.
That's really sad. I don't want it to finish. I want it to carry on. What a celebration of success that was. You all look fantastic. The smiles are infectious and the support from everyone around is brilliant. Now you all have your Vitrix badges. You are members of the Vitrix Club, the winners of Henley Women's Regatta 2023. Good luck to all of you who are going on to race at the Royal. And I would very much like to say thank you to Grace for coming and speaking to us today. And we just have a very small gift. Definitely something in there. Some fantastic words and some fantastic lessons for you to take forward into your rowing careers. So that's it for the day. And we hope that we will see you all again next year. Thank you.